My name is Mark Brogan. I am the convener of ASAWA. Welcome to Boorloo, which is the Whadjuk Noongar name for the location of Perth. We have people today who are joining us online from Queensland and other places in the Commonwealth, and also from regional WA. So welcome to Boorloo, that is Perth. I'd like to acknowledge the Whadjuk Noongar people who are the custodians of this place, and also pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I've got a couple of housekeeping announcements before we get underway today. We have a pretty exciting program today with some great speakers and some very professional content that I think will be good for everyone who has an interest in audiovisual archives and AI. This is a hybrid meeting. It's taking place online as well as in person. And we do have people from Queensland and regional WA who are also participating in this particular meeting. Just a word about questions, because I'm sure you'll have lots of questions. We have some great presentations, and the area of audiovisual archives is not a straightforward one. So I'm sure you'll have lots of questions about formats and what to do with digitisation and good practices. So if you have those questions, you can ask them in the last 10 to 15 minutes of the session, and also during the Q&A panel that we'll be having after afternoon tea in the afternoon, when all of the speakers will come together as a panel and you can ask questions then. Now, this event will be recorded, which means that you will have, via the Zoom cloud, access to the recordings of all the presentations today. If anyone has any objections to the meeting being recorded, then I need to hear them now. The advantage of the recording is that you can work through the exercises that our presenters will be providing today in your own time with your own software, which is a better way of undertaking software-related learning activities. So that's great. Look forward to getting an email from us about where you can find these recordings in the Zoom cloud. Now, there will be drinks and nibbles at the end of today, and I'm sure you'd like to meet our speakers in a less formal way, so we're hoping that you'll come along. The drinks and nibbles are not included in your fee. It's a $10 cash payment provided to Roz, who's our treasurer. Roz, could you just raise your hand? She's at the back of the room. So please, sometime during the day, can you provide Roz with your $10 if you'd like to participate in that? You should have received from me an email which contains Google Drive details of where to download the software resources and links that are going to be used during demonstration, or more generally as resources for the learning activities associated with our program today. If you haven't had the opportunity to install the software on your machine and bring it along today, please feel free to use the link subsequently to download the software. If you do have your machine today but haven't downloaded the software, I do have the software on a thumb drive, so please collect the white thumb drive from me, enabling you to copy the software. The themes for today's PD, Audiovisual Archives and Artificial Intelligence, are the product of feedback that we got from our last Professional Development Day, and that was in 2023. When the topics were digitisation and digital preservation, and in the year before, we did display and presentation systems. So we've offered some pretty good quality programs over the last 3 years in which we've operated, but we rely upon you for feedback about your learning needs. So before you leave today, I'd be grateful if you could complete an evaluation sheet, which is at the registration desk at the front of the National Archives offices, and provide us with not only your feedback about what you felt was good or not so good about today's Professional Development Day, but also what you'd like to see in next year's program. So your input actually drives the program. Just a word about the themes from my own personal perspective to introduce them. I worked with interactive multimedia and also with the internet and web when I was an academic. So I have a kind of interest in this area as well from my own perspective, working with those kinds of information sources and technologies. I've never been able to fully personally master all of the issues involved because they're bigger than one person. And things can go really wrong very quickly with audiovisual archiving if you don't have good practices and understand what you're dealing with. So I'm looking forward to getting some really useful practical tips, but also some knowledge on principles and methods that will help me to do this job better. So, which brings me to a point about the philosophy that underpins these programs. We're all about usable knowledge in our professional development programs, stuff that's hands-on and helps you to do the job better. That's been a guiding philosophy, as well as actually delivering an affordable program. So I think those things will probably drive the program going forward, and they've certainly shaped it today. So you should walk away today with some understanding of principles, methods, and technologies that you can apply to your own work with audiovisual archives and AI. With artificial intelligence, many of you will be familiar with artificial intelligence from ChatGPT, but the world is much, much bigger. Some of it's not particularly savory. At the moment, AI is killing people in Gaza and it's killing people in Ukraine. It has immense application in defense technologies, which describes the dark side. The good side happens in things like medicine and astrophysics and all kinds of other applications. So it's a kind of troubled child with a good side and a bad side. I've been involved with it through the Royal Commission that looked into problems with Social Security and the administration of the system that actually managed Social Security last year. You might remember that Royal Commission. It looked at decision-making systems, which weren't actually AI informed, but AI could be used in decision-making systems and as decision support systems. And sometimes when it is, it doesn't always meet good practice standards. We won't cover all these applications today, but through Gaia Resources, we'll be able to cover what are socially positive applications with AI, hopefully in the archive space, through the work that Gaia Resources is currently doing. Now, none of the program would be possible today without the professional commitment to continuing education from the National Archives of Australia, who have been kind enough to provide us with this presenter today, who manages their audiovisual archives programs, Ben Chesterman. Ben, welcome to WA. We also have contributions from the WA Digitisation Centre with Jameson and Deborah Paisley, if you'd like to raise your hands. They're our local team providing you with access to professional expertise in this area and also services at UWA, and also Gaia Resources, who will be represented by Piers Higgs and also by Meg Travers today. So I hope you're excited about the program. It looks to be really interesting and really very topical in terms of the issues that we're learning that we need to deal with. And hopefully you'll be able to walk away with some hands-on usable knowledge that will help with your collection management and also your preservation needs when it comes to audiovisual archives. Just a couple of other housekeeping issues before we move into the program proper with Ben. The restrooms are actually located in the main office area of National Archives. So if you walk backwards towards the main desk, you turn left, and there is a pass that enables you to get access to the main corridor. You walk down the corridor and you'll find the restrooms at the end of the corridor. When you come back, if you have the security pass, just leave it at reception where you can pick it up, so the next person who actually wants to do that has access to the pass as well. Now, if we need to evacuate the building, then National Archives staff will tell us and will organise us for that particular purpose. So without further ado, welcome to the third annual Professional Development Day of Australian Society of Archivists WA. And I'd like to particularly welcome Ben Chesterman, who's come to us from Canberra, Sydney. And Ben will be introduced by Annie Cameron. Thank you.
Thanks for coming, everybody. I'll just introduce Ben. Ben is a digital audiovisual preservation manager at the National Archives of Australia, where he's responsible for in-house audio and video digitisation. Prior to taking on this role, he was the quality assurance and digitisation lead for large-scale archival projects with the ABC. His technical expertise and experience has been gained over 20 years in the commercial sector, managing skilled teams at Technicolor and Sony Mastering, as well as freelancing in digital cinema and audiovisual post-production houses. So thank you, Ben, for joining us. Look forward.
Thank you, Anne. Hi, everybody, and thank you for that welcome. I'll just get the mic on while I do a little preamble and switch our presentations. So my first time in Perth, working from home. Yeah. And I've enjoyed the welcome I've received so far. Apologies in advance for any lens flare off my head while we go through. So first of all, I'd like to just acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land in which we live and work, In my case, that's the Dara Gundungurra people of the Blue Mountains in New South Wales. And I pay respects to elders past, present, and emerging. In terms of my first presentation here, we're going to be talking about risk in audiovisual archives. And I know in this room, there's a lot of archivists with many, many, many more years of experience than I have in archiving. So I don't want to really talk down in terms of general risk. We all understand that. But I do really want to focus on some of the specifics relating to audiovisual projects in particular. And broadly speaking, we can divide those into the physical media itself, the storage, the transfer, and the obsolescence relating to that. So obsolescence, I think, is a really key point when we talk about audiovisual archiving, and I'll come to that. And then some of the techniques we at the NAA and prior to that at the ABC would use to help that preservation. Then we get into the digitisation piece. So digitisation can be in-house, although I think for a lot of institutions with a relatively small collection, that simply isn't practical. So I've talked a little bit about I'll talk a little bit about the equipment that we use at the NAA and some of those choices. And that then leads, I guess, into outsourcing. And I've been lucky enough to go visit DCWA yesterday, and Jamison showed me through the work they're doing there. Very impressive. And I think that's just comes to really making those choices around outsourcing. I spoke to Mark prior to coming today, and I have actually put a little bit of focus on outsourcing because I think for a lot of institutions may not have had the experience we've had at the NAA. We've been doing it for 10 years now, and at the ABC as well. That was a very quickly planned, I think it's safe to say, project. It came out of COVID when suddenly they couldn't fly journalists and executives around the country. So we suddenly had all this money and no one could go anywhere. So we decided to send a lot of tapes out at the ABC and get them digitized. And then really when we come to the digitization, obviously we need to talk about quality control and what practical quality control we can do to try and minimize that risk around particularly mass digitization, but any kind of digitization. And then really an area that I think we're all starting to grapple with, whether that's paper, photographic or floppy disks, and that's digital preservation. So digital preservation for us in the audiovisual space is particularly challenged because of the size of the files involved. Some motion picture films will get into the terabytes for a single piece of content. Obviously, then we have issues around fixity. So that is, I presume we're all familiar with the term, but that's really using checksums and the like to ensure that what you put in is what you get out. And then we look at the accessibility of that. It's not much point having all your stuff in a lovely cloud if you can't look at it. Lastly, I'd just like to talk about redundancy, how we deal with storage, and then obviously security. And I think there's been some really good examples of where security's failed. So this is probably a wordier presentation than I would normally do. I've used a lot of presentations that my much smarter people I work with at the NAA have put together. But I would hope that I'm going to talk to this. I'm not going to read all the bullet points, thankfully. But also I would hope that we can, if anyone's got any questions or see a specific thing you want to talk about, come back to me after the presentation. So when we talk about managing risk, the first thing in an audiovisual collection is this sheer amount of variety. There's literally hundreds of formats out there and some of them very obscure. And the first thing we do is classify all that. Broadly at the NAA, we look at video, audio and film does include our film sound collection. Materials is a really important part of that classification as well. So obviously nitrate is a key priority. It's a very dangerous, flammable substance. And the moment you get a film that's nitrate, you want to at least address that. You probably even need to put it into a fume hood and make sure that's stored properly. Optical media as opposed to magnetic tape. These are very different preservation considerations that we have to deal with. And also certain formats we would deem at risk. So a large part of what we do when we're classifying our collection is putting that into a risk register of what formats need to be addressed first. And sometimes that can even take a high priority to other considerations such as public interest, significance, and obsolescence. When we look at the deterioration risks that affect audiovisual collections, I'm sure the first one will send a shiver down most spines here, and that's mold. Obviously, we deal with mold as well. And I think that's really coming for a lot of us as we consolidate collections. We had a big consignment of material from the Northern Territory and the Far North Queensland offices as the ABC brought all their collections into one central repository. And some of that stuff, you could imagine a VHS cassette where you couldn't even see the magnetic tape in there. There was so much mold. So, as we go through our collections, obviously mold's a big one. If you get mold in a collection, I'm sure anyone working in photographic would be familiar with this. It's the same problem. You get those feathery-like distortions on the image. We've started to use fume hoods. Obviously, we use a lot, but we're also starting to use really high-end microscopy as well to look at some of our film prints. And sometimes that can tell the difference between mold and some of the other hydrolysis-based issues of deterioration that look quite similar to mold on the surface, but are very different and need to be treated very differently. You wouldn't want to bake mold necessarily unless you treated it first. Vinegar syndrome, which is specific to acetate film in our case, and it's not something that's easy to treat. You can see in the picture there, once you start getting it, it warps it. We obviously need to treat it carefully from a WHS perspective. And when we talk about risk, that's a very real risk. You don't want your people working in an environment that's unsafe to them. We do obviously track vinegar syndrome a lot. Most cans, hopefully in your collection, if you are dealing with film, would have some kind of sticker on it showing the vinegar syndrome. And everything we have in our collection is recorded in our metadata. And we actually have sort of a vinegar syndrome 2.5 and higher list that's a high priority project for us. And one of those bottomless projects that's never going to end. There's literally tens of thousands of these reels. And another particular audiovisual deterioration is delamination or disc rot. And I think this is really coming into play now, because as we look back at the 80s and the 90s, where everyone was sold CDs and DVDs that were told this will last for 100 years, we're now discovering that is not the case. And we're getting a lot of these optical media collections that are affected by disc rot. Essentially, it's where the data is stored on a layer, or the reflective layer break down, and the disc essentially gets holes all through it. It's also obviously prone to scratches and material damage, so we need to handle optical media pretty carefully. Another issue we're finding, and I think this would probably apply to a lot of smaller collections, is that previous projects where it was considered to be an archival standard, let's say a CD-ROM, we're now having to go back to those projects and reevaluate those, and that cycle of preservation continues. So often, if we can, we'll go back to the original magnetic tape and redo it to a digital file format. I've got a really interesting, actually, Royal Commission into the stolen generation that's afflicted by that. So we went back, and it had been done to CD, and we've decided to go back and redo that again. So obsolescence is a very specific issue for our particularly audio and video, less so film, because the scanner's a scanner and they're building new and funky ones all the time. But with the older formats and the obscure ones particularly, we're finding it really hard to find those machines. And we manage that risk through obviously maintenance and keeping that knowledge of how to maintain these machines on a day-to-day basis is probably one of our key challenges. My senior audio guy joked that we have to exhume most of our technicians. They're getting older. They're not sort of being able to pass that knowledge down to a new young guard coming through. So we're really actually putting budget aside to bring these guys in and train some of our younger technicians in how to maintain an old 1-inch. I know Jamison's a little bit jealous of that, so I won't go on about that point too much more. The other thing I really wanted to talk about in terms of obsolescence is some of that innovation that we're seeing coming through in this space. So 3D printing is just changing everything for us. These might be old machines, but if you have a technician with the right know-how, there's nothing that says they can't print a component that fails. We're also seeing some really interesting stuff. IATSIS, for example, have developed a really nice 3D printed tool to unspool a cassette and be able to analyze that reel and even apply some treatments to it. They use one called at the NFSA, for example, called hydromethazone. It sounds a bit dodgy, but it's essentially a coating onto magnetic tape that helps you get a good playback that you wouldn't normally get, and helps that replace that lost binder. So really useful if you've had loss of lubricant or loss of binder in that tape. And I guess collaboration comes into it there. The thing we're really finding at the NAA is that if we link up with other agencies like IATSIS, like DCWA, like the NFSA, and talk about the issues and talk about the solutions that we're having with obsolescence, and even occasionally lend each other a machine. If we've got a Nagra that they don't have, we'll do that kind of exchange. So I think collaboration is a theme I'm going to come back to quite a bit when we talk about managing risk. as to small collections. So again, a lot of words, and I won't bore you by going through them all, but I did think it'd be useful to talk through the basic principles if you are trying to manage a small AV collection. So first of all, obviously, catalog and identify your formats. You can't deal with it if you don't know what it is. Then come up with a storage plan. And at its most basic, that can be just making sure that the material is stored safely. So find your colder storage for film, video and audio only need to be kept as cool. And then obviously ensure those are not damp, away from external walls, those sorts of things. You need to store most video and audio records upright. Film cans, however, are stacked. Get them out of the metal, put them into something that's acid-free, all those sorts of things. Repackaging and handling are something I thought about putting into this presentation, but with half an hour, there just simply isn't the time. But there's a lot of good resources out there. And obviously, we'd be more than happy to share some of our internal resources that we train our staff with. But if you get those skills and those techniques within your organization and can share them with your colleagues, that's a key part to keeping your audiovisual collection safe. About a preservation plan is probably the next piece. Once you've done that analysis, then check for your duplicate copies, not just in your agency, but in others. I know for a lot of people, it's often the case that you've got this cupboard, it's full of audiovisual stuff, you're just going to take the whole lot and throw it over there. But if you can do a little bit of, I suppose, accessioning of that, evaluate that collection, you may well find that the ABC, another institution, the NAA itself, holds a copy of that material and can provide it to you. And then obviously prioritizing that digitization based on the formats you're dealing with, and particularly the obsolescence of those formats. If you're outsourcing, you need to then build some further plans, and I'll talk to that a little bit later. And then obviously create an approach for cataloging the digital files that come out of your digitization project, whether that's in-house or out-house. So what we find quite often when we do these projects is people get a bunch of files in and have no way of linking that with the physical object within their collection, within their databases. So have a think about that. Talk to some people like Piers and Meg if you need to get some expertise in that space, and you'll find you'll be a lot happier when you get up a whole bunch of files back and don't know what to do with them. And obviously, if possible, retain that physical item. As I mentioned before, we're going back to projects that were done in the 90s and redoing those projects now. And I don't think that's necessarily going to end just because we've now got new file types in the cloud. I think it's really important if you can practically retain that physical copy, at the very least until you've completed your quality checks. And if you are going to get rid of those physical items for whatever reason, budgetary or simple space, have that clear disposal policy. Make sure that you've satisfied yourself that you've managed the risk around that digitization properly before you then go and dispose of that physical item. Let's look at digitization now, the second sort of area that we're talking about. And again, we have lucky at the NAA that we have some really nice digitization systems. Here I've got Cinedeck, which is our video digitization, allows us to do 4 lines at once per machine. Here's Tony, one of our very experienced film sound guys with his Sondor and his resonance. And there you get the building of that studio. So the key piece about digitization risks is specification compatibility. So that's a biggish word around sort of making sure that the kit you buy will match the specifications that you've laid out for your institution. And I've got a bit of a warning tale here from the NAA itself. Bought a lovely debris scanner some years ago. It was all fantastic, but then realized that the capture card that had been sold with it only supported a frame rate of 25 frames a second, which isn't that great when you're talking about film. So, it's very important to make sure you've got that compatibility. A big challenge that we deal with, particularly at the NAA, is cybersecurity compliance and obsolescence of those digitization systems. And I think a lot of institutions have probably bought a rig 10 years ago. You're probably going to find that starting to get non-compliant. That is obviously a big risk. Staff and training, pretty obvious there. Obviously the knowledge to use these digitization systems is key. And we find with turnover, and in particular with funding being sort of project-based, that we often have a little bit of a knowledge gap as people leave or get let off at the end of a non-ongoing contract, passing that knowledge on, making sure it's documented. And then obviously the infrastructure bottlenecks, actually having room to put all this stuff in. So we're particularly lucky at the NAA. We have a relatively larger site at Chester Hill, and we've been able to eat into paper and photographic to put a video studio in and things like this. But it is an issue for us. And obviously the costs and if you like cables, that photo on the right's a good one. The costs of upscaling are pretty high. So when we decide we want to actually add another studio, we really have to put some serious budget aside. I'm not going to read all this, okay? So, but I do wanted to just talk a little bit about preservation standards and format selection. If you're embarking on any sort of audiovisual digitization, it's really important to get your standards set at the very beginning. And context is everything here. So I was speaking to Evan before from Curtin about the ABC project. They didn't want to go to what we would necessarily consider an archival standard because they want quick access for production. So they went for a format, I'm not going to bore everyone with acronyms, but they went for a format that was easy for their editors to get it on the 7 p.m. news at night. And that's the archival standard. When we then decided to do a joint project with the NAA, we had to sit down with all our digitization vendors and say, okay, you're going to need to do this for them and this for us and a different access file for each of us. So these are the challenges that when you lay out right at the beginning. There's some really good resources. We've got some on our website, and we also have some born digital file standards, which are if you're providing material as an agency to the National Archives, that's suggestions about how you store it. This actual table is from FADGI, FADGI. If you haven't come across that, that's the US government's guidelines on digitization, and is a really good resource. I've linked it in the presentation later about film digitization. So if you are considering formats and specifications, that's an excellent resource, partly because I think it really breaks down nicely those key risks around format selection, the sustainability of it for your organization, the cost, obviously, you've got to store this stuff and that costs money, the implementation, how well it implements into your system, back to that issue at the ABC, and then the capability and quality. Is your organization capable, your system's capable of managing this particular format? And is it a high enough quality to suit your archival aims? So again, another thing that we often don't consider when we're talking about our preservation standards is those other files and those other, they're called ephemera by the British Film Institute, which I quite like. So that can be things like the actual case itself, the paperwork. It might be a camera sheet. It might be a seg sheet. Within the actual tape physical record itself. How are you going to digitize that? How are you going to attach that to the record? And then obviously things like access files, the metadata schema that you're dealing with, sidecar files like captions and the like. These are all considerations that need to be thought about before you embark on any kind of digitization project. Okay, let's talk about outsourcing. So at the NAA, our first mass outsourced digitization project for AV formats was in 2015-16. Just to give you some context, up until that point, the NAA had roughly 30,000 items digitized in-house over the years leading up to that first project. So to embark on 46,000 items in a single year was a big, big step change in the way that organization worked. And I can tell you there were some lessons learned out of that. So for starters, the initial project involved a completely separate team and delivery on LTO. And I can see peers at the back of the room just cringing at the idea of that. The issue we found was that as those LTOs rolled in, we had to suddenly, with cybersecurity clamping down around that time and the Essential 8 appearing, most of us are familiar with the Essential 8, or perhaps not if you're lucky, we found we had to virus check every single one of those LTOs. So the backlog from that 1 year of digitization literally took 3 or 4 years to resolve. One key challenge for the second project, which was embarked on in 2020 and 2021, was, well, obviously COVID, but also that we now had to adhere to the Essential 8 guidelines, which had come out in the intervening years. What that meant was that every system that we used had to be reevaluated under that lens. So we had to get rid of systems. We had to bring systems up from Windows 7 in some cases. That was a really big challenge. And we had to scale up to do more digitization because we now had not just the 29,000 items that were going out, but the backlog of the 46,000 items that we'd done initially. And then obviously we've then embarked since then on, got some multi-year funding, which was a really good step for us. And we were very, very lucky to have received that in 2021. And that allowed us to give some continuity to our project teams. And we got away from the model of keeping that all very separate. We also, to manage some of the challenges around those first two projects, and this is going to sound a little corny, we did a lot of collaboration. We brought in vendors. We brought in internal teams from IT, from security, NIA, AV subject matter experts to all come together and come up with new workflows and new plans to make this a more successful project. So just getting a little bit granular around how we manage that. Obviously, mitigating the risks around an outsourcing project for us came down to a workflow, obviously, a really effective workflow. And there's a diagram on the right, just showing one from the second project. It shows really how a shipment works across a particular, across all of our internal teams. And there you have an example in the middle there of what happens when COVID kicks in, and we have a very long moment where it's staying at the vendor. I also want to just stress as well that any workflow in an outsourcing project needs to remain flexible. You're going to have timelines falling out. You're going to have suddenly realizing that you haven't spent all your money and it's June 1. So you're going to need to keep that flexibility into any project you do. And to that end, we actually keep, this probably gives you a little bit of an example of how we divvy up a particular shipment. So each shipment's broken down into batches of 100. That helps us keep track of it. And then we go through the stages. We have clear responsibilities within the management team as to which manager and which team is keeping visibility of that. And we have regular meetings to deal with those responsibilities and identify any gaps and weaknesses. This is, again, I'm not going to talk through it, but I think it's a really good slide about outsourcing because it shows exactly the factors that outsourcing involves. And I guess I'm just pointing out this to you to think that quite often you'll find your steering committee or your executive is only looking at that piece. They say, how many things can we digitize? What's it cost? Let's divide the number of, amount of money we have by the cost that the vendor's charging us, and that's all we need to think about. But it's not. There's all of these other factors that come into it, from the planning, the accessioning, the data checking, the logistics, and then the reverse of that, and then bringing in all those files, and eventually thinking about the ongoing maintenance of those physical and digital collections forever. So it's just a bit of a slide to really think about all of those aspects that go into an outsourcing project. Now, that may well scare you. I may never want to outsource again if you've looked at that particular slide, but I think it's important to just come back to what a lot of institutions are facing. And that's really a quite small audiovisual collection. It's probably fairly poorly catalogued. It's often just that cupboard in the corner. So the key things I would say, what is your context? What are you trying to achieve and who is it for? Is this for accessibility primarily? Is it for preservation? Is it for media? Is it for production? So those are the key questions. Learn about the tools that are available for your budget, and we're going to be talking about some of those, and then find that common language within your organisation so that you have subject matter experts in the right areas, be it IT, be it AV, be it a vendor coming in to help you with that, and get that language onto a page and create a workflow. And you don't need hundreds of dollars. I mean, a good workflow shouldn't cost you a whole lot of software and money and time. And the key thing, and again, I'm going to come back to this word, is collaboration. Don't reinvent the wheel. Reach out and talk to people. When I started at the ABC, we literally went to the NIA and accessed their panel of vendors that they'd already gone through AusTender twice to develop. So why would we go out and go to market? And I would really encourage anybody thinking about outsourcing to come and talk to us. Renee Alvarez, previous to the NIA, now at the ABC, who many of you know, has got some really good experience and scars from this kind of thing. And of course, I think you're very lucky here in Western Australia to have DCWA. They seem to be in terms of the issues facing this particular location, I think that's a very novel solution and one that's pretty fit for purpose. So yeah, last thing I would say is just that context is everything. Everyone's collection is different. Everybody's staffing levels, your appetite for risk, how much control you want over that process. You're happy to send it all to Jamison and then get some files back. That's fine. Okay, so another, just again, more words than I'd probably talk to, but I thought some people who are more technically minded might be interested to know how we manage quality checking. Whether you're doing in-house digitization or outsourcing, that's how It's a really important part of the process. So for us, that looks like this. We use VidChecker, which is an automated QC system. Now, I will say quickly something about assisted QC. Unlike what a lot of people think, it is not a magic bullet. You cannot throw a file yet at a QA system and have the robot tell you, yeah, that is absolutely fine to go. You do need to still put eyes on it, and that takes a team. At the ABC, I was lucky enough to build a team of 10 people, just to give you an example of what some projects require, just to sit in QC materials. Obviously, when we bring that in, we try and automate a lot of that. VidChecker basically checks that the specification we laid out has been adhered to by the in-house digitisation team or the vendor. We then obviously virus check everything, and then we also send it through a manual QC process for a certain number of those files. For that, we use various bits of software, Grey Matter, Iris, Switch, which I'll be demonstrating later. And then obviously we scrape that metadata where we can, and we put it into our database. And this is a big bugbear I've got about QC. Quite often when organizations QC, they do that, they spend the money, they get the people, they get the reports, and then that just sits in a PDF somewhere in a drive or a spreadsheet and never gets looked at again. I really feel it's important to maintain that QC report. It means that if someone comes along later and sees a fault on the file and they can see that notation that was on the original master, they're not going to worry about that digitisation project. And therefore, you've also minimised the risk that people are going to go back thinking they need to go back when they don't. So that's QC. I'm hoping that guy's going to stop pretty soon. Again, and I'm hoping we can make these presentations available if anyone's interested, but this is just a bit of an example of our digital ecosystem at the NAA. It's a dense project. This is Nathan Andrews, if any of you know him at his absolute best. But simply put, we've got the public and the NAA record search. This is our sort of public engagement access teams. Up the top, you have our in-house audio, video, film. That all comes through. We also add into that born digital files coming from agencies, and down here is AV outsourcing. That comes in through QC stages into our local storage, through various transcoders to create our access files. And then here is the bit I'm going to just get to later, is our storage. And our storage is essentially made up of a system called MediaFlex. So that is a combination database for all our physical items, but we've had it modified to also attach the digital files with a relationship in there, and I've got an example of that. It then goes out to a storage, which is LTO copies, 2 of them, and we also clone that. It's called a HCP, Hitachi Content Platform. That's cloned in Sydney and Canberra. So that gives us that extra little bit of redundancy if Villawood gets blown up one day and the Chester Hill is no more. So with that storage, it's very important to ensure the file fixity. So again, this is around checksums. This just gives you a bit of a screenshot of what MediaFlex looks like. And you can see here, we've got a title, you've got the format, you've got the file name, and then really importantly, you've got the checksum. So for fixity, we use a checksum tool within MediaFlex, but we also have to move files around outside of that. So we use some tools that we'll be looking at in the toolkit session, like TerraCopy to manage all of our copying, and HashCheck to do all our checksums. And in terms of outsourcing, that's a really important part of it. If you're getting vendors around the country sending files all over the place, you need to ensure that what you're getting is exactly what they sent you. And we find quite a lot of the time with all the USB drives and people loading and people in a hurry, stuff gets missed and you will get files getting corrupted. So it's really key to keep that sort of fixity chain going through. When we start talking about fixity in the cloud, it gets a little more complicated because obviously we don't get to see inside S3, and to some extent we have to trust that those transfers are being dealt with in the cloud, and we certainly have that trust within MediaFlex. We don't have visibility of the checksums within moves within that system, but the important thing is that checksum travels with the file, so that if you put the file in, you know you've verified it on the way in. When you pull it out and you need to do something with it, you also know it's good there. I'll wrap up soon, but I did want to just quickly show you a screenshot around that sort of accessibility side. So this is, again, it looks a bit dense, but it's actually easy and this is actually a DPX film that's been transferred into our system. Here we have a QuickTime movie and 2 archival copies of it on the LTOs. And this is something we call our duplication master. So if ABC or we want to do a quick transcode, we don't have to go back to the DPX sequence, which is not a very easy file to use. We can just go straight to that MOV file and do what we need to do off that. We have access files, and unfortunately, they're not yet visible to the public, but they're certainly handy for anyone within the organization trying to look at that content. And then we have actual links back to some of the original assets, the 16mm film, and here's a digibeta copy that was made of it, and the JPEG 2000 that was digitized off that. So that just gives you a little bit of an example of how we manage accessibility and link those objects within our MediaFlex system. All right, so redundancy. The digital preservation storage we have, and I've talked already about this, is our Hitachi S3 object store with the 2 LTO copies, and that replicates it. The file integrity that we have within MediaFlex and that LTO chain and the checksums with it does help to use it. But I guess at the simplest, and this is what I want to stress to anyone today, if you're dealing with a digital collection of AV, it's that rule of 3. Have 3 copies, make sure they're independent of each other. So we have, as I mentioned, a Hitachi content platform cloned in Sydney and Canberra. We have 2 LTOs, and a step further, we use different brands of LTO, just in case we find down the track that one of those, Fuji is no good anymore or whatever. Yeah, you can't read it. So this is probably an important consideration. I'm mindful of time, so I will wrap up, but I did want to just get to some of the other risks around that don't come under these categories. This is a really good, if you haven't come across this case study before around cybersecurity, I'd encourage you to seek it out, and I have linked it in this presentation, and that's the British Library cyber attack. It's a really good example of what can go wrong when you're not managing the risks around the security of your digital collection, be it audiovisual or anything really. And I think it's something I often use when my team whinges about IT and cyber rules. I just say, well, we don't want to be the British Library, do we? So, but look, they've done, if you haven't seen it, they've done a really good review that came out in March, I believe, just outlining exactly what happened and putting some key recommendations there, which I think are really worth all of us as archivists taking note of. So enhancing your monitoring, implementing some segmentation within your network. So there's no reason for your audiovisual collection to be in the same network domain as all your emails and everything. In fact, it probably shouldn't be. The moment you start transferring a DPX sequence, everyone's Teams meeting's free. So in your organization, talk to your IT teams and try and separate out that audiovisual collection from your normal business traffic. And obviously getting, comprehensive continuity plans. But the one I really would like to talk to, and it's some of the tools that I know both Jamison and me will be talking about, are about embedding your metadata as much as possible into the files themselves. So WAV files or broadcast waveforms, BWF files for audio, are really good at this. They have a very good, solid, implemented, and very easy to use tools. So anyone who uses WaveLab can embed what they want in it. But that also goes to other ones, to other formats as well, like MXF and DPX. I'd just like to finish by stating the obvious. So risks come in many forms, and they don't all fit into workflows and nifty little Venn diagrams. And I would just like to talk about some of the additional challenges we face in audiovisual archiving particularly, but also the wider organisation at the NAA. Listed here is, covers everything from business rules around licensing and copyright and privacy, and probably one of the ones that I feel is becoming more important, which is our cultural considerations when it comes to handling records of significance to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So physically, that can mean storage and making sure that you're storing those materials appropriately, and that material, say secret business, is being transferred by appropriate people. But also even digitally, you need to start considering that. We've been sitting down with some of our liaison teams and some communities around how we store that material and having to reassure people around there's no risk of cross-contamination of secret business. And obviously, we also want to consider the important work that's been done out of particularly the Tandanya Adelaide Declaration, but other initiatives to get records back on country. And again, that comes back to accessibility. We try to digitize those records before we transfer them back to community, but there's no point in having, an old 1/4-inch tape back on community if those people can't access those stories and that content on there. So there's some really good work being done by us, but also the NFSA about actually building the capacity for community to able to access their own records and listen to access files and even sometimes play the original records. So I think that's a really important and a really important thing we should look at. The other one, I think a risk is around cybersecurity. Obviously, there's a risk of a breach, but there's also that risk that it can stifle, innovation. So we have a real trouble with open source or FOSS resources with the NAA. We find I'm having to bring my own computer for the toolkit because I can't install any of those tools on an NAA laptop. So that's the sort of thing. And then obviously developing analysis of our collections and making sure we're seeing everything and getting ourselves better visibility. And I suppose the last thing, which would be familiar to anybody in archiving, is the ongoing issues of staffing and funding. And that's probably a key thing. We often find we do these projects and then project teams fall away because we don't have that sustainable funding and that knowledge is lost. So I would encourage you, if that is, and that is the case for many of us, it's just important to get that knowledge written down and get good handover documentations. Thank you. Yes.
Should I just speak as is here?
Yeah, maybe introduce yourself first, please.
Yeah, so hi, Ben Jamison, based from DCWA. You mentioned the issue that was made with a lot of archival transfers to CD, and then the community realizing that that's now an obsolete format and having to kind of re-ingest again at the new standard. Considering we have mathematically lossless video files now and things like JPEG 2000 raw files, is there a concern at the NAA of the eventual transfer of that into a new format?
I think we do look again at I suppose you'd say obsolescence of file formats, and there's an ongoing conversation around that. We look at a lot of files for a risk register once a year. Our digital preservation team will, and this is not just for audiovisual archiving, but all formats. We'll go through and look at that, each format that we're preserving with, and analyze that in terms of those issues, not just obsolescence, but usability. And yes, there is. In fact, even JPEG 2000 for us has come up as one, not so much for its quality, but more the fact that it's proprietary. And we worry sometimes that some of these MPEG, ProRes is another example. There's a concern among some of us, and I count myself among this, that we really should be looking at some of these other solutions like FFV1 and Matroska containers because they're open source and therefore they're democratized and not going to be hidden behind some paywall for the institution later. So yeah, certainly I would absolutely say part of that cycle of preservation is to constantly go back and evaluate what you've done. I should add as well, that particular one, there was some digital clicks in the transfer too. So that was another piece, perhaps a little lack of quality control on that particular transfer. Yeah. Yes,
Ben Smart-Brown here. Are there any formats that so far have proven to be just too difficult, too hard, and for which your best efforts are failing? And secondly, in relation to typing digital files, are common solutions like Droid of any value?
That's a good question. So to the first one, and just in case it's not audible on the Zoom, are there any record types that have totally defeated us and we found too hard to transfer? There are challenging ones. We find half-inch video, for example, because there were so many different flavors of it that certain machines will only play back EIAJ and not another format type. So again, we come back to collaboration. We reached out in that case to the NFSA and to a particular vendor who did have the machines, and that's around that knowing what you have and what it is. The funny thing about that particular format is if it's not documented, you play it back and it just looks like black. So you might think that's just an empty tape until you put it on the right player. So there is that risk as well. And that again goes to making sure you keep that paperwork with your records so that you can evaluate them properly. And another one I would say, which is I don't know what they were thinking in the 80s, was putting audio onto VHS and Betamax tapes. And to decode that, you need a very specific decoder. We're lucky to have one at the NAA. So that's the reverse. We get institutions contacting us, say, you've got that PCM 1630, we'll take advantage of that. So So yeah, you do particularly get some really wacky formats, and then it's just about reaching out to other institutions, I think, is a solution there. As to your second question, just remind me again, it was
about file typing
Oh,
and whether Droid was.
that's right. Whether Droid is, look, we probably find that Droid is a bit too generic. So Pronom and Jove as well, these don't really have that depth of metadata scraping we need in audiovisual. They'll characterize the file type to a point, but they won't give you that rich metadata that we need. So as part of the toolkit, I'll actually be demonstrating Media Info, which is an open source tool which underpins pretty much every digital audiovisual MAM system. And that scrapes probably that deeper level of metadata that we require, technical metadata, things like bitrate, resolution, aspect ratio, those things that you just don't get out of Droid. But it's certainly something we're looking at. James Doig, who some of you would know, and Nathan Andrews have been doing some work in how can we, I guess, bring the two halves of, we've got one sort of ARM paper photographic using Preservica and Commvault, Droid and Jove, and then we have our audiovisual arm very much more in the sort of MediaFlex space. We'd like to bring that together a little bit and use. So Nathan's particularly doing some work in that space, and I'd encourage you to reach out to him if you're looking how to use Droid in an audiovisual sense. Yeah. No, any more questions? No questions. No, super. I browbeat everyone into submission. Apologies. No, thank you, Anne.
Who will introduce our speakers, Jameson and Deborah from the Digitisation Centre of WA. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Before we get too far along, I'm sure you'd all like to join with me in thanking Mark. He pulled today together, and it's so fantastic to have us all being joined together to discuss these matters that we don't often get the time in our day-to-day work to think about. I think particularly in the space of video digitisation, there's a lot of us that try not to make eye contact when those kind of topics come up, because it is really hard. So Mark, thank you so much for organising today. It's been absolutely just fantastic working with you and the committee, and thanks everyone. So a little bit, please. Excuse me, because I'm going to be reading from here to make sure I get it correct. So I'll be introducing the two speakers, which are Deborah and Jamison. Deborah is the Library Manager, which includes records, archives and digitisation services at UWA, which I think is very nice that that's clarified. In 2007, Deborah became the Manager of the UWA Records team, responsible for the digitisation of current student records. And there's a few of us from the Education Department that are also very close to the digitisation of student information. And she has retained that role until taking on her current role in 2021, incorporating line management responsibilities for the UWA Archives, Records and the Digitisation Centre of WA. So obviously very busy and keeping up with contemporary issues, which is great. Jamison Feeks is a Digitisation Officer at the Digitisation Centre of WA. Since the Centre's founding in 2021, he has led the digitisation of all video, film and optical media collections that are received. Jamison is also interested in the development of automation and workflow streamlining for digitisation projects with a focus on free and open source software. Clearly that if you're digitising all video, film and optical media, looking at ways of automating and streamlining workflows is obviously something that I'm sure you'll be sharing with us. So thank you, everyone, and welcome. Is there a microphone for me to? Oh, yeah, yes. Terrible, I don't need one. Okay. Okay.
It might be on.
It's on. It's on. Okay. Sorry, I'll just try and connect as you do. Thank you, Jill, for that very kind introduction. I did want to touch on
I think Jamison undersold himself in his biography, because apart from all the work that he does do with the Digitisation Centre, which is obviously very relevant to today's topic, he actually does a lot of work himself in the music field around interacting with archival content. So if you get a chance to ask him about the things that he's done there, because it's really very interesting. Sorry.
Different part.
Yes. Doesn't, come on, no. Sorry, it's not which button might. Doesn't seem to be, no. Yeah, oh, there we go. Got it to work. Okay, so during this session, Jamison and I will be providing some general information about the Digitisation Centre of WA, or the DCWA as we generally term it. So I'll be talking about obviously what the DCWA is and why it was established, and some of our purpose and strategic objectives, which we literally just developed last week. Yay. We'll talk about our facilities, formats and equipment and services. And then I'll be doing a case study on the digitisation of the UWA Archives MSU video collection, which will basically just give you an opportunity to see what it's like to work with the DCWA to digitise collection content. I do want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the really obvious conflict of interest that I have in my role, because as the line manager of the DCWA and the line manager of the UWA Archives, so I'm both obviously responsible for the administrative management of the centre, but also I work with the centre as a customer, as a collaborator in terms of the UWA Archives content. I will state that I'm confident that the service level I receive from the centre is consistent with that's provided to all the other collection custodians that work with the centre.
Yes.
Okay. So most of you will be aware of the problem that the DCWA was established to solve. Obviously, we've got in WA, we've got a lot of significant collections in terms of both national and international significance, but they're not available online, or they're only available to a limited number of people with the links to those particular institutions, at risk of loss for all of the various reasons that any kind of archival content is at risk of loss. We had limited archival quality digitisation capability and capacity in WA. So there was some capacity, but it was very limited. And then obviously some of the collections are too fragile to risk being transported to the eastern states for digitisation, and the cost of transport is obviously prohibitive. I will flag the obvious one that we do obviously work with collection custodians up in the north of the state, so in Kununurra and Port Hedland and places like that. And so that tyranny of distance remains a factor, but it's slightly less than trying to get things to the eastern states. Okay, so as I say, the solution was to develop the Digitisation Centre of WA, and the collection, or the DCWA partners, which are the 5 WA universities, the State Library of WA and the WA Museum, worked together to put together an AOC application for linkage equipment and infrastructure funding, so LEAF. All of the acronyms that come up in the university context are always very enjoyable. Fortunately, that funding request was successful, and so we established the centre. I'll go ahead and read the usual. So the DCWA is a world-class digitisation service, archival quality, digitisation service that functions as an important piece of national research infrastructure, and it was established with the defined goal of digitising all significant humanities, arts and social sciences research collections held by the participating institutions within a decade of establishment of the centre. That said, we're sort of expanding our scope to basically all significant Western Australian collections. Okay, so our purpose is to digitise WA collections to international archival standards to facilitate access to, preservation of and research on the digitised collections. So this purpose was just confirmed by the Digitisation Centre Governance Board at, as I say, at that strategic planning workshop last week. So all good. So our strategic objectives, hopefully these all make relative amount of sense. You want me to read through them all? Happy to do that. So obviously, I think the point with these is that we're talking about our digitisation capability, our capacity, our expertise, and I guess this is where this sort of session is very important. We want to share that expertise across the community that we're working with. Impact and engagement. We want to encourage engagement with the content that has been digitised at the DCWA, and we want to work with partners and other community groups to expand the potential of the centre to fulfil our defined purpose of digitising our collections and promoting engagement with those collections. Okay, so a bit of a timeline. This has been in the offing for quite some time. So, you know, sort of first official activity back in 2013. The LEAF grant was successful, 2019, COVID, yay. It's quite fun to try to establish a centre like this in the midst of a global pandemic. There were some challenges there that we had to overcome, but we managed to do that. So our digitisation officers, including Jamison, started in 2021. This did sort of coincide with the UWA library restructure, which is where I came into the picture and attained responsibility, the line management responsibility for the centre. Our official launch was in 2022, and obviously we're working at full capacity. We do host tours of the centre on request, so that's something just to be aware of. And obviously we're always continually refining all of our workflows and processes. Currently we are working on developing our LEAF Phase 2 application, which will hopefully give us the capacity to digitise 3D objects, so small photogrammetry, for want of a better sort of description. We are in the process of establishing the DCWA Community Advisory Group, and we're digitising. Great. All right. So our facilities. We're currently spread over 2 locations. So we've got a location on the UWA campus in the Barry J. Marshall Library. So there's 2 rooms in that location. So there's our dispatch room up the top there, which is on the ground floor and is where we accept all of the sort of transfers of items into the centre, where we do some of our processing. So you can see we've got a fume cupboard there for things like vinegar syndrome, that sort of stuff. And we've also got our secure storage space there. You will note that's not a very big storage space. So it's one of the main sort of factors in terms of how the centre operates, that we tend to do small batches of items at a time. And actually we find that that's helpful for our collaborators, because it means that they can focus on getting those small batches prepared, and it becomes an iterative process where we hand things over and collect other things that have been digitised already, and that all works quite well for us. We've got the level 2 lab at the Barry J. Marshall Library. It's that actual digitisation centre. It's a bit hard to see because of the black. I'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. And then we've also obviously got our audio studio at the State Library. So we're using the audio studios that were already in situ at the State Library, and we've all sort of helped work with the State Library to improve some of the equipment and so forth that we've got working there. I think probably one of the big challenges when we did set up the centre was around the IT infrastructure, and it perhaps wasn't something that was thought about in the initial application for the ARC funding. So yeah, the UWA had to sort of pony up an in-kind contribution to get network access storage, an appropriate amount of network access storage set up. So that was just one of the lessons learned in the whole establishment process, is that we probably should have thought about that a little bit more initially. Just a quick summary of all of the formats that we can digitise at the centre. I'll go into a bit more detail about some of these as I talked about each of the sort of the workstations that we have. Something to be aware of is, particularly with the audio station, we do only have sort of 1.6 audio person working at the State Library. So we do have sort of a limited capacity. And the other aspect of that is that we really can only digitise one format at a time. So if we're doing a large amount of vinyl, for example, we can't be doing I think we can do cassettes at the same time, but only if there's more than one person in the centre. And we are actually, Jamison does spend a fair bit of time over here at the State Library, up the road, working with our other digitisation officer, and so getting some of those collections processed through. But yeah, currently our biggest backlog is actually around the audio for a variety of operational reasons. Moving on. Okay, so I mean, obviously we're talking about audiovisual digitisation here today, but we do still obviously want to talk about other kinds of, or we do still offer other kinds of digitisation at the centre. So our reflective and transmissive photography stations. Apologies for the quality of the photos. It's actually really hard to get good photos of black spaces. Obviously, they're set up to reduce reflections within the capture space. And that's something that initially we didn't have that at the centre when we initially first established. And we had a piece of equipment that we had to hand back for a variety of reasons that I'm not going to go into. And then we got these 2 workstations, and we took that opportunity to actually do a bit of a refurbishment of the space that we had allocated to the centre to, do things like remove those reflections by painting everything black. Always fun to do. So this is our DT Versa and our DT Atom. So these are phase 1 cameras and Capture One cultural heritage software driven workstations. These are the first 2 fully digital transitions workstations set up in Australia. For those of you who may or may not be aware, digital transitions obviously are very sort of top of the line archival digitisation coming out of America. And these were the first 2 official workstations set up. If you get a chance to speak to our digitisation officer who sort of leads this side of the room, Ben Heath, they're great.
He'll chew your ear off.
Yeah, it's quite happy to speak about it forever and a day. Okay. So as I indicated, our audio is very much the highest demand at the moment, mainly because we've got limited capacity, so it's very hard. So we are working to try to expand that capacity, but it is aware of. We're using quadriga audio software, so we can do 1/2-inch open reels, quarter, half, and full tracks, cassettes and micro cassettes. And in fact, what I think is probably the highest amount of stuff that we've got, lots and lots of cassettes coming from all over the place. Groove discs, so that's your vinyl and all the various vinyl formats or vinyl related formats, shellac, things like that. Digital audio tape, which I think is at the moment is offline. We're still working on getting that back online. And then CD and mini disc, obviously. Okay, film. I'm just going to press the button and see if this works. Yay, it's working. So we've got a laser graphics scan station. We can do 8, 16 and 35 millimetre film reels. So this is obviously one of the workstations that Jamison set up and run. And the video over on the right is the UWA Library 1964 orientation film. I don't know if you want to talk about that film in any capacity. It's one of the test films that we used when we were first setting up.
Not too much to say about it, aside from the fact that it's got some incredible fashion in it, but I don't.
Yeah, the extract was like this. So this is just an extract of it. It goes for about half an hour. If you want to watch the full video, it's the link in UWA Collected is there. It's one of the ones that is online. So the Reed Library was actually built in 1964. So this was the sort of the first production that the university did around the library and the library building. And yeah, there's some quite entertaining content in there. There's a guy with shorts and long socks and yeah, fabulous. So yeah, obviously film is what it is. Probably actually the film, the biggest collection we've done to date with the film is the Melanesian Film Archive. I'm not sure if obviously it comes out of Curtin University. Evans here from Curtin. That's obviously a really significant collection. But because of the content, there's a whole lot of challenges around making that accessible in terms of the Indigenous peoples from the various content that is there. And video. So video, we've got these formats. So VHS, all formats, Humatic, High 8, Video 8, Betacam, various beta formats. We've also got DV, Mini DV, And this is we're running through our Quadriga video software. Jumping on. And then we've got some other equipment at the centre. So we've got a high volume document scanning. And it's interesting, when we were first setting up the centre, I was sort of surprised that they were looking at sort of high volume document scanning in terms of the equipment that they were requiring for the centre. And so I wasn't directly involved when this part of the activity was happening. And but I did question, well, why are we doing that? Because that's something that a lot of people do have access to, whether it's internally or even from commercial products. It's a fairly straightforward sort of solution. It's a Kodak scanner and an Epson flatbed. But interestingly, the centre has done processed quite a lot of material through there, including stuff for the UWA archives. So yeah, as a workstation, it's quite useful, and it's one that we can set running and walk away from. Doesn't need too much hand holding to make sure that digitisation happens. So it does help with the efficiency of the centre. Optical media, which again, Jamison's been responsible for setting up. So obviously CD and DVD, floppy disks, zip disks. It's been a number of success stories that have come out of the optical media digitisation workstation, including being able to retrieve, for example, collection listings that were stuck on floppy disks for some of certainly our music collection at UWA. So that was a big win to be able to actually retrieve and get that content back. And coming soon, we're actually expecting the delivery of an ATIS book scanner any day or week now. It should be coming.
Should have been here by now.
It's on a boat or a plane, who knows. So that'll be a photographic book scanner type situation, V-Cradle. And the reason we went to get that piece of equipment is because it will enable us to take the bound volume digitisation off of our Versa setup, which means we'll be able to sort of, make better use of the Versa for the larger, flatter items, and then get the books processed on the ATIS. And we know we've got a huge number of bound volumes, even just in the UWA collection. So yeah,
I would add as well, a lot of the time removing the necessity to guillotine a lot of items that need to be done in order to digitize them to a good standard.
Yeah.
So taking care of the original item as well.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor. So the main collection that UWA Archives has done that we've ran through the high volume scanners, because it was a duplicate set of bound Senate minutes, we were able to guillotine it and run it through the scanners, and therefore obviously make that processing more efficient. But that's often not an option with some of the bound volumes that we're working with. Other services. So we obviously provide temporary, secure physical storage of items awaiting digitisation and return to collection custodians. We provide temporary storage for the digitised content as well. And then we do have our digitisation advisory service, which includes offering tours of the DCWA. So that's the 2J Historical Society, which I can see we've got a member here in the audience who visited us back in, when was that? Last July? Yeah. The main reason for that is the secretary, I think, is my aunt. So that was just it's not what you know, it's who you know. But any group can obviously contact the centre, and we will obviously within our scheduling set up a tour, because we like to share what the centre does with the community. We will do item assessments, so we can look at an item and say, well, can this be digitised? What formats should it be digitised to? Are there any sort of conservation actions that need to happen with that particular item? We can certainly make recommendations. We can't necessarily undertake conservation, but we can make recommendations. We will do digitisation tests and do samples, but there is a service charge for that, and I'll talk about our charging model in a second. And one of the services that we are in the process of developing, and which I'll be talking about in the context of the case study, is our audiovisual collection metadata service putting together. I put this up because it's just nice and colourful. So this actually only covers sort of 2 months worth of work for the centre, and it talks about the different formats that each of our partners are getting digitised. So that is only 2 months. So that's why there's a couple of them that have only done one format in that particular period of time. The goal for the end of our year, which we operate on an annual basis, is that all of our partners will have multiple formats processed. Because if all of our partners come to us with one format, it becomes very hard for us to run the centre. the more formats that a partner produces or hands over to us, the more we can sort of streamline and get all of those workstations working at the sort of highest efficiency. Okay, so our funding model. I'm just going to start at the bottom. So obviously we have our partner institutions who were part of the original DCWA project and do make a direct cash contribution to the centre. It's based on a membership level. The minimum membership level is 10,000 annually. And then what that does is gives them digitisation hours at a value of $134 per digitisation hours, which is our base digitisation rate. So associates, which I think most of the people in the room would fall into that category, we provide sort of $149 per digitisation hour. And depending on what format you're processing, that can get you quite a few items digitised in that time frame. And then obviously, so external, commercial and industry and members of the public, that's charged at $190. And this is a cost, it is a sort of just cost recovery. Yeah, thank you. Very useful. It is, yeah, this digitisation is expensive. That's just the reality that we're all dealing with. If it was cheap, we'd all be doing it ourselves anyway. So yeah, that's kind of thing to be aware of. In fact, we do actually do quite a lot of public jobs. Very often it's, it's a single film reel or whatever it is that someone's found at the bottom of a cupboard somewhere. But there's been plenty of those go through the centre. And this is just sort of a summary of the workflow with how collection custodians interact with the centre. Let's keep in mind the time. I'm probably going a little bit too fast, but that's okay. So obviously, collection custodians identify items that they want to have digitised. They consult with the DCWA. Primarily, that consultation is done with Janet, who's our coordinator. Janet would have been here doing this presentation today, but she's on leave at the moment, so that just is a thing that happens. And it's at that point that we would look at, what output formats, what access formats you need, what other issues are there going to be around the particular digitisation of whatever it is that you're going to be digitising. It's also at that point that where we would define any protocols that need to be followed when digitising items. So when we're working with First Nations collections, there often are specific protocols that we have to maintain. And so it's at that stage that we identify all of that sort of activity. Then obviously the custodian prepares the items and delivers them to the DCWA. And then the actual digitisation happens. So we examine the item and prepare them for digitisation. And if there's any pre-digitisation conservation that needs to happen, for example, if we need to bake a videotape to is it relaminate the content? Yeah. Depending on what it is, the preparation technique will vary, obviously. The things like if we're doing, a batch of slides, we might use the air gun to blow any dust off them, things like that. So as I say, it will vary depending on format. Then obviously we do the actual capture and we generate the relevant outputs. So any post-production work that needs to happen on that material. Once that batch is complete and all those activities are completed, we notify the custodian that capture has happened. Custodian comes and collects both the actual physical objects and the digital files, depending on what mechanism that we've got in place for those particular digital files. Very often it will just be a straight hard drive, external hard drive solution. Custodian then obviously ingests the digital files into their system, confirms quality and notifies the DCWA that, yes, we've got them, they're all good. You can now get rid of your actual temporary copy that we hold while that activity is happening. Now you can see I've got my various dotted arrows in this diagram. Most of our collection custodians will have jobs that are bigger than us, so bigger than one batch, let's call it, so multi-batch jobs, and so it's an ongoing, here, have another batch, take the batch away, that sort of activity. And similarly, there's always open lines of communication between the centre and the custodian, identifying issues that might come up, whatever those issues might be. And again, they vary as much as the formats vary that we're dealing with, the sorts of issues that might come up. Okay, so that's sort of the first part of this session, and I thought I'd give an opportunity. We can skip over this, but were there any questions around the centre itself? Yeah.
After you hand back the digitisation product back
Mhm.
to the customer, you said that you will delete the copy of your
Mhm.
how long or how long you take? Because I immediately think about optics.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the official time frame is 30 days. We try to encourage. So we give you 30 days. The reality is we won't delete it until you've said yes, it's all good. Go ahead and delete. That said, we do sometimes run into problems with the NAS getting full. So occasionally we will chase people and say, we need you to hurry up on getting your ingest done.
Talking about it, what is the difference between a public? I just give you a package of free. But if I pay $10,000 and become your annual membership something, is it the retention period is the same or not?
Standard retention remains the same. Yeah, we encourage our collaborators, whether they're partners or otherwise, to keep things moving through the system. Just because if we don't, we're left with our NAS being full and we stop being able to function. So that's sort of our driving from that side of things. That said, if there's a particular issue that comes up with a collection custodian that for whatever reason they can't access their content, we will work something out. Yeah, it's not you're done now. We're not going to do that. We want to keep working with you. We want to keep supporting digitisation for the community. Yeah.
A question about the metadata. So when you've got the items being extracted out onto the hard drive, I'm assuming most people would be uploading it into a collection management system, and so they want,
specific metadata. Yes, absolutely. And so that's where, as part of that agreement consultation at that phase, we identify, well, where are you going to put this? What metadata do you need? Similarly, when we're working with the custodians, well, what metadata do you have? So make sure that works with our processes and our workflows.
So does somebody have to input like descriptors or pull stuff from the
I think as Ben touched on in his presentation, there's only so much technical and descriptive metadata that video files can hold. So there is still this element of we are the vendor, we're providing the digital object, but there's still a lot of responsibility on the collection custodian to do that inputting of especially descriptive metadata into their DAMs themselves. So
would you expect it on the way in, or?
We only expect what is required for us to get the job done for them. So if it's a matter of making sure that we just have a very easy way of identifying the physical object to what's on the spreadsheet. So we're not mixing up what digital object is being given back connected to what physical object. Yeah.
We'll cover a bit of that in the case study we're going to do, because it's probably a good example for that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You mentioned, I think was it the 2J Historical Society? How often are you able to work with historical societies? Because I find working in a public library in our local history collection, there's a perception out there in the public that the public give their items to the historical society, not the library. And I would I'm not trying to big note libraries or anything and say we're better, but there's this perception, and I'm worried that there's a lot of items about WA history at historical societies that are potentially being lost because they just got in a box, it's rat ridden, it's in some building, and they're like, who knows what's going on. And and there's a lot of love in the historical society, and they really are trying and want best, but ultimately they don't necessarily have the skills. So is there because that's a lot of money, and they would never have even for the external so is there a little bit of give back to the little organisation at the centre?
We're open to collaborating with any organisation in any context. In this, it's something that we're working towards, trying to expand that activity. So one of the things the centre does do is absolutely work with organisations who are doing putting together funding requests or funding applications for from whatever source that might be. So we're happy to sort of provide the content around, well, this is how much the digitisation for these items would cost. We're also happy to, to talk about what they might need to do with the items once they are digitised, because that's often the most challenging part. I mean, the 2J Historical Society, I know you're in the room, that was, as I say, it was a special case, and we haven't actually digitised anything for them yet. We're just happy to provide the tour. And yeah, we're working on, as I say, establishing our community advisory group, and we are hoping to have local government library representation on that group. We're in the process of getting that set up at the moment.
Yeah, because I really value obviously what historical societies are doing. So regardless of what I've said, I was just like really trying to advocate for you guys. They need help.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Hi, Devin. Yeah, you spoke about obviously the challenges of handing back the digital files for some organisations. I think that's great. I wondered if just to take a step back from digitisation itself, are you able to offer any assistance in that sessioning cataloging stage? So for custodians who might not even know what's on that box of tapes.
I will be talking about that in the context of the case study specifically.
That's one of the big challenges.
It is, absolutely. Yeah.
Mark.
Yep, Mark.
Oh, hi, David. That was great.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what you're doing with 3D and AI tools, if anything, at the moment. Obviously, these are going to be important in what you're doing. So your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so we're not currently doing 3D. We are hoping to be able to get that capability as part of the next ARC LEAF grant. And in particular, what that will likely look like is another DCWA sort of location at the WA Museum. They've got the biggest collection of items that they want to have 3D scanned. But exactly what that looks like, we haven't gone down to the sort of the specifics yet, but that's absolutely going to be the focus of the next the phase 2 of the LEAF grant bid. And then in terms of AI, we're certainly, Jamison can talk a bit more about that. We're not quite there yet. Sorry, I'm going to dump you in it. We're not using it yet, but it's certainly on our radar for things that we absolutely want to be using AI for our metadata creation. We think it's really the only way to get around the resourcing issues that we all have, I'm sure. Okay. Another question? Okay.
It's not a question, Deborah. It's just a comment on the tyranny of distance. So you know that the language centre in
Absolutely. Yes.
And I just want to say the feedback in our digitisation process with DCW belief that the material doesn't need to be accompanied personally by cultural authorities to Canberra or Sydney, and it is only a 2-hour flight away from us now, which means possibly a day trip or an overnight stay rather than a trek across the entire continent. That's the feedback from the communities, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, we're happy that we are able to provide that service. That's one of the goals of the centre. All right, case study. So this case study is particularly about the digitisation of the UWA Archives Media Services Unit video collection. I'll provide more information about what that is and where it's come from in a bit. But hopefully the point of this case study is to give you all a bit of an idea of what it's like to work with the DCWA and giving some insight into the DCWA video digitisation workflows and protocols. So the subject of this case study is the Media Services Unit video collection, which consists currently of, it's 83 Type 1 archive boxes of videotapes. We don't actually know the exact number of videotapes. It's at least 700 videotapes. So these tapes came into the custody of the University, so the UWA Archives in 2003. This is very much an in-progress case study. We've only done about 25% of the tapes in the collection, and we're still refining our processes once the videos are uploaded into our digital asset management system. More about that soon. But first, I'm actually going to provide a bit of context around the UWA Archives. So UWA's had a records management function since the universities existed, but we didn't officially have an archivist until 1979. So our first university archivist was Christine Shevington, so pictured. And she very kindly wrote an article that was published in Archives and Manuscripts in 1981. So that's the link to that article. I encourage you to go and have a look at that if you're interested. So the archives function obviously currently sits within the Records, Archives and Digitisation Services team within the University Library. And all university records that are also state archives are retained on site at UWA, and access is via the Archives Research Inquiry Service that we deliver as part of the archives. And now that we have UWA collected, we're starting to provide access to our content via that method as well. An interesting note about the archives, there's actually only been 5 university archivists since the archives were established. The current university archivist, Maria Carvalho, who I'm sure many of you have worked with before, she's been in the role since 2005. So, yeah, we don't have a lot of turnover in our archivists. Our archives collection consists obviously of the corporate records of the university transferred by or from the records management team and or from the university. We also have items donated by members of the public who have a link to UWA, of which there's plenty of people, obviously. And then we have our fun little orphaned items that get left behind by defunct university business units. It's a fun little quirk of the university that people tend to, business units end, and for whatever reason, things get left behind in offices and someone else comes along to move into that office and they say, hey, we found some stuff. Do you want it? So yes, we often do get that. Actually, I will obviously, this is, I question the safety and health aspects of this.
Gorgeous and stylish. That's what matters.
Yeah, you will be glad to know we no longer store records in the dungeons. There are dungeons at UWA under Winthrop Hall. They're mostly used to store chairs. So just something to be aware of. Okay, so the Media Services Unit. So the Media Services Unit operated from about the mid-70s through to about the mid-2000s. The exact dates on that, we don't have the specifics. There's a little bit of a grey area that happens with our record. We're pretty sure we have the information. We just haven't found the specific bits of paper that we want to find to get that administrative history sorted out. So the unit developed from an embryonic media centre that exists prior to 1977. And then sort of after 1986, the service moved to a fee-for-service model. And eventually those functions sort of transferred to various other areas within the university, such as IT, the Education Enhancement Unit, Brand Marketing and Recruitment, which was then called Public Affairs. So this role statement is directly from our administrative history that we have for the MSU. And you can see, obviously, it was around providing support for teaching and research activities using television, audio, graphic design, photography, projection, media consultancy, and audiovisual installations. I won't go into the other stuff, but that's pretty standard things. At a university, if you have a business unit, it'll always have these other aspects around providing sort of short courses, promoting and supporting teaching, innovation, and encouraging research. They're standard for a university organisational unit. Interestingly, the MSU is in fact the source of a significant proportion of the photographic images that are held in the UWA Archives collection. But many of those images actually came to the archives via a different business unit. So, for example, Public Affairs would publish the regular newsletters, staff newsletters. MSU would do the photos for those newsletters, and then Public Affairs would hand those photos over to the archives, or has handed those photos over to the archives. So we often got them indirectly from the MSU. I think that's all I'm going to say there. Jumping on. Actually, I will go back. So the photo on the right obviously is again from our archives collection, specifically. Interestingly, we've actually got quite a lot of documentation around the MSU because they were quite good at documenting their own activities. So we do have quite a few images. And apart from that, again, obviously, I think the bench that she's sitting on there is very much a safety and health to be able to work with that piece of equipment. But the thing, I saw that image and I immediately thought, oh, digitisation centre. There's a lot of parallels between what the MSU used to do and what the digitisation centre does, or how the digitisation centre works now. Okay, so the video collection itself, as I say, it's 83 Type 1 boxes, each containing 8 to 10 videotapes. So we think there's about 700 tapes. It is a mix of formats. So there's definitely U-matic, there's VHS. I'm sure Jamison can do more about we've got so far. And there might be some real surprises in there. As I say, we're only about 25% through the collection. So this collection was accessioned by the archives in 2003. So down at the bottom, of the screen here, that's actually our session record details. That's the amount of detail that we've got. So Mim Congdon was one of the assistant archivists at UWA for a very long time. The collection was transferred by Margot from the Sims project, so it's not Margot Sims, just to be clear. It's interesting that we didn't get an actual name there. The Sims project was the Student Information Management System project. They moved into the building that had previously been occupied by the MSU. And so why is these videotapes in this room? We don't need these videotapes. Fortunately, they did contact the archives and say, do you want these? The archives looked at the videos. And as I say, that we don't have a listing. Yay. But we do know from at least some of the labels on the tapes where they are labelled. There's a lot that aren't labelled. We have things like graduation ceremonies and other content that the MSU was responsible for capturing. So we know there's treasure in there. We know there's stuff that we absolutely want to have. So literally the only piece of work that the archive did on it at that time was to transfer the videos from the boxes they were in into type 1 boxes, put them on a shelf. That's it. So we had no way to access that content even back then. We didn't have videotapes and TV set up then. And so it was we'll store it safely and we go. The only activity that has in fact happened on that material was literally a collection move that happened in about 2008, where it moved from where it was to a different place, which is fairly common in the university context. So obviously with the establishment of the DCWA, we flagged this collection as something we probably should get digitised, knowing that video is obviously a very at-risk format. And we did commence sort of putting a metadata listing together, but keeping in mind that my team hadn't been working with video previously. So we're literally looking at the tape, just documenting what we can find, what's written on the tape, what's written on the cassette, what's written on the label, and we didn't get very far. So what was our opportunity? Again, more looks like the DCWA. And there's some equipment here that Jamison would love to get his hands on, but we don't know what happened to it. So it disappeared. And this is an issue that comes up with a lot of video collections, and it's been flagged by a number of collaborators we're working with, is that we have an audio-visual collection. We don't have anything. We don't have any metadata. We don't have any information. If we're lucky, the tapes are labelled. In a lot of cases, they're not. And we've got obviously very limited resource to get that metadata. And because we don't know what's on the tape, we don't even know if there's value in actually interacting with that tape. It might be a blank tape. We don't know. So the DCWA, noting that issue was a real thing, is piloting an AV metadata creation service where literally they digitise the tape, as in the part of the process of digitising the tape, they create the metadata based on the content of the tape. So the process from the archive, and when I say RAD, so it's Records, Archives and Digitisation Services. We're big on our acronyms in the university context. So we retrieve our batch of boxes from our storage repository, which is in the next building along. So it's not in the building we're in, it's the building along. And for each box, we literally do a quick wipe of the outside of the cassette. We don't open the cassette, just to remove some of the dust, to reduce the amount of dust that we're transferring into the centre, because we'll do that. We count the number of tapes. We add those details to the box in pencil. One of the issues with this collection is, for whatever reason, the label adhesive has not been very adhesive and is in fact trying to fall off. So we're having to sticky tape them on, which is obviously not ideal, but that's what it is. And then we transport our batch down to the DCWA. I will flag that it's a vehicle transfer. We do have to put them in the car and take them down. UWA campus is quite large, and we could potentially trolley them down, but that's a much longer walk than we really want to risk.
A lot of cobbled roads.
Yes, yes. So that's just something to be aware of. The main issue with that is really more around the parking. If you take your car out of your staff car park, the chance that it's there when you come back is quite low. That's the biggest risk we deal with in that context. I'm going to hand over to Jamison, and he's going to talk about the process that the DCWA followed.
Yeah. I'll grab that mic off you as well, Dave.
Oh, yeah, that's probably a good idea. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So, as Deb said, we're piloting a program at UWA at the moment to essentially do digitisation as discovery as a service. You even see that last slide, colour bars plus black on that VHS tape. That wasn't colour bars plus black when I digitised it. So it just goes to show how little you can trust some of the labelling that it was done, decades ago, with these collections that aren't accessioned properly. Basically, digitisation in a lot of cases is the only way to learn what's on these, simply from not being able to trust the labels. So here is an example of the spreadsheet that we're using, just a small section of it to kind of provide to the DCWA with a collection, basically providing any unique identifier information, the format, if the custodian is able to identify it for us. Some of those more obscure videotape formats, custodians simply haven't come across them before, so they rely on us to actually identify the format of the tape as well. Any descriptive information, standards. So many of us will remember PAL and NTSC as video standards between some Australian, Europe and American TV standards. Most videotape players cannot play an American videotape on an Australian player. So that becomes an issue as well. We sometimes need to identify for them that this is actually an NTSC tape. Then again, any conditions, if there's any damage on it, if they can identify any mold. We don't expect custodians to be able to identify sticky shed syndrome on tapes. That's a difficult thing to do for people who aren't in this industry. And then, of course, things like repairs, and box number as well is a very useful thing. So we can identify the tape from the box. So yes, preliminary examination. So part of my step is receiving these boxes of tapes and then basically filling in this spreadsheet a lot of the time in case there's any information that's been missed. So we'll provide on these little blue stickers essentially file names that we're going to provide for each of these. So providing that onto the tape so the custodian, when they receive it back, can link file they get back to the videotape they receive. And also filling in those additional informations like videotape format, like any damage that we can identify as someone who's a bit more in the know about what to be looking out for in these formats. So basic example of, format identification between something like VHS and U-matic. And then again, something like U-matic, which makes up the bulk of the MSU collection, can come in multiple flavors. So in this case, there's a U-matic SP tape, which was the most high quality and the latest version of the U-matic tape. And again, there was only certain players that could play U-matic SP. So we have to make sure that we're putting the correct tape into the correct player. There's a lot of issues that go along with that. So things to prepare for before we're doing the digitization step. The big one for videotapes, especially U-matic tapes, is sticky shed syndrome, and which is basically moisture and hydrolysis of the binding layer of the tape itself, which results in, one, the tape being unplayable to an extent. You'll put it in the player, you get a very, very unpleasant squeaking sound like you have bad brakes. And it clogs up the video player instantly. So not only are you causing damage to your tape, but you're causing damage to the very rare and expensive and difficult to repair equipment that you're putting it through. So one of the primary way of solving this issue with videotapes with sticky shed is to put them in an oven. So at the DCWA, we have a scientific vacuum oven that manages to bake them at a very, very specific temperature for a very, very specific amount of time. And what the purpose of this is to remove that excess moisture that's been developed through sticky shed to make the tape temporarily playable again, in most cases. Sometimes it needs to be repeated. Sometimes the degradation of the tape is too far gone and you simply have to accept the loss of that object. But there is methods to kind of reduce this as well. There's other things as well, such as professional tape cleaning machines, which are even rarer than the videotape players now. That is something that we don't have access to at the DCWA, much to my disappointment, and Ben will know how disappointed I am about that. But there's simply, it's been on the list for a few years, Deb. Yeah. They're rare, they're expensive, they're usually not in working condition. So the things that repair the tapes are usually just as bad condition as the tapes themselves. So it's this constant battle between of trying to use this out of date formats. So this is an example of a digitization workflow. And something I'll stress and also talk about in my toolkit presentation later today is that this is just one way of digitizing a videotape in terms of what equipment you use, what software you use, what computers you use. There's a lot of software out there. There's a lot of hardware out there that is equally effective in getting a archival quality transfer of a tape. So what I'm showing you here is an example of digitization with the equipment that we have available at the DCWA. The NAA and other vendors will have different hardware that they'll be using, and they'll show you some of that later today as well. So in this situation, we have a U-matic tape, which is going into our U-matic video player. In the little top right of the video player, I also have a device that I use that allows me to output the signal from the video player to S-video. If we remember that connection that was used in a lot of VHS players, that didn't exist during the time of U-matic VTRs. So I use an object to kind of just increase the quality of the video signal from that. Then we're going to something that is called a time-based corrector, which is essentially, for the most part, a secondary piece of equipment. A lot of video players have them built in, but this is used to stabilize the signal to ensure that the audio and the video are synced to kind of the pulses and the time code that's on the videotape itself. And this also functions as what's called an ADC, or an analog to digital converter. So I think for a lot of you, the mystery of how do we get the image of a video into the computer seems a bit odd. You know, what equipment do we actually use to transfer the video signal, not to just a TV screen, but to a digital file? So the analog signal coming off the video player has to be converted into a digital signal, which is then received by a capture card on the computer. So in this case, we're outputting to a signal called SDI, or serial digital interface. So that adds the audio and the video together to create a digital signal that can be read by the computer. And in this case, it's then going to the software that we use at DCWA called Quadriga Video. So made by the same company that makes Quadriga Audio that we use for the audio collections at the State Library. And within this, we have a lot of features that allow us to monitor the video levels, the color levels, the audio levels of the signal, which can then be adjusted to make sure that nothing is getting lost in transfer using something like the time-based corrector. So that way we're making sure that the video file that we provide back hasn't kind of blown out the brightness levels. So, you know, whites are too white or blacks are too black. You're providing a video file that has all of the color and sound signal that was on the original videotape. And then more, you're providing them a lot of empty zeros in the file as well to make sure that really nothing's being missed. And then of course that gets exported to our preservation file and any access files that the client needs as well. So one of the big issues that has already been brought up, I mentioned before, is VTR maintenance. The MSU collection, like I said, is primarily U-matic tapes. And U-matic tapes are the most susceptible to sticky shed syndrome. So this leads me to some questions that I get from custodians, which is where they send videotapes and they go, I only sent you 2 hours worth of video. Why did it take you 3 hours to do it? Go, well, I spent an hour between every videotape cleaning the video player. So in this case, what I'm doing is what's called a head clean. This head drum here on the video player, the most important, fragile, and hardest to repair part of the video player, just our luck. And this is the thing that gets clogged up every time you play a tape that has suffered from even the most minor bit of sticky shed syndrome. Even tapes that played like a dream, I will typically clean the player between plays to make sure that there's no chance of there being any artifacts occurring from clog from the previous tape. So this is a very, very delicate procedure. They're incredibly fragile pieces of equipment. And without knowing what you're doing, it's very easy to break them. And then it's done. Your video player is done unless you have replacement parts for it, which in WA is very, very tricky to source. So using this little chamois swab, which is soaked in isopropyl alcohol, all that gunk that's come off is just from a play of a single videotape that went for 20 minutes. And that would be enough to make the next tape I put in probably unplayable, provide me just terrible signal. So that's one of the parts that has to be done between every single play. And as Ben mentioned earlier as well, there's a lack of people in this trade anymore. We have one person in WA who I trust implicitly with repairing our video players, but even then, that's not his primary expertise. He actually works in audio equipment. And I've had to teach myself a number of equipment maintenance things, replacing belts, the head cleaning, for instance, troubleshooting a lot of things. And then we are getting to the point where you're scouring eBay every day for replacement parts or players to find a bargain, essentially, or finding people who are producing these 3D printed parts to replace things. Oh yes, I forgot that I did this as well. This is an example of the head cleaning process. Right, and then it's onto digitization. I think I've got some little footage here. Example of the digitization process that we just quickly filmed for you. Not too much to talk about here. This is a recording of the opening of the Eileen Joyce studio at the music school at the University of Western Australia, which was a really good find because it's got a speech from Eileen Joyce herself, who we don't have much actual audio-visual documentation from, as well as a speech from the WA Premier at the time. So important cultural material that we've managed to discover in this collection. So post-production, QC of all the files, obviously, rewatching the video to see if there was any avoidable artifacts that occurred during digitization, in which case maybe we would have to reattempt digitization to get a better capture. And then adding that information into the client spreadsheet. A lot of this information I'll talk about later in the toolkit as well. Things like creating access files and doing editing to clear up some digitization artifacts. So we can take a look a bit about this later on. And then back down to what Deb was mentioning before, which is the metadata retrieval aspect of this. So part of this job is while watching these videotapes, and thankfully myself as a UWA alumnus, it makes it a bit easier for me to identify some of the things in these MSU videos, identifying certain buildings, certain key figures from UWA history. But as well as that, identifying if a tape is not relevant to UWA archives. I've managed to build up the trust for Deb to allow me to flag things as not worth digitizing. It's potentially just a recording of, we've had things that have somehow just been recordings of TV programs that have made their way into the media services collection with zero relevance to UWA. Potentially as well something where the tape is in such bad quality that we're going to get a very bad capture. You need to assess whether or not the quality of the capture is going to be comparable to the value of the material that you're getting. So I'm kind of categorizing in a few spots. Yes, very valuable. No, not valuable. Not sure, can't identify it. Or then also some gray area categories of, this is a really bad quality tape. Maybe you need to let me know whether or not this is worth doing based on how good of a capture you're going to be getting from this. So it's a real gray area. We're still working out the specifics of how this process works, but it's already kind of leading to a lot of speeding up of the process of identification of objects. And then, of course, there's providing this material back to UWA. So perhaps, did you want to speak on this, Deb, or did you want me to finish this off?
I mean, this is still your.
Yeah, sure. So unlike a lot of other custodians, we don't have to provide the files to them in physical hard drives. Since we're, the digitization center is based at UWA, we're able to just upload it directly to the servers that we have access to there. So parts of that is uploading the preservation file, but also web-ready access files that have been deinterlaced, which is a process that I'll talk about later in my toolkit as well. Creating checksums for those files. Obviously, the upload to the server is a process which can potentially cause corruption of files. So we need to, as Ben mentioned, provide those checksums along with the video file for fixity. And then it's going straight to the FTP server for recollect, which depending on the amount of files can be an overnight job. I've had ones that take, up to 12 hours just due to the sheer amount of material that is done. And then, of course, confirming afterwards the success of transfer. Right. I'll take it back to Deb now.
Okay. So one of the things that made this whole process possible for us is that UWA does have a digital asset management system. It is UWA collected. I do encourage you, it's available online, and you can go and if you search on UWA collected, it will come up. It is Recollect, so it is a commercial product, but it is all good. But it is, I just sort of want to make note of the fact that because, so UWA has UWA collected, I have the privilege that my team is not the administrator of UWA collected at UWA. That's another team within the library. So it's a big weight off my desk, let's say. So I have the privilege that my team, we have edit access into the system. So we've had training in using Recollect. Yeah, I'm not responsible if it all goes wrong, which is, yeah, we like that very much. And in fact, so it is in fact the collection and access services team within the library that interacts with the FTP server and then uploads the content that the digitisation centre has digitised into UWA collected using the metadata that the DCWA has created. So when it is uploaded into collected, it does remain offline. So it's in the system, but it's not publicly accessible. Hence the sort of the offline notation that's there. And this gives my team the opportunity to interact with that content and work out what it is we need to do with that particular item. Okay. So what we do need to do is do a content review. So we access those videos, we view the videos and the associated metadata created by DCWA. We work out, does it actually relate to UWA? And in terms of the first couple of batches that we've done, there were some tapes that came through because this before Jamison and I had the conversation and said, well, don't worry, if you can tell that it's not UWA, don't even worry about digitising that. But in terms of what my team needs to look at when we're looking at those tapes, we need to decide, well, how does it relate to UWA? What's the relevant information or information about that particular video that we want to capture within our systems to manage that object going forward? Interestingly, what we're finding with the MSU collection, and it's actually probably not that surprising because it wasn't really the collection that the MSU curated in any way. It was literally just all of the videotapes that they had. So there's definitely commercial productions by other entities in there. There's things like test tapes. There's definitely copies, so duplicates of both external productions, but also UWA productions, so MSU productions. And there's also blank tapes in there just to make it fun. But in terms of the content that is in fact UWA specific, we've had a whole range of the sorts of things you find. Things like events, so graduations and other celebrations, things like the opening of the Eileen Joyce studio, which is obviously this is the treasure that we're looking for in this activity. Similarly, promotional content created to support recruitment of staff and students to UWA. Again, there's some treasure in there as well. And one of the things we have found is not only do we have those sort of the final productions that were produced as part of those sort of promotional content, we actually also have the raw footage that was used in those productions. And it's actually quite fun to look at how they went about getting that raw footage or those images to go into the productions. We definitely have lecture and class recordings, multitudes of them. In many cases, sort of special guest lectures, which again, there's quite a lot of treasure in there as well. Demonstrations of equipment and, research developed by UWA. There is a fun video of a sheep shearing device that's a bit intense.
Torture device.
Intense. Research content and research data collection. The MSU, interestingly, it appears that they worked quite closely with the psychology department at UWA. So there's a lot of sort of psychological experiments that have been captured on video, which is interesting. And then we do have medical and surgical procedures. So we do have stuff that we won't be making publicly available.
You have Aboriginal culture?
There is, yeah. And that's another aspect that we need to note when we do come up with that. But our first question, is it a university archive, is always where we're starting from. So unfortunately, this is not a live video. I'm not technical enough to be able to do that. So it's just an image. But one of the in the first couple of batches that we did, one of the videos, in fact, we have 2 copies of this. It's the supplementary information for applicants in the chair in education in 1991. So we've identified at least one of the raw footage tapes that went into the content that's gone into this video. There's probably others that we haven't come across yet in terms of just the way that the videos have been stored in boxes. There was no rhyme nor reason to when they were put in the boxes. They're just put in boxes. But we do have that. So we can go to the metadata for that video. And again, I'm not going to show too much, but we can put in as much or as little information as we want. So as we get into processing this, so this batch only became available and collected again last week. What happened last week? It was fun. So we're still, again, getting used to, well, what can we do? What do we want to use each field for? All of those sorts of, very early days, how are we going to manage this content questions? These are just some screen grabs from some of the videos because I tried to get into video. But we know, obviously, we've got a lot of stuff that is a UWA production. Again, the MSU video unit. I question the choice of the green shirt when you're talking about agricultural activities. There's a lot of lecture type, interesting sort of early 90s fashion, useful. Interestingly, the recording of the band, it's not a bad performance, it's a good performance. They're singing Goo Goo Muck, which most of you might know is the song that Wednesday Addams dances to in the Wednesday Addams TV production recently. I just thought that was an interesting quirk. It was just a pure fluke that happens to be one of the songs that they're singing. This is from 1991 or somewhere around there. I think this is in the physics computing lab somewhere. And then obviously music performance, but we've got a whole range of different items in there. So what are we doing with that metadata? So we're recording that. We don't actually have details of each of these items in our archives management system, yes. And for those who want to know, our archives management system is literally TRIM. So it's our EDRMS that we've just converted to manage our archives or created customized record types for. So all that we have in terms of in there at the moment is our accession record for that collection, the MSU collection. So we're going through the process of, as we view the tapes, creating the actual item record in our system and capturing all the relevant metadata across as we go. Because we are going through the process of actually watching the videos, we've actually got time to do that manually. Not really something we can do on an import basis just because we need to watch the video anyway. Fine. So at this stage, as I say, we're still very much building this process. It's not an official process, yes, I got access last week and I knew I was doing this presentation today, so I thought I'll just summarise what I think we're going to be doing. But obviously we'll be creating those item entries. We won't be creating a copy or saving a copy into our archives management system. We will be using Collected as our audiovisual repository for our archival items. We obviously do have images and documents electronically in our archive management system, but for the audiovisual, for the large size objects, Content Manager is not necessarily set up for that purpose, whereas Collected has all of those digital preservation actions in the background, so I don't need to worry about it. We're going to undertake a collection consolidation activity. We know that a huge amount of the tapes that we have are not actually UWA archives, so we'll be actually de-accessioning those. Some of them are going to go back to the DCWA because they've put their hand up and said, we want those tapes, please, because they become useful as test objects and sort of spares for repairing other tapes that might come up. But for us, it means that it's a huge space saving because I'm fairly confident that we will only be retaining maybe a quarter of the current volume of the collection. And then obviously we need to make decisions around publication. So things like the supplementary information, that's UWA copyright, we're not concerned about that. We will be making that one publicly available. And again, some of the raw data, we will obviously, raw footage, we will be, be able to make that because it's UWA created content. Some of the other content we have, perhaps not. So we need to check first. Other things that we're thinking about when I'm just checking the time, considering looking at how we're going to make the content accessible is, do we hold other related content? So we know we've got obviously lots of images in our archives from the MSU and specifically documenting the MSU activities. So we will, once we identify all of that, we will be getting that over into Collected as well. And so when we make this accessible, it won't just be making the video collection accessible, it'll be making the information about the MSU accessible, it'll be making the images that we have in the collection about the MSU accessible. One of the things that Recollect does very well is build those links between collections. Similarly, for things like when we do get the video for example, the opening of the Eileen Joyce Art Studio, that one hasn't been downloaded yet, so I haven't seen it. But we know we've got a whole lot of content coming from the Callaway collection at UWA, so the Callaway Archives, so that's our music archives, which is a separate entity to the University Archives, just to be clear. We'll obviously be able to build those links between those items. And then obviously we want to, one of the things that we haven't necessarily been doing today in the archives is working across the university with other areas to promote the archives, to promote the content that we have. But there's going to be lots of opportunities in relation to this content to be able to do that sort of activity, which is something obviously we want to start doing. So obviously we're going to continue digitising our MSU video collection. As I say, we're only about 25% of the way done. We're going to refine our publication decision-making processes, and that involves not just working within my team, but working with the UWA Collected team and dealing with all those, the various issues that can come up in that context. So we know, as I say, we know we've got Indigenous content in there. We know we've got some of those, sort of somewhat graphic surgical material. Even just the sheep shearing video, which is the sort of thing that will upset somebody, I'm sure. I found it upsetting to watch, so I'm sure it would be for quite a lot of other people. So we do have the capacity within Collected to have content warnings, to have other options, and we also do have the capacity to maintain those items and not make them public. In fact, I was at a meeting yesterday with the library manager who's in charge of that collection access services team, and her comment was that it's like an iceberg. What we can see at the surface of UWA Collected is a very small proportion of what's actually in the system. A lot of the collections that we have had digitised are specifically First Nations and Indigenous related content, and we're maintaining that in the system. We're giving access to the relevant custodians, but we're not making it public access until they give us permission to do so. We know that we've got other videos within the UWA Archives collection that we will be obviously getting digitised by this same process. The MSU video was just one that we knew there was a chunk of stuff that was all video, get that done, but we know we've got the odd other video in the collection. So we'll get those ones digitised. And then we're actually going to go out to the university, because we also know that there's videotapes out across the university, just the nature of the university and how it works, specifically to the point where we do have the luxury now that when we are contacted by schools, as we were by the School of Biomedical Sciences not that long ago, where they say, oh, we've got this videotape, do you guys know how to get that digitised? And the answer, fortunately, is yes, we do. It used to not be. So it's very nice to be in that sort of situation. And in fact, we were able to put the relevant school in contact with the coordinator of the DCWA. They handed the tape over. The tape is digitised. They handed a copy back to them for their event that they wanted. I think it was an academic was retiring, and they knew they had contact from this particular video that academic was a part of. But we've also, that tape has now been transferred to the University Archives and becomes part of our collection, and will go up into Collected and be available to all. But we know there's more videos out there. There's absolutely more videos out there that we haven't got. And so there's probably going to be an activity sometime in the next 6 to 12 months where we work with our communications team and go and ask for things. We're a little bit reluctant to do it just yet because we want to get the most of our MSU done first, just because we don't have any idea of sort of the volume of material that we might be dealing with. But we do definitely want to get it. Obviously it's the most at-risk format that we have, and so we want to get it done sooner rather than later. Remember, okay. I've probably run through that a little quicker than I thought, but I think that gives us a lot of time for questions.
Deborah, because you might need to answer part of it.
Sure.
For your content discovery data, Jamison, has it ever like your category metadata, specific metadata for training dedicated to AI, to streamline your content review and for future discovery, your own specifically trained?
Well, so for my step in the content discovery process, I'm keeping it very, very basic. Because obviously I can only know to so much detail what the videotape is. A lot of the time, the description of it might just be university staff talking to a lecture hall of students, with that being enough material to know that it's UWA related material. But aside from that, I don't really have the knowledge or the understanding to create detailed descriptive metadata for things like that.
You can have categories or tags. It's something they've been doing on Netflix for a very long
Sure,
time.
yeah.
Category tag from a list that you decided on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Data. Would you consider that?
I would, it's
Yeah, it's probably something more my team are going to be working on. As I say, we haven't even actually started processing any of this content. I've just sort of been poking at it and going, oh, that's cool. But that's absolutely the sort of thing that we might think. And we are thinking in the context of, we know that we want to look at using AI to help us to process our content. We're actually looking at more in terms of our image collection than our video, just because our video collection is actually relatively small. Our image collection is huge. And the metadata that we have for our image collection, we know is not very good at all. So yeah, looking at, what are the things that we can do while we are doing the work that we're doing that would impact, makes that future use of AI in terms of interacting with that content more effective. Absolutely, that's the thing that we're thinking about.
It will eventually be implemented. I think it's still very early days for the proof of concept of this content discovery process, but that, I think, is absolutely going to be the inevitable direction for how that will function.
Sure, that is, and Meg will talk about that.
I was just wondering, when we're talking about AI, is it a way of getting rid of or making more redundant like subject headings? Like, you might have a video where the car's driving down an avenue of trees, right? But the video is not about that avenue of trees, but you know that a good 5 minutes you're seeing this avenue of trees. So someone may want to end up knowing about this avenue of trees because it turns out it's a World War II avenue of trees or something like that. But the video is about something completely different, visit of the Duke of York to the uni or whatever. Making it up.
You probably got that.
But wouldn't you, when you're watching the video, just type in, you've got your subject headings. I don't know why, like, what is this AI that could identify, like, why do we need that when we can see with our eyes?
It's the $1 million question.
Add in subject heading, like.
So
why aren't we training our people who come to UWA archives looking at the site? Us information professionals know how to find stuff. Why do we have to create this? Understanding the concept of AI, and can we explain a little bit more about what we're meaning by AI?
I think that's kind of outside the scope of this talk, and I think it would be definitely all related to Pierce's presentation on AI.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
But I think a lot of the time, AI is such a buzzword at the moment, and I think a lot of the time when people say AI, they're really just meaning automation of tasks, which a lot of the time does not mean AI. So stuff that we were calling automation 10 years ago is now being called AI because it sounds cooler and more exciting.
Okay, cool.
But hopefully I assume Piers will help to demystify the kind of difference between those two processes. Yeah. But yeah.
Thank you.
I'm wondering your thoughts about the archival value of raw footage, given that you do tend to come across it a bit, and you sort of go, hours and hours of the avenue of trees that you used 30 seconds in the final product. Is that worth?
Yeah.
How do you think about that?
It's a good question. And it's certainly, as I say, because we're very early days identifying the sorts of raw footage that we've got, we're actually not 100% on what is the value of it. We have had instances in the past where we've been contacted by, for example, the brand marketing people at UWA saying, have you got anything of, let's say aerial footage of UWA from this time frame? And before we had this content digitized, we had to say, well, we don't know. We probably do. We don't know. We now do have some, and I know, in fact, some of the raw footage is, in fact, aerial footage of UWA. So, yeah, the context of the raw footage and the value of the raw footage, it's a tricky thing to sort of quantify. And we look at the raw footage and the things we see as people that have worked at UWA for, in my case, 20 years. I have a knowledge of what that is and why it might be important, and why, the 20 seconds they actually used in the production, that's nice, it's great, but actually the raw footage itself is an interesting process. So in terms of the, I'll jump backwards. So this is the raw footage. So this particular one at the bottom, it talks about the art gallery. So there's material from the Lawrence Wilson Art Gallery at UWA. There's the graphics photography, which is obviously what the technical drawing that he's doing that appears in this this supplement, the video above. And similarly, so it says Winthrop there. What it actually is someone pruning the roses in front of Winthrop Hall. Mm-hmm. And that raw footage is actually really interesting because the person doing the pruning is interacting with the camera person. And I find that really interesting, apart from the fact that it's aesthetically nice to be, looking at the roses in front of Winthrop Hall. So yeah, it's a sort of a hit and miss type thing with the raw footage. Because it is in the context of UWA, most of it's on UWA campus. The value to us is actually going to be quite high, no matter what. Most of it's at UWA. It's looking at UWA activities. So even if it hasn't been used in productions, there is still definite value there for us.
And similarly, if you've figured out that guy's name,
we will be able to find that out. Yes.
So does somebody go back and update this data for names?
Yes, that's absolutely the goal. So in the title screen for the case study, there's a photo there of the staff. Yeah. And we do have all of those names on that photo. So that's one of the ones where we do have good metadata. Interesting, the image collection at UWA is a bit hit and miss in that way. Sometimes we've got all of the metadata and it's a fabulous thing and we love that. Sometimes we don't. And that's actually what probably in terms of AI, where our use case is going to be. As I say, it's very much on more of our images rather than on the video. The video, there's so little of it that we will be able to watch it all and do all of that tagging and so forth ourselves. The images, because of the way they've been loaded into the system, even when we do have them digital, so we've got 15 photos that all have the same title, but are 15 photos of, let's say, the soil sciences building being built, including multiple near duplicate images. I went and processed a whole bunch of those the other day myself and was like, oh, God. It's a nice building, it's great. Why are there 5 million photos of the same thing? It's always the way. And just due to the way that past practices within how we've managed that information in the past, the metadata quality is not great. And so that's where we think potentially we can use AI to help us with that. But again, we're still, it's not stopping us from processing our images. So we're going through a process at the moment where we're actually, one by one going through all of our images and updating our image metadata to actually reflect the content of the image. And that value, or the effort of doing that is worthwhile because that's the content we're probably going to use to train our AI tool to look at our other collections. So it's not that it's not valuable activity or that we want to leave it to the AI to do. It's a part of a whole larger process of getting the quality of, because the quality you're going to get out of AI just depends on what you're putting into it. So we need to make sure that the training data as such is good quality so that the output is quality. But that's slightly off topic.
Currently, with any digitization presentation metadata that you create, are you handing any of that back to the client with the digitized information object?
Yeah. So the metadata creation task at the moment has only been done and piloted with this media services unit collection. Basically, it's just an amended version of the spreadsheet that we currently use for all of our clients. I mean, a lot of people in this room will have received those spreadsheets that typically have mostly technical metadata connected to them. But certainly if we were to expand this to clients outside of UWA, it would have the exact same information in terms of adding description of the object, and also any amended information to do with like the actual physical object itself. Yeah, but again, it's still very early days, and I think if we were to expand this to people outside of UWA, it would be a process of discussion, figuring out what your needs would be in terms of what we provide back to you on a spreadsheet.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of clients that might have their own digital preservation management system, and they want to bring that metadata or add that metadata back into the system.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, in terms of collections brought to the centre, obviously, if you've got metadata around those collections already, that's the DCWA wants to work with directly with that information. So, I mean, this is sort of an exception insofar as it's a collection where we just don't have any metadata, and we're relying on the DCWA to create that metadata. But if you've got a collection that you've got really good metadata around, we want that too, because that will help the product that we give back at the end is aligned with the metadata that you had, so you can easily link that back and use that into whatever system you're using to manage those items. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you put any consideration into generating transcripts from the audio tracks?
Yeah, UWA Collected actually does that automatically. It's one of the reasons why they picked that system. We haven't gone to actually applying it yet to this collection, but it is once we know, yes, this is definitely a UWA object, we will look at getting that run for the items.
I'll also be touching upon that briefly in the next presentation too. Yeah. So I think Ben maybe had something as well.
Yep.
I had a question really around Collected looks like a really great tool to get over that limitation, I guess, a lot of institutions have with their content manager or perhaps an ancient FileMaker database, but it can't handle those media objects. How have you dealt with that challenge of, in a sense, merging those two databases
together?
And
yep.
At the very least, flagging in RKS that this has been digitized or providing a URL. And then also when the discovery metadata gets done and collected, does that come back into RKS at all?
I realised I didn't put that in my screenshot. So we have a field in TRIM, in our archive management system, that is the URL field for the item in Collected. That's our main connection point. And so in Collected, all of the items get a unique URL. Shall I go? No, I haven't captured them there. I'm sure there's somewhere in here that you can see one. So what have I captured? No, I've snipped them all off, sorry. So yeah, every item that goes into Collected has a unique URL. And that the first thing that we do when we go back, when we look at the system, is copy that URL back into our archives management system for that item. Yeah.
Thinking about metadata that describes context of creation. Context of creation is incredibly important with archival stuff, and it's very important to understanding the meaning of stuff. How do you manage that? You've got TRIM, which is really that kind of system. So how do you do context optimization and make it available?
Yeah, so we do, within the archives, we do have administrative histories within the university. So a lot of the content that I got, or the information that I got around the MSU, so the Media Services Unit, we got from that. Collected is a good system in that we can use it to present that that contextual information. So one of the things we're doing as part of the processing of this collection is we're setting up a collection page within Collected where we're putting all of that information. So we're putting, you know, what was the MSU, what did they do, how did they create these videos, and so we will be capturing all of that content as part of that page. Don't know if you want to actually go, if we can go to Collected on this. Oh, we should be able to. Okay. Do I need to?
Can I make a comment on that, Deborah? As a user and donor to you, there is full time the content within the content of that collection. So it's actually very effective. Context was my experience with it as a donor.
That's good.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Time to get back with serious stuff. When we conceptualize these workshops, we the base emphasis on really the skill or understanding about how you can develop your procedural knowledge to do stuff in the domain. So we always try to include a toolkit session where we can introduce you to the tools and show you what you use to achieve tasks in the space. Now, Jameson from the Digitisation Centre of WA will get the ball rolling on this. Now, we're going to be switching between applications probably. So how smoothly that works, we get to see. So hopefully it will work well. If in fact you have the files for toolkit sessions on your PC, if it's not working as you follow what's being done here, please just use the Zoom recordings on the cloud and go through the learning of the toolkit session. In fact, that's probably the best approach to adopt because configuration issues could get in the way of you actually listening and absorbing the content in the presentation itself if you have these issues with your machine. So it's with the greatest pleasure that I welcome Jameson back. I'm sure it's going to be interesting and fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Just as a clarified my presentation, I opted to not have any sort of interactive element to it just for the sake of keeping things simple. I think for most people, the best way to approach learning some of the tools I want to show you is learning them in your own time, exploring them in your own time. Basically, what I'm going to be doing is providing some, I think, useful and interesting examples of what's out there in the digital preservation software space. Just as a, come on, there we go. Just as a session outline for this, I'm going to be keeping it pretty short and sweet just due to, I think, the amount of knowledge dumping that I'm going to be doing on this. Sometimes it can kind of just get a bit overwhelming. So there's not going to be a tremendous amount of different software I'm going to look at. But as an overview, we're going to be talking about some video capture software, what that is, how it interfaces with things like video players and some of the considerations you want to have if this is a field that you're going to be moving into. AV software. So what are the tools that we're using to QC our videos, edit them, create things such as access files for them? And we're mainly going to be looking at things in the FOSS area, so free and open source software. I'm really interested in showing people today what can be done on a budget and in some cases with zero budget. The vendor-based software out there, it costs money for a reason. There's a lot of resources and tools and support that it provides you that is really fantastic, and there's plenty that I would recommend. But I do want to also show everybody that the lion's share of the work can actually be done with tools that are freely available, that just maybe sometimes require a bit more of a learning curve. So we're going to be looking at mainly a piece of software called FFmpeg, which is maybe some people in the room have heard of this before. But really, this is a piece of video encoding, edit, processing software that is kind of under the hood for a massive amount of video editing software out there. So I reckon 9 times out of 10 when you're doing some of the work that is involved in editing video software, FFmpeg is probably doing the heavy lifting for you. You just don't know it. Handbrake is a tool that probably is a lot more familiar to a lot of people out there, uses FFmpeg under the hood, but I'm going to be showing it just as an example of something a bit more user-friendly. Then I also just want to show some tools that aren't directly related to AV to video, such as like analog videotape or digital videotape, but I think is still really relevant to talking about what's out there in the open source world. So things looking at optical media, which does include DVD, which we will treat as AV in our sector. And then a couple of other handy tools that, again, are kind of going a bit further out of AV, but are still related to kind of the skill sets that you might have in relation to AV software. And then some to finish off, just showing you a few resources that you could look at if you wanted to learn about some of these things in a bit more detail. So I'm just going to bring up a slide that Deb and I showed you in our previous presentation about the workflow that is involved in the digitization from the physical object to the digital object. And basically, I wanted to reiterate again, this is just one approach to digitization in terms of what hardware is used and what software is used. This just happens to be the equipment and software that we have purchased at DCWA, but is by no means saying that that is the best way to do it. In fact, there is plenty of quote unquote best ways to do this work. As long as you're getting the result that you as an institution desire from your digital product, then that's the right way to approach digitization. And we're going to be talking about considerations like cost of hardware, cost of software, usability, how much training is required, things such as that. These are all considerations you want to make if you're moving into the area of doing your own digitization work, particularly in AV. So for instance, there's some things you can't really navigate your way around. If we're digitizing a pneumatic tape, you're going to need a pneumatic video player. There's no two ways about that. And the sad fact is that they're really damn expensive. So ignoring that, we can actually really work on a budget of these things. When we're talking about computers that are needed for video capture software, there will be some people out there who swear by using Windows XP. I don't personally say that, but it's maybe just to raise the point that you don't need a super high-end video processing computer to process analog video. It's actually comparatively a very low resource intensive process compared to working with, 4K film sequences. We can do this on a really cheap computer if need be. Same with digitization software. We have a fantastic tool in Quadriga Video, which is a paid and comes with a service and warranty and contract with it. So if there is any issues with it, we have that vendor able to fix it for us. Comes with all these extra tools built into it. Fantastic piece of kit. But functionally what it's doing under the hood can be done by a lot of free software out there. And there's going to be a few examples that I show you today. So some tools in the video capture world, and this is for analog video, and we're going to be talking about digital video on tape as well briefly. These are, again, just 3 examples of well-documented, usable pieces of software. So Virtual Dub, and more specifically Virtual Dub 2, which is being used more today, has been around for a very long time. And more importantly, is free and always has been free. And there's no signs of that changing. It digitizes video, if you set it up correctly, to the same standards that something like Quadriga Video would. It's just a matter of making sure that you, as a user, know what you're asking it to provide for you. Similarly, something like vRecord uses things like FFmpeg under the hood and a bunch of other open source software tools as well. And again, you can see that it's doing things such in the screenshot that I have there for you, has similar tools such as checking video levels and color levels to make sure that you're getting an optimal capture of your video. And more importantly, this is a piece of software that's made by people in our sector. The people who are working and updating this tool daily are people who work in libraries and digital preservation. And I've had personal conversations with a lot of them just by sending them an email saying, hey, do you know if the tool can do this? And they email back usually within the same day and say, yeah, absolutely, just do things like this, which a lot of the time is something you can't get out of those larger vendors. So that face-to-face communication with these open source tools is always a really big boon as well. And then something as well like Blackmagic Media Express. Blackmagic is a mainly a video like hardware manufacturer. They make a lot of media encoding hardware tools. They make film scanners. We use a lot of their hardware at the Digitization Center, for instance. But they have their own capture software as well that can, mind you, can only be used with their hardware, but comes free, works incredibly effectively, is missing some of the important features that you want out of digitization software, but not features that you can't get using another piece of software in conjunction with it. So just to show you that these are all free pieces of software that I would say do the work of digitization just as good as what we use at the Digitization Center. Digital video capture, and when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about formats such as DV tape, mini DV tapes that we've all probably used at some point with our handheld cameras, actually has to take a slightly different approach to digitization. So counterintuitively, it's already digital, because they, as opposed to encoding analog video onto the tape, they've put digital video onto the tape. So we can't actually do the same process, well, we can, but it's if you were to digitize it in the same way that you did an analog tape, what you would be doing is taking the digital format, converting it to analog, and then converting it back to digital to your computer. So by doing that, there's risk of degradation of the video signal. You're adding more steps to the process. And there's other considerations too. You're losing the provenance of the format if you are kind of ingesting an analog signal, but it's coming originally from a digital videotape. So we need to do some slightly different things by using some slightly different tools. We might all remember as well, older MacBooks had FireWire ports that we use for a lot of different things, and are still used in a lot of audio hardware out there at the moment. Digital video is transferred, at least in the case of mini DV and DV tapes, through FireWire connection. So we have to use some slightly different software for that. At the Digitisation Centre, I use a piece of software called dbgrab, which is the first image on the top left there. As you can see, it's a command line based piece of software. So you're opening up, CMD on your Windows computer or the command line on your Mac computer, and it's all done through text. You don't get a fancy interface to kind of work with, but it's a piece of software that I trust to do this work properly, and is much more efficient than having to open up a piece of software with lots of bells and whistles. It gets straight to the point. DV Rescue uses dbgrab under the hood, but provides a nice fancy little interface to be working with as well. And again, is made by the same people who make vRecord from the previous slide that we have here. And it has some really interesting tools in it that are still being developed, such as DV being a particularly volatile format. You breathe on it wrong and it will provide errors in the capture. So they've started developing a tool where you can take multiple captures of the same DV tape and then splice them together using the best bits of every single capture to create one kind of perfect capture of the videotape. It's a really, really interesting piece of software that they're still working on currently. As well, DV Rescue allows you to kind of export all of the access files that you might need from it as well. For Windows users, there's a couple of tools that have been around for a long, long time, Scenalyzer and WinDV. And again, these are just as effective as these other tools that I've mentioned. The only difference being that they're Windows specific. So there's other considerations there. So at the Digitisation Centre, for instance, the DV setup is probably one of our most budget-friendly setups that we have, aside from the hardware, which is the DV player that we have. That being said, you can use the little handheld DV cameras to digitize these tapes. Sometimes they're just as effective. And then I have a very, very old computer that the IT department at UWA was going to throw out. And I said, can I have it? And they went, sure. And I installed what I needed on it, which was all free, plugged a FireWire cable in, and off we went. And we're getting archival quality captures on a less than $100 budget compared to analog video, which, depending on what hardware you want to get, can easily get into the thousands. So two considerations there. There's the analog video capture and digital video capture. There's different approaches to each of these. So in terms of what you want out of video capture, though, that's where things can get more complicated. Ben has already mentioned in his previous talk about digitizing to the use case of the custodian. So what do you actually need out of your out of the digital product? Does it need to be an uncompressed archival standard? Do you just need an access copy? And if it is the latter, then suddenly a lot more avenues open up for you in terms of what software you can be using. In terms of archival capture, you want to be thinking of things like, can it capture interlaced video? It's probably a bit too tricky for me to get into the nitty-gritty of what interlaced video is. But if anybody wants me to, I can probably do that at the other end of the talk. It's basically the way that analog video was developed in terms of having, supposed to frame, we're having these interlaced fields of images. And part of creating a good looking access copy is getting rid of the artifacts that get developed by interlacing a video. Does it allow uncompressed capture in the case of analog video, or what I call native capture in digital video. So, for instance, mini DV tape or DV tapes have compressed data on them already. There's no such thing as uncompressed DV tape footage, but you have to make sure that what you're getting out of the tape is what was already on the tape. So in that sense, with the DV capture, for instance, not doing the digital to analog to digital transfer and potentially losing valuable information. Are you able to monitor audio-visual levels? So in the case of some of that software we saw, we can get additional tools such as a vector scope to make sure that the color levels of the videos are looking accurate, that a waveform monitors make sure that things aren't too bright or too dark, and then audio meters to make sure that our audio is loud enough and also that it's not clipping, that it's within the standards that format allowed. So those are some of the things you want to think about when you're looking at video capture software. A lot of us might be familiar with these kind of eBay tools of getting a analog video to USB tool. If you're wanting to do archival capture, stay away from them. That being said, if you've got your home videos and you just want to get them viewable, go for it. If that's providing you the product that is necessary for your use case, there should be no issue with those. There's a lot of people on the internet who will call you very bad names if you use stuff like that, but if it's what you need, it's what you need. That being said, if you want to go for these more high-level archival captures, you are going to have to look at investing in higher quality hardware, such as things from Blackmagic, from Aja, and in the case of DCWA, one of our real workhorse pieces of equipment is a Leech DPS, which is our time-based corrector and our analog to digital converter. So, post-capture, let's look at some examples from a piece of software called FFmpeg. But perhaps before we move on to this next step, is there any questions about that initial stage of kind of video capture, things in consideration of budgets and what kind of software you want to be using? Happy to move straight on. Yeah.
Do you have any suggestions for Firewire? Where computers don't have Firewire.
So in the case of DCWA, we get these old, usually Dell or HP little workbook computers, and you're still able to purchase external Firewire cards, so ones that go into the slots on the inside of your computer. That really is the cheapest way to do it. They cost you $20, $30 off any kind of computer vendor. And it may seem intimidating to have to open up your computer and put a new part in. Again, Google is your best friend in these kinds of situations. You say, how do I install a Firewire card in my computer? And there are some lovely people out there who have very detailed documentation on it. The other approach is using an old computer that already has a Firewire input in it. Like I said, we don't need high-end computers to do a lot of this work, and particularly with DV, you're almost better off using a computer that is of the time of that format. So using a computer that intended to have DV used in it is going to be better than using a Windows 11 Dell powerful workstation, not to shame the computers that we use at DCWA. But yeah, I would highly recommend just looking into budget options for DV in particular. And I'm more than happy to provide links to some of that hardware to people if they wanted them later on. Please feel free to send me an email or talk to me afterwards. Yeah. All right. So I'm aware that this is potentially an intimidating process to a lot of people. We're going to be talking about some command line based software to use. So like I said, FFmpeg is an incredibly powerful piece of software that's used under the hood of a lot of video processing software that is paid in the world. I'm going to be showing a few examples just using a video. And here on the right, just to show off that this is a JPEG 2000 video. It's got set in, I'm just trying to see if, I can't use my mouse on this screen to show it, so I'm just going to point for you. So this is 720 by 576, 25 frames per second video. This is the details of a PAL video, analog videotape. So this is the kind of thing we're working with in a JPEG 2000 format. So that's kind of one of the main archival formats that we use, with some audio as well. So this is the image video that I'm going to be using for some of these examples. So this might look intimidating to some people. We're going to break it down really simply. Here's a really basic example of what FFmpeg looks like. Say we have that JPEG 2000 video and someone says, it's too big, we need an MP4 for it. We need something to, you know, quickly give to a client because we need to, you know, send it to them through Dropbox link quickly, or something they need to put up on YouTube really quickly. Rather than spending the time of opening up Premiere Pro or DaVinci Resolve and chucking it in and then finding the right settings, which can take, in my work, if it takes 5 minutes, it takes too long. So we use a piece of command line based software to just say, please take this video and spew it out the other end as a different format. So there's only a few key elements of an FFmpeg command to remember. The first being type FFmpeg and say, which is basically saying to your computer, please use FFmpeg. Then provide the input video that you want. In this case, I have a video file called inputvideo.mov. Then I'm giving it a few key pieces of information. I want it to change its video codec to H.264, which is the format that MP4 videos are in. Then I need to also change its audio to what is called AAC, which again is the format of audio that is on an MP4 video. And then we need to tell it what we need to name the output video. In this case, I've said, can you please make a video with these settings called output video.mp4. So this is about, unfortunately, as basic as FFmpeg gets. So I'm apologizing already if this goes over the head of a few people. But I wanted to show just a really quick example of what this tool is used for. So I'm going to show a few other use cases for FFmpeg. We're talking about de-interlacing before. So in the case of analog video, if digitized to an archival standard, we're getting what's called an interlaced video. And you'll find that if you play these back on a computer, there's going to be a lot of jagged lines occasionally showing up, especially when there's a lot of movement in the video. And this is called interlacing artifacts. So a way to get around this, particularly for the access copy, is to create what's called a de-interlaced format or progressive scan format. And again, this takes a bit of time in opening up a video editing software and then asking it to de-interlace the video for you. It needs to encode it out. So instead with FFmpeg, we do a very similar process. We say, please FFmpeg, can you take this video, convert it to MP4 for me, and use a filter that de-interlaces it for me as well. So this is exactly the same as the previous command, except we've added this extra step called please use VF, which is short for video filter, YARDIF, which is a comically named filter called yet another de-interlacing filter. I believe there was probably one before this. This is not the only way to de-interlace. There's many, many, many filters for de-interlacing, and many, many, many people online who will shout at you for using one and praise you for using another. If it works for you, it works for you. That is the rule of thumb in this area. If it achieves the desired result, you have done the correct thing. Don't worry about what the angry man on the internet said about it. And then again, we're asking it, please output it. In hindsight, I should have actually showed a before and after of a de-interlaced video, but sometimes it's quite hard to see the exact difference between them without kind of delving into it in quite a lot of detail. So continue on, there's a few other tasks we could do with FFmpeg. Say we have a video file, but the client only needs the audio from that video file. They go like, I don't need to watch this. Maybe it's a speech or a lecture, and they've gone, I just need the audio from that file. Maybe I want to create a transcription of it, or I just need to send the audio of that speech. A very easy process in FFmpeg. Again, we ask it to take a video file, please copy over the audio, and then VN as another command, which just means video none. Can you please make sure there's no video part of this file when you give it to me on the other end? So a really simple command, again, to just output, take a video that has audio on it, ask FFmpeg to get rid of the video and just give us back only an audio file from that video file. And again, sometimes a really clunky process in a piece of video editing software can be done really, really quickly in a really quick and dirty way. Something a bit more complicated, maybe. Some of you might have been very, very keen-eyed in the previous talk when I showed an example of us digitizing the pneumatic video, and the audio meters show that there was only audio coming from the right channel of it, which is very, very common in pneumatic videos. They're a broadcast quality video, and typically there will be in the right channel the main audio, and the left channel reserved for things like Foley or voiceovers. So most videotapes, if they didn't have those elements, only had audio in one ear, which is not exactly a pleasant experience for the access copy. So particularly with pneumatic tapes, a very common process that I have to do is to take videos that have audio in only one channel and convert that into stereo audio so it sounds a bit more pleasing to the end user. And I do this in a much more automated way, but this is the command that I'm using under the hood to do it. And this one starts to look a bit more dense and complicated, so I won't go into it in as much detail. But essentially, I'm asking it, can you please take my video file? And then I'm asking it to reshuffle the audio channels around. Can you keep the right audio channel the same, but can you please put the audio from the right channel into the left channel as well for me? So I've doubled it up, so it just makes it a bit more pleasing for people. And when time is key in this role, I have to basically automate these things. So I've got essentially a folder that any videos that need this work done to them, chuck them in that folder, and I've got a piece of software that's waiting for videos to appear in that folder. As soon as one does, it goes, oh, great, and does that process for me and spits it out the other end. Really saves a lot of time if you can set up all of these processes for yourself. Something a bit more fun. FFmpeg has a lot of fun filters in it as well. If you want to make an Andy Warhol style 4-panel different colored screen, they also have all of these fun filters such as Mandelbrot or the Game of Life. And a lot of the time people create these video files as test videos to use in different processes or things like that. But I think it's worth just bringing these up to show the power of it, that you don't need an input video. You can actually just ask FFmpeg to make a video for you out of nothing. You can also make, test bars that we're seeing, the color bars that we're seeing at the beginning of video files in case you need that for some sort of testing. Again, I won't go into the details of this one because it's quite a dense command, but it's just showing some of the power of this piece of software that it's really the backbone of a lot of video encoding software in our sector. So a few other things it can do. You can do all of these processes in batch. Like I mentioned with that audio channel switching process, you can set it up so that you do it on multiple files at the same time. You don't have to go one by one. Say we've got a bunch of video files that need to be put together in a single stream of video files. This is a really common task that I do in film post-production when chunks of the film need to be digitized and then put together at a later stage. We can convert standard definition to high definition and vice versa. We can replace the audio entirely in it. We can chop the start of the video or chop the end of the video very, very quickly. We can quickly create thumbnails or GIFs of videos that we can provide to people. We can use things like filters and scopes in case the digitization software we have doesn't have that. We can use that as a replacement. We can create and embed subtitles. We can add watermarks. We can add time code. We can change time code. We can easily work with DVDs or ISO files from CDs. We can rip audio CDs. We can create checksums. This is a really small amount of what the software can do. And basically, I found in this sector, if you have something that needs to be done to a video, probably the answer is, can FFmpeg do it? Yes. It's probably just a Google search away. A lot of my FFmpeg commands were made through ChatGPT because I didn't know how to do it, but the internet sure did. Use case for AI there, guys. So if you get really comfortable with a piece of software like this, you might want to start using it along with something like Python, which is a coding language. The backbone of all of my automation at DCWA is a combination of FFmpeg and Python to create little programs which automate tasks for me. Anything that I have to do more than once in my job in an identical way, I automate instead, because it will save me time in the long run. It might take me half a day to write it, but it'll save me hours upon hours in the future. And then we create things like automation tasks. So we have a folder of video files that need a single task done to it. And we create a piece of software that we can either drag or drop that folder onto, or we just have a piece of software waiting for files to appear into that folder to have work done on them. So it can really speed up the process if you want to be doing this work. I've also just added a few links there to resource pages on the internet of people who work in the digital preservation sector and want to teach these kinds of quality control and video editing tasks to people. So especially a piece of website called FFM Provisor is very much catered towards people who have never used this software before. And it gives a fantastic list of really basic tasks that you would want to be doing with it, with a really detailed description of every single element of the command to kind of explain it all to you, as well as things like, how do I install this software? I am aware that I skipped over that point. So we've also mentioned Handbrake. Like I said before, Handbrake uses FFmpeg under the hood. So anything that Handbrake can do, FFmpeg can do. But it's very understandable that if we're not comfortable with the command line, we want to use something that gives us a really simple visual representation of what's being done. But I just wanted to highlight a few things. So in fact, who here has used Handbrake before for any sort of task for like editing a video or something? Not many people, great. So again, a free piece of software, very available to download, and just powerful for creating quick, easy access files, or again, changing audio, changing frame rate, any task you can think of really. But I just wanted to highlight a few things. So I've imported the exact same video that I was using in those previous examples. So I can ask it, please change it to MP4, make it web optimized, which is just a little feature you can do to make sure that when you open that up on a web page, rather than having to download it to play it, it can actually play in the web page. It's got our yet another deinterlacing filter deinterlacer built in, which again is exactly the same as the one we were using, the FFmpeg command. And then we're asking it, please use those video codecs that we need to make it a proper MP4 video. And please make the frame rate the same as what was originally on the video. So a much more user-friendly example of video encoding compared to FFmpeg, but using the exact same software under the hood. And then, oh yeah, and also here is the output video that I would like from you, Rick. Start encoding. So just wanted to touch on some optical media tools as well, because like I said before, obviously things such as DVD do exist in the AV space, even though we do consider them to be optical media, not AV most of the time. So there's a few tools that we can be looking at here. One that I use quite often is Make MKV, which rips video files off of DVDs really, really effectively. And this is a really straightforward way of creating access files from a DVD. DVD is a bit of a funky format in the way that it has video files chaptered out a lot of the time. And this is a piece of software that can make that a much less stressful thing to deal with. It'll export every single part of that CD that is a video file off of it without you having to trawl through and find the appropriate files inside the DVD. So a process at DCWA would be to use a piece of digitization software to create a digital copy of the DVD itself called an ISO file. And then I would send this ISO file to Make MKV to create really quick access copies. Again, for audio CDs, we have similar processes. There's a fantastic piece of free software called Exact Audio Copy. If you needed to have a really trustworthy way of taking an audio CD and getting all of the files off as WAV files or MP3 files, this is a really effective tool to do that, and has really, really good, well-kept documentation online. So it's a really user-friendly piece of software to learn. A few other pieces of software that I use on a daily basis. FTK Imager, ISO Buster. Again, I will say FTK Imager uses this under the hood, but this has some additional features. These are really effective tools for, again, recovering from CDs, floppy disks, zip disks, all kinds of optical media, even hard drives and SD cards and USB sticks. This is a way of creating a exact one-to-one copy of that object, and then being able to look through the contents of that object in really fine detail. A big value of these kinds of tools is content discovery, which we talked about a lot today. So people might be providing us with a large collection of CDs that have nothing written on them. And, you know, first of all, we need to figure out, is it an audio CD? Is it a DVD? Does it contain images? Does it contain music? This is the first port of call, is creating an ISO image of those CDs, then importing them into this software to see what is exactly on them. And then we can make a decision on what the next step is in terms of creating usable digital objects for that format. It is also a way of kind of accessing the object without allowing it access to your entire computer. So there's a lot of kind of security considerations with using a piece of software like this. It can be in a kind of closed environment where it's not at risk in case, you know, there is examples of people providing us with CDs that have corruptions, that have quirky little viruses on them. You never know. And finishing off here, I wanted to show, again, a few tangential pieces of software, but again, things that I use every single day. OCRing is a big task in our sector. There's heaps of software that can do it, but I also want to show you that there's free software that can do it. You don't need to pay necessarily for a fancy piece of software to do this work. So I use a piece of software called Tesseract, which can take images and export them as text files, as well as embed them into the image themselves, so have OCRing on the document. If there's OCR work that has been done for any of you by the DCWA, this is the piece of software I use to do it. Again, command line based, but very, very user friendly. The command for this is literally typing Tesseract and then typing the name of the file that you would like it to create an OCR of. Job done. Really, really powerful with this software. I've done a lot of comparisons with this and Adobe's OCRing work. This is more accurate and costs, well, it costs $0, so it's a bit cheaper than an Adobe license. Another piece of software I use, and someone was talking about this just before, is for subtitling or creating captioning of videos. So a really important consideration in terms of accessibility for video files is captioning. And again, I use free software for this. This is very, very closely comparable to the kind of captioning that you would get from, say, Adobe Premiere or DaVinci Resolve, to very, very popular pieces of video editing software. But when it comes, again, to speed, if I need to be doing hundreds of video files, it's great if I can just get a piece of software to do that for me overnight under the hood and then do some checking the next day. So the piece of software like this, I send it a video file and ask it to caption it for me. This was just a short one I sent. Takes a bit of time. Starts spitting out the timestamped text in it. And you see it's going much faster than what the actual video file would be. So this was a 1 minute video file. Takes, how long did this video go for? 20 seconds to create that. So you get embedded subtitles into your image just with a very, very simple command without having to open up a video editing software. So this again is something that I'll get hundreds of video files that I've digitized. I need to just do this work overnight because there's more important things to do. And Star Wars is my go-to test video for software. The videotape that this came from was the very first video that was digitized at the DCWA. Great. So a few other resources. These are all kind of online resources by people in DigiPres who are doing work such as myself on a daily basis, who have put the time in to create free online resources for people who want to learn this work. The AV Artifact Atlas is a fantastic resource, community-led resource, kind of a wiki of common errors and artifacts that you get in video files during digitization. I would highly recommend anyone who has digitized analog video or audio in their collection to take a look at this site. It will do wonders to kind of build up your literacy around what kind of video damage looks like on a video file. It also helps you to identify maybe the difference between image artifacts that are inherently there or ones that might have happened from the digitization process, because obviously in bulk digitization, mistakes can happen. It's on the custodian to kind of QC the videos when they receive them and go, it looks like you made a mistake when digitizing this, and it might need to be digitized again. Minimum Viable Station is a really interesting resource on kind of laid out in terms of budget about what kind of tools you might want to be investing in to create a digitization station. So, if you're a small, really challenged with funding, not for profit, they might have a setup that shows that you can do it on a really shoestring budget, all the way up to a place like the DCWA, where we were able to kind of purchase the most ideal equipment for the job. Really useful resource for that. Already mentioned FFmpeg Improviser, a really beginner-friendly resource for using tools such as FFmpeg. It also contains a bunch of additional links to things in this sector of kind of learning how to do your own video editing and QC. FFmpeg Commander, kind of treat it as ChatGPT for FFmpeg. Say, hi, I need to do this task. Can you help me? And it goes, yeah, here's the command to use. This will probably work. Open Workflows List is one that I've really liked looking at. Basically, another community-led wiki of institutions that have published their workflows for digitization, from accessioning and QCing the item to like, here's the scripts that we use to edit these files. Please take them, use them for your own purposes. Pragmatic Preservation is a fantastic document that just gives a really detailed overview of video digitization from start to finish and some of the considerations that you might want to be looking at around there. And the AV Media Cheat Sheet is just a great tool for identifying video formats. Something we talked about is some of these far more obscure video formats out there are not identifiable by custodians. Maybe it actually takes the digitization technician to tell them what video format they have. This is a great tool for just scrolling through it, finding the image that looks like the object that you have and going, great, this is the format that I have. I'm able to identify that in my collection now. On the toolkit resource sheet that I have provided alongside this, there's a few other additional links that are very much worth looking through as well, a bunch of additional software that's worth looking at. But I just wanted to give generally a broad overview of some of the tools that we might want to be looking at using if you're getting into this sector. And I would say just that curiosity is the best thing to be having. I basically learned all of this stuff through being frustrated with things taking too long and Googling, is there a quick way to do it? And being sent to these kinds of pieces of software enough to go, this is the way to do it. But it's a self-taught kind of industry a lot of the time. And I hope that I've shown you that a lot of this stuff is actually not as far away from your reach as you might think in terms of it being, stuck behind a lot of training and learning. There's a lot of self-taught work that can be done out there in this sector. And people such as the staff of the DCWA are really keen to kind of help share that information out with you. So if you ever do have any questions about what software might be useful for your use case, we're really interested in helping you find the right tool for that. I believe that's it. Thanks very much. Yeah.
was just wondering, as you're going through and describing how sometimes an MP4 might be required and stuff, is there anything that the Digitisation Centre, do they advise as a standard, like when you digitise a video disc, this is what I recommend, you know, blah, blah, and blah. Is there a sort of what you do as a standard yourself? Like, do you automatically do an MP4 for everything you scan?
We do, yeah. So if we're taking analog video again as an example, our standard at the Digitisation Centre is to provide you the preservation copy, which the one that we opt to if we're not provided and not the one that the client wants is a JPEG 2000. So when we set up the centre, we kind of try to align ourselves with the preservation standards of the NAA as much as possible to kind of have that streamlining of standards across Australia. But we do also provide an MP4 access copy as standard as well, because obviously the preservation copies are sometimes very hard to open and play through at regular speed because they're such large files. Yeah. But yeah, as standard, we're providing MP4s for everything we do. Yeah. Yes.
I don't know if this is the next level, but just throw a scenario where you've got 1,000 photographs over 2 JPEGs. And you want to use facial recognition to save time. So say if you were looking for a particular person in those 1,000 photographs, is there any software that might
facial recognition is definitely outside of my wheelhouse. So this would be the kind of question where I say, I don't know. If you gave me 24 hours, I would know. But I'm probably going to err on giving you a suggestion. I'm not sure. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. All good. All right. Thank you, everybody. You might have gone a bit under time. That's all right. That's all right. Okay, great. Oh. Yes.
You know anything about transcribing from audio software?
Transcribing audio. Yeah, so for example, that software that I showed you before, Whisper, is just as effective at just using an audio file as it would be using a video file. So it would treat them exactly the same. Yeah. The thing, again, I would say tools such as Adobe Premiere and DaVinci Resolve, these much more common video editing tools, they all, if you have the premium versions of them, have really powerful transcribing tools within them. I opted to show you Whisper because that's a freely available tool to use, but I would say it's very much comparable with using those ones in those video editors that if you work for a university or an organization, you likely have an Adobe subscription or something like that. Those tools are maybe a bit more user-friendly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, when you demonstrated doing the closed captioning,
yeah.
And I noticed it's an American movie, so of course it's okay to spell mom, M-O-M.
Yeah.
But I've noticed you tried to use something onto, I can't remember what it was in YouTube or something, and you can turn in speech on.
Yeah.
It often really makes huge mistakes, and it's like, if I was like reading this, I have no idea that it wasn't covered. Like they can't spell people's names. They don't actually hear properly. Like, so is there a way to go back through that Whisper or whatever the program was and just make a few?
Absolutely. So with anything, if we're talking about OCR as well, you have to expect mistakes. These tools are not perfect, and it's likely they never will be, especially if we're talking about things like proper nouns. You can't expect them to have every single human's name. Interestingly enough, that video software got Qui-Gon Jinn perfect. I don't know how, but it got C-3PO wrong. But with something like Whisper, it creates the file that is essentially just a text file, and you can go in, you can edit it, and you can change it as needed. But yeah, we do have to always expect a certain level of error in this kind of software.
In my mind, I'm thinking, oh well, it's going to be no good if it doesn't know what to do yet. So it's good to actually remind ourselves, isn't it, that we should expect it and
yeah,
in a sense, airport and factor that into our.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think, yeah, I don't know if Ben will be happy with me mentioning an example that yeah, if you want to give the terrifying example of that.
So I won't name names, but it's a good and salutary warning about this sort of software and these tools, which are shared the market. So in Sydney, as most of you know, is the lands of the Eora Nation, and there was a welcome to country, which an institution had used software to caption. Unfortunately, they didn't put a quality check in, even though they were broadcasting this sort of function, and that got rendered as the land of the Eora Nation with a U. So yeah, very quickly that institution put back in that quality check. So I think, and to your point about AI and where does it fit, it is a great tool. That is all it is. It is a tool that is not replacing information specialists at all. And I think that's a very, very good, if unfortunate, story to illustrate the dangers of trusting that. On the positive side, one of the real benefits, I was at the ABC for the mass digitisation project with Renee Alvarez, who some of you may know. She was the project manager, realised we had a bit of an underspend, which is a rarity, but you get that. And so in consultation with ABC Radio and various other stakeholders, our system architect of the S3 storage system that's used for the ABC's archive coder was able to get 7.5 years of radio transcribed to the speech to text within a matter of days. I mean, it was a 1 month we had left in the budget, but I think this took a few days. Now, that doesn't mean that, yeah, that's boring work. Who wants to sit there transcribing Richard Kingsmill going on for 3 hours? But we were able to then, the researchers could search in Elasticsearch and they could choose speech to text or not. So they could do a title search, or they could say, no, I want to refine that and look for mentions of these particular people or particular articles of interest within that speech to text. And so it just gave the researchers and the journalists that much more power, I guess, within their content. So, you know, there's good and bad.
Yeah. Anyway,
any more questions? Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Jamison. Any more questions for Jamison? No?
All good.
Thank you, Jamison. That's excellent. Yeah. I'll got Mike. Here we are. So I'm a bit envious of Jamison because he got to do video and audio, and that's a very interesting field and one that's, I think, a little easier to wrap our heads around film. I certainly find film digitization pretty complex. But one thing I did want to just point out while I get things ready here is that everything that he was talking about in terms of those tools, and I thought he did a really great job in explaining FFmpeg and Handbrake, applies as well to oops, sorry, okay, that's the old version. Applies to the same thing we're going to be talking about now, which is film and the web and those objects. So I guess what I'm saying is that if you avail yourself of these tools, FFmpeg and Handbrake in particular, I say, and I'll be covering a few others here, you'll find that flexibility of those tools lends itself to so many different challenges facing your collection, whether you're talking about you've got a bunch of files back from DCWA and you need to convert them or put them into some form that you can store a bit easier, or if you're dealing with an old website or an old CD-ROM and you find an arcane format of media there, Handbrake and FFmpeg are your friends there. Oh, yep, sorry. That's right. It gave me a message, didn't it? And I ignored it. So that's okay. So if I just share screen one, that should. Is that working okay or no? That's the wrong one. No. Yeah, pardon me. Okay, that's it. Super. So yeah, I guess I'm here to just talk about those resources for digitization. I'm going to start by really going through a little bit of an overview of film digitization with the workflow. And I do want to stress that I'm not going to be able to cover every part of film digitization in the half hour allotted. But what I wanted to do is then focus a little bit more on the tools that we use post digitization, because I feel like some of those, and Jamison and I did talk about what we were going to cover. I'm luckily not talking about FFmpeg and Handbrake in this presentation, but some of those other tools that are really useful for us in terms of seeing what we've got, checking what we've got, looking at the fixity, and then some storage implications. But I will go through the, if I can get this. All right. There we are, sorry. So I've just started by really within this presentation saying that you are not alone when you embark on film digitisation or any kind of audio-visual digitisation. So I've linked here a number of really useful resources when it comes to anything in this space. I would really encourage you, if you haven't already, get along to the Digital Preservation Coalition website and have a look at there. I'm very pleased to say that the National Archives has just became a full member of the DPC, and we're very excited about that. And we've been engaging with them in a lot of different areas. And I think the DPC brings in a lot of not just audio-visual, but really trying to unify those two sides of what we do in archiving, paper, photographic, digital, and audio-visual. So I think it's a really worthy organisation in that respect. The NFSA, sometimes if you say that name around the NAA, everyone, but the NFSA are very all over this stuff. I mean, in terms of film digitisation, they are doing fantastic work, and their technical preservation guide is just a wonderful resource for anyone starting with film digitisation or any kind of that. In America, the NFPF have the Film Preservation Guide, which is a really good free resource. It's also available as a book if you like that kind of thing, and I certainly do. And that's a really good starting point to start if you have film in your collection and you want to talk. And that goes to storage as well as digitisation. So really worthwhile. FADGI, I referenced that pretty terrifying slide in my earlier presentation from FADGI, but it's a very good resource for making those decisions around format selection. There is no one size fits all. You asked about what do the DCWA do? They'll have a default position, which may have come from the NAA, but FADGI is a good table to sort of compare the different formats, what they represent in terms of suitability, complexity, storage, and so on. IASA, it provides a lot of guidance to audiovisual archives on professional approach. They also are the source of many of our standards. So TCO4, TCO6, which are essentially the standards documents for audiovisual archiving, come out of IASA primarily, along with Cynthia and NARA and some other bodies. But that's a really good source for that kind of standards, really kind of fairly high-end standard stuff. And then Indiana University have got some really good resources and documentation on their site for film, audiovisual as well. And they're also happy to sort of share some of their nightmare stories. It's really good to have that. When Jamison was talking before about DV, I was reminded of a resource my video guy came across of literally I think it was Indiana, is essentially putting out there on a YouTube video with documentation everything that had gone wrong in their DB transfer. But we learned a lot from it, and you can see what steps they took to remediate that. I didn't mention Archives of Tomorrow because I believe you already covered in linked the media formats guide, but that's a really good resource, and they're doing some great stuff. If you haven't checked out Archives of Tomorrow, it's a great resource for links, and that's one of the really nice sort of descriptive guides to film, audio, and video formats. So digitisation, prep and remediation. So the first part of any digitisation is really having to prep that. Now, obviously, I haven't been able to bring something like this along, our brand new BSF Hydra Clean, but it's and I would imagine none of your institutions are able to sort of tackle this stuff yourself. But it is good to, I think, have an understanding that if you are working with film, cleaning and prep is key. So obviously we have some pretty skilled teams doing this, and we address a lot of hazards, nitrate among them, vinegar syndrome as well. And this machine sort of automatically cleans, but we also have to come up with some sort of nifty ways to do it. So I've got a video here of our film sound tech using a low temperature heat gun. It actually comes out of 3D printing this. He's mounted it on a kick drum mic stand because he's a drummer, and he's using that to unblock a reel of magnetic film, which is a pretty cool product. Hopefully this plays okay. So you can see here it's coming out. He sets the temperature, goes for a nozzle onto his little mic stand there, and he's slowly unblocking the reel here. The camera should pan around. You'll be able to see that there as he just bit by bit. So that's because of hydrolysis, which we spoke about in the earlier preservations. is almost, we call it a hockey puck when it comes out of storage. It's literally solid. You could hurt someone with it. And bit by bit, you just have to tease out the film. He told me once he spent 8 hours on a reel. So it takes a special kind of archivist to work on that. But I think most of them he can get through in an hour or two. That'll allow him to play it back. So it's a similar process to baking in some ways. But you're doing it you're almost baking, spot baking, if you like. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool vid that Carolyn Ashworth. Okay, taking an overview. I'm not going to run for all these stages, thankfully, in this presentation, but I did want to get a sort of overview of how we get from film here through to files. So at its most basic, you have ComOpt, or ComMag, which are composite film. I'd imagine most of what anybody here has in their collections is composite format. So that's your Super 8, 16mm. What that means, composite, is that the image and the sound are on the same reel. So in some ways, it's a bit easier to deal with for the archivists and for your collections. You also have, and we have a lot of Film Australia and ABC materials that come into this, where you have the film image, either a negative or positive print, and then the film sound, which can be both optical and magnetic. You also have different gauges. I haven't gone into that here, but there's obviously, 16mm, 17.5mm, 35mm, right up to 70mm, different gauges of film that you need to consider. So I would imagine hopefully most of what you're working with is composite. It does make life a little easier. We come through onto ScanStation. Now that's what it's a pretty expensive bit of kit. So if you do have a bunch of film, I'd be suggesting having a talk to TCWA and about their ScanStation. And that's essentially a film scanner. It can push out WAV files. So if you have a composite print, it will create the audio as well. Within the NAA, we have 2 dedicated Sondor machines, which handle our film sound playback. And they have basically their own for magnetic and optical, well, actually mostly optical. We also have some Magnetechs, which have different type of head blocks that we can use for old 4-track, film sound, and other sort of more esoteric formats. But pretty much everything goes through the Sondor. When we talk about innovation, we have a really cool little thing on this one called a resonance, which is actually a camera attached to a video card, and that focuses on an optical print and then converts that video image into a digital audio file, if you like, that then goes out to our workstation. So there's some really interesting stuff going on in this space when it comes to different methods. So what do we end up with? At its most simple, coming out of the Sondor, you'll get a WAV file, and coming out of your DPX, out of your ScanStation, you will generally have a DPX sequence. Now, as Jamison said, this is one workflow. There are many ways to go. ScanStations can push out all of the files that you want if you set them up that way. We tend to, and I said the ScanStation here, we're lucky that we have 4 different scanners to choose from, and we'll make those choices based on the film source. But we then tend to take that DPX and put that straight into a tar file for storage. That's basically a raw file, zip file, if you've come across them. And it's a little less compressed than a zip file, if compressed at all, but it contains it all. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. For our image workstation here, the screenshot here is from Resolve. You can use any numbers, but Resolve is pretty much an industry standard now. That will allow you to grade. It also brings your picture and your sound together if they are on separate wheels to start with. We also do some work in an audio workstation as well, called Pyramix, because believe it or not, at the NAA, and this confused me when I first arrived, we actually keep those assets separate. So the image goes into the archive and the sound goes into an archive separately. It's only when someone wants access to it that we actually sit down and sync that together. That's got something to do with provenance. It's also because sometimes we might have only received this part of it. We've got quite a lot of stuff where we only have the film sound. You don't know what happened to the picture, and no one does. So that's just one of those sort of quirks, I guess, at the NAA. Out of the workstation, we would probably push out our access files, the MP4, for film. And we also create a duplication file, which is a ProRes MOV in our QuickTime movie, in our case. Now, that's not by any means to say that's the only workflow. There are other flavors to that, which we'll talk about as we go through. The reason we create a MOV is because a DPX sequence is, despite being very high quality, is quite unwieldy. It's difficult to take a whole. So what we have there is a series of very high quality scans of each frame. And I'll show you when we get to the practical section what that looks like in a folder. It's not something that a transcoder can deal with. It's not something you can easily send to a production house or back to the ABC when they need it on the news at 7 that night. So we create that MOV file for what we call quick and easy duplication. We can send it in automated scripts to a transcoder. We can push it out to a hard drive and send it to a production house or back to the agency who deposited that physical record with us. So that's in a nutshell the workflow. Here are some tools that we use and other institutions use. Again, these are far from, it'd be wrong of me to say these are the only ways to do it, but it certainly kind of sums up, if you like, the workflow. So for image, we're using DaVinci Resolve. That combines our editing, our color grading if we're doing it. It can also do effects, graphics, and audio post-production. We don't do any of that at the NAA. We leave that to our friends at the NFSA. It does support 4K, and most DPX files these days that are being done are 4K. So that's a high resolution, you know, sort of, I always forget off the top of my head, 31. I've got that now, 3840 by 2160 from memory. So that's a pretty high res image file. It does support that, but you do need to pay for the upgrade to render into 4K. But as a free tool, DaVinci Resolve is a really good place to start if you just want to start playing around with some video files. For audio, we use Pyramix, which is a very high-end system and is linked to some pretty high-end audio hardware, but is available as a sort of cheaper download. But I would point you towards Reaper, which is a really clever open source DAW or digital audio workstation application. And that'll allow multi-track editing, processing, mixing, mastering, anything you really need to do in that audio space you can do with Reaper. And it includes access to plugins as well. The QC, and I will attempt to demonstrate this if Zoom and desktops and things behave for us, but we use Switch quite a lot. And Switch is a really nifty free piece of software. It does allow you to it allows you to play back pretty much any kind of web or professional media format, similar to VLC in that respect, and many of you would have come across VLC, but Switch does have a really nice upgrade path. Pro, I think, is as little as $300 or $400, and then there's a really high-end upgrade for about $1,000 that unlock features like media comparison, being able to put two files next to each other and play them simultaneously. Really useful if you're checking a vendor's work. Also things like caption extraction from within the video signal. So old analog video formats, and I've strayed away from film a bit, but contained caption information inside that video, and that can extract it, and also includes scopes, which was mentioned by Jamison before. Once we've got our file and we've checked it and we're happy with it, we would then transfer it. And everything we do, we use a copy handler. And I would say that by and large, the best one out there is TerraCopy. It will actually ensure your data's integrity right through that chain of copying, and you can also integrate it. So I'll be demonstrating a little bit of TerraCopy later. And then HashCheck is what we use to then create our checksums for fixity. So that verifies, and then that will create checksum files which you can run along with. I have linked excess hash there because we are starting to look at that. There's a possible upgrade to our checksum verification, but I'll do a quick demonstration of that later, and hopefully that should all work for us. Okay, so that's our workflow, but I also wanted to link these open source tools because this is really, I think, for a lot of smaller institutions, the way to go, really, rather than sort of trying to tool up with lots of software. So Media Area is a French collective originally, but I believe they're pretty much, they've got people from all over now. Dave Rice, who some of you would have come across in the US, is involved. There's a lot of people. They write some really good open source software in this space. And this is useful, as I mentioned, for everything we're talking at audiovisual, not just film, not just web and multimedia, but audio and video. And probably the best part of that is a little utility called Media Info, which we'll demonstrate later. That is where we get all our technical data. And you will find that pretty much every MAM system out there is using media info under the hood to scrape technical metadata. So I'll demonstrate a little bit of that and show how you can break that open. Media Conch is a sort of integrated tool. If you're doing stuff in batch, it basically brings in a few of their different products, they call them projects, sorry, not products, because they're not selling them. Media info, media trace. So if you're doing batch level stuff, Media Conch is pretty handy. QC tools, there's a screenshot here, is analysis and filtering for quality checking of audio files. It's pretty dense, so I chose not to demonstrate it today, but it's a good free way to put your toe in the water with sort of a higher level of QC than just watching the file. Raw cooked, another one that I would love to have the time to demonstrate this, and I'll just talk a little bit about it because I think it's a really interesting project. So what that does is it takes the DPX file sequence that we get off a film scanner and it encodes it into what essentially a lossless video stream, what's known as FFV1 codec within a Matroska container or an MKV file. So why that's so cool, it uses FFmpeg, by the way, of course, like so many things. But why that's really cool, and this is actually something that the BFI have adopted, the British Film Institute have adopted as their workflow, is that the FFV1 is essentially a lossless version of that DPX sequence, but less than half the size. So I think, Jamison, that's correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and Jamison and I were talking about this. He's done experiments with Fixity to show that when you bring that DPX sequence back out of the FFV1 Matroska file, there's no loss. It's the same DPX files. So in terms of a lossless codec, and it's all open source, so no one owns this, except, it's very democratized in that respect. Really has big implications for storage, and it's certainly something we're looking at in terms of our storage and going forward. And when people like the BFI are on board with it, you've got to sort of take that quite seriously, I think. So that's Raw Cooked, another good free tool. They also have a whole bunch of really clever metadata tools for BWF, for movie files, for DV files, for AVI files, just to be able to embed and validate metadata. So that could be everything from just the title to, a whole bunch of descriptive metadata that you can embed within the file, but also technical stuff too. So, check out Media Info and Media Area. I will demo a little bit of Media Info later without going too far. So, scanners. I've just thought as a little interlude, it might be interesting just to show the difference between scanners. When we talk about film digitization, it's not one size fits all, like anything. Different film stocks and different film gauges will perform better on different scanners. And this here is a comparison between the ScanStation and the Sintel. Now, it's a 1965 16mm Kinney, as it's known. So that's a tele recording, and it's got a combination of external shots and interior. So the notches cause issues on the Sintel on this particular stock. So the Sintel doesn't run as well as the ScanStation did. And you'll see when I run the footage that you compare the two and you see the steadiness of that top ScanStation is a lot better than the Sintel. You see that sort of shaking in the footage as it goes through. So this isn't to say that I'm here to sell you ScanStation, because I'm not, but it's just more an example of how different stock and different gauges have to inform our decisions. We come back to that point about knowing your collection and your context. If you have a lot of 16mm, you're going to want to find a vendor who's got a scanner that's going to perform well on that. And that's about a bit of research, asking the questions, getting some test files, maybe from a few different vendors, and seeing who produces that material at the quality you're happy with. Okay, so I'm going to try a demonstration now. Hopefully it works. We're going to try quickly show a little bit of technical metadata and media info, show how Switch and some of the things that Switch can show us, how we use TerraCopy and what TerraCopy looks like when you use it to copy files around, and then a quick demonstration of HashCheck and how we use that there. So I think I'll stop share quickly and then go through to. All right. Okay, so share by just general. Need to be screen too, isn't it? Yeah. All right, cool. Oh, okay, I'll try. Is that working now? Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so screen sharing here, I'll just pull that down to there. So here we have a DPX sequence. This, or rather, sorry, this is an output from the scan station. We have a DPX 2K overscan here. So that is our DPX files, all there in a folder. And you can see there's just a few of them here, but you can see here, each one of those, that's a 600 meg file, just one frame. So you can see how big those get very quickly. You also have, whoops, I'm getting clumsy because I'm looking at the wrong screen. We also have their ProRes file, which is our duplication master. And we also have, obviously, our access file. And here we have the WAV file. So in terms of how we might utilize that, so looking at our ProRes file, if I bring that and chuck it onto Switch, I can just show you a little bit of, it's going to behave on me, please. So the free version of Switch has this slightly annoying watermark, but you can see here that we can obviously play through the file, and that's a 4444 high-res ProRes movie. So it's a pretty high bit rate, and we can use some controls like inspecting properties. This, by the way, is a funky little 70s Film Australia thing called Roof Topics. So we might see some slightly not so, I don't think it's anything too lewd, but it's, so here we have bit rate information, the bit depth, the chroma sampling, color space, all that sort of information that you want to see about a video file, you can see. And as I mentioned, this also allows us to use alternate media display, so we can split between two different files, and we can also use scopes and so on in the Pro version. Okay, so in terms of this being a really effective video player, I'd encourage you to download Switch if you're thinking about any kind of video work, and have a bit of a play with that. It also, and I think I've got an example of it here. You'll notice here it does, interlacing. We spoke about interlacing fields before. This is a progressive film transfer, so there's no fields here. But if I had an interlaced video, in fact, I think I might have one here, you can actually split those fields to have a look at it. Yeah, here's one. So I'll pop that in there. So there you see the two fields are split. If I show that as its original, that's the original image, but I can actually take that and look at the different fields. And when you're trying to work out a field order problem or some issue that the file looks a bit grimy, that can be a really useful way to troubleshoot those sort of issues. So it also allows you to just look at a single field, all those sorts of cool tricks. I'll get back to roof topics though, because I'm sure everyone's keen to see that. I did just want to show you as well, which I think is kind of cool, the difference between our full file, our full scan ProRes, which has the edges, as you can see, of the print. So, and out of everyone's wondering why it looks so red, that's actually got to do with the relative decay of the different dyes within it. Essentially, the cyan and the yellow decay faster than the magenta. So an older print like this that wasn't stored ideally, you'll actually get more red coming through. We don't do any grading at the National Archives. We leave it. But you could take that as a resolve, push more green and blue back in, and you would find that was still there, at least in the DPX file. If I show you now the access file, you'll see that we actually crop. And I'll, again, in Switch, we can see here that the one's actually being cropped. We've got rid of all of that guff around the edges, which we want when we're doing a full scan, because you want to see that the frame registering was correct. You want to make sure that you haven't accidentally cropped some of the active picture. So when we do transfers and when we get transfers back from vendors, we don't want them to crop it like that, even though that's probably what you'd want when you're going to air. But for an access file, it's perfectly fine. And you remember when Jamison was demonstrating FFmpeg, one of the simplest things you can do in FFmpeg is to do a quick crop to say, I just want to have this part of the image. I don't need all that stuff at the edges, whether that be VBI in the case of video or the outside of the frame in the case of film. So I will skip that one. Was there any, I mean, switch, by the way, yeah, as I said, a freebie initially, but you will have that watermark there. I also wanted to just go to a little more detail on media info. I'll just use this this MPEG-4 to it. One thing you'll find with media info and a lot of these applications is they actually can become contextual menus within, I'm in Windows here, and some of the tools I've shared are Windows only. But what's really good about them is you can actually just have them so when you right click, there they are. And that's the same for Terracopy, for hash check, for a number of different tools that we use. You can put them into your contextual menus and have them there ready to go. So I hope everyone can see that. It is pretty small, but the nice thing about media info is it initially shows you a view where it says, here's your container, in this case, an MPEG-4 with a video stream and an audio stream. It then gives you some more detail on the video stream and then gives you some more detail of the audio. You can also use all the different views. I'm quite a fan of the tree view, where it offers that same information, but in a slightly more detailed context. This includes things like the width, the height, the bit rate, the duration, codec, bit rate, chroma space, all the rest of it. Now, why that's important is even if you're outsourcing video, you need to bring that back in and check that that adheres to your specifications. And the best way to do that is a tool like Media Info. And in fact, you would probably, if you were going to do it properly, you'd probably actually grab an XML out of Media Info, use some scripts to compare that to your specification, and then you would basically be automating that the way that Jamison does in his context, or all of us at the NAA. We just happen to do it through media asset management system called MediaFlex. But under the hood, it's using Media Info to strip all that information out of the files that come in, and it's comparing them to our specifications and ensuring that they adhere. So Media Info is a really nice piece of kit. You can also have a nice table view. I don't actually have it updated on this particular computer, but it allows you to compare two files and it'll highlight in red the bits that are different about them. So if you're doing a vendor comparison, let's say you sent something out, you got the test file that you approved, and then something went wrong, or they updated a piece of software and said, oh, here we go, we just need to give you a new file. You can actually sit there and see in red ink, as it were, exactly what the changes are between those two files. So that's really useful when you're doing things like checking whether a software or a hardware update has impacted your workflow, or when you're trying to troubleshoot an issue with a vendor. And I'm sure you guys don't have any of that here, but it does happen. Occasionally they might run an update that causes a particular output to not be exactly the same as it was before, and it's not behaving. So yeah, Media Info, really good. Don't be scared by the XML view if you ever. It also has just plain text too, which I find really quite easy to read. And even will tell you sometimes things like the writing application. You can see here, this came out of ScanStation. So that can be quite useful, particularly if you're trying to figure out, you know, has a vendor changed platform and not told you. So that's a quick one on Media Info. Obviously, a lot more to tell. I did want to talk about Terracopy, and I'll just show you again while we're talking about contextual menus. I have this here. If I was to copy that and then paste onto my desktop, you'll see this window pops up. So again, this is gone into the shell of Windows now, this particular application. And you can automate this. I've just left the drop down there so that it does it. It allows me to choose, do I want to copy this with Terracopy or with Explorer? And away you go. So I'll do it with Terracopy, and we can see up in the corner it just did its thing quickly. But I'll go into the actual program itself in a little bit more detail. So one thing I just wanted to show you here is our options. So with TerraCopy, what's really nice about it is it actually does a hash check of every single copy that you do with it. And it's actually using, you can choose the particular flavor of checksum you want. But what people are increasingly realizing that MD5 and SHA-256 and other versions, earlier versions, I guess, of checksum, while being very, very reliable, are very, very slow. It takes literally hours to checksum a DPX sequence. And you don't just have to create the checksum, then you copy it and you have to verify the checksum. And both of those operations take an awfully long time. So something that we've been looking at and is under the hood of TerraCopy is XXHash. It's I've linked it in the presentation. It's I guess a newer version. I think it was a guy from Google, wasn't it, Jamison? You were saying? Yeah, a guy wrote it in his spare time, as they do. Very smart dude. And what it does is essentially does that same checksum with a really high degree of validity. And a lot of people have crawled over the work and given it sort of 10 out of 10 in terms of how reliable it is for fixity. But it's 10 to 50 times faster. So when you are dealing with a large collection of large files, that makes an enormous difference. And I would imagine it's probably going to come in photographic as well, because I know some of the file sizes and the number of files in photographic collections once they're digitized, you have that same problem of fixity. It's just very late. It's very resource intensive. So I think there's a lot to be excited about in that area. James Doig, if anyone, I think he presented here last year, he sent me some good stuff about XXHash and is looking into it. So please follow up if that's of interest. You can also do sort of manual copy moves here and the like with TerraCopy, but I think I've demonstrated copying files is not that exciting, really. Last of all, I'll just do a quick example of fixity, because it really is that easy. So here's our DPX sequence. I'm going to select all though, that's 49 items. And we're just going to, again, it's a contextual menu. We can right-click that and create our checksum file. So this is now hash check, which has gone into my Windows shell and appears as a menu option. It's going to drop it in the folder. It's just going to call it checksums MD5. You could call it whatever you like, really. And there it is. And if I look at that file, now obviously I can take it in and put it in, but I'll just edit it in Notepad so you can see how simple that checksum file is. It literally is a unique hash for each image in that DPX sequence. And that is a really key piece of fixity for us. So just to give you, pardon me, an example, our average film reel comes back at about 3,500 to 4,000 image files in a folder, in a sequence. So having one checksum file, you can just take and quickly verify that at our end using hash check, or you can even drop those checksums into Excel, have your checksums in another Excel and check it that way if you want to. But, normally it's done in a quite automated way. And then that checksum file will travel with that image sequence forever, into storage, out of storage. And every time it's used, you should be checking that file. So hash check is pretty much under the hood. You'll install it and you won't see it again, except when you right click. The last thing I wanted to just demonstrate before I try and get back to my presentation, hopefully, is how we actually then store that file. So I'm using here a program called 7-Zip, which is how we create our TAR files, but you could use WinRAR or any number of other apps to do it. So we just add to archive. We just choose the flavor of format that we want. 7Z is their proprietary one, but we'll go zip is not practical, too compressy. We use TAR files. So we select that and we just hit OK. And there you go. And you can see that TAR's there. And were I to unzip that, you'd then be able to see that checksum would be in there, and we can verify that checksum and make sure that everything has gone through the way it has. Just in terms of size, I'll just quickly show the properties of that guy. You can see there, it's not too different to the TAR file. So the TAR's not really about compressing that. if I put them side to side, you can see the number of bytes is very close. Really, there's very little that's been compressed in there, but it's more about making it a single manageable object or media flex or any kind of content or media management system to be able to get. Management systems, as a rule, don't like folders full of thousands of files. It freaks them out. So this is probably the reason we tar all our files. However, I think in the context, if any of you were dealing with having to store your own DPX sequences, I'd really have a chat to Jamison or myself later about the raw cooked FFV1, because that has the advantage of being playable. It sort of is your duplication master and your storage archive in one file. So you can play it, and it also compresses and stores your DPX sequences as a single object without lossiness. And that's the key bit. It's lossless. So I'd love to get into the raw cooked workflow at the NAA, but the cyber guys would probably not like me. Yeah, we're working on that. But so that's the demo piece. Are there any questions about that before I quickly run back and finish off on the presentation?
Were they green circles that were coming up against it? Like there were little symbols in the column that said status that had green ticks. Was that Fixity?
Actually, I think that might have just been my OneDrive saying it stored them, but yeah, similar. Look, you can have that. We certainly do in some of our applications. We have that sort of visual indicator of fixity, but that would be more in a copy handler. In TerraCopy, you can have a view that shows you that. So you would copy a bunch of files. As it copies, it verifies them, and then it shows a little green tick as each transfer goes through. But yeah, sort of the keys to copy handling are don't have something open when you're copying it and let the machine do its work. I used to work in digital cinema, and a lot of the times you get problems when people are rushing to get something out the door and they pull the hard drive before the transfer is finished. So yeah, look, TerraCopy is a bit slower than Windows or Mac copying, but you really must verify every copy. It is the most common source of corruption in audiovisual collections, is people copying a file, not using a copy handler. It's incredible how often it happens. So, yep, I will. Thank you for the reminder. Glad you're in charge of that and not me. So, is that okay there? Should be.
When we've got an oral history on the cassette, and we've made a digital file and want to share it with the National Library or State Library, we should run one of those fixity things or copy things before. We shouldn't just go save as and type copy for NAA and then send it off.
That's a really, really good point about checksums and fixity. Point of source, and it's something I cannot believe I didn't mention earlier. You make sure that you make that initial checksum as close to the source of digitization as possible. So really, ideally, it's on the machine where you scanned or digitized that file. Create your checksum there, and then that, if you like, chain of fixity continues all the way through. I found myself a little while ago looking into blockchain technology in media files and the implementation. I see Piers having a chuckle at the back of the room. Blockchain is a lovely concept because, in a way, the fixity is within the file. And I really wish that the SMPTEs of the world would get their heads together and come up with a good archival media format that used blockchain to carry that fixity information right through at the transfer. And then we wouldn't have to mess about with hash check and checksums. But yeah, it is a really good point you make about, when do you do it? I didn't do it before you rename the file, get the file where you're ready to deliver it. And then you want to put that fixity check in there straight away before you then transfer it to a USB or into any kind of cloud service. Absolutely. Yeah. And actually it brings us nicely to our standards. So that's all working fine. Thank you. So on our website, I've linked our preservation digitisation standards, which are our required standards of physical records of archival value for our vendors. They're also there as a source of guidance to other agencies who might be embarking on their own digitisation projects. Along with those resources at the beginning, I'd recommend, if you're looking at anything in that space, they include obviously our paper photographic, but also audiovisual. Also, our born digital file format standards. So that's for agencies that are consigning to us already digital files, things that have really been born digitally. Again, we take anything. We'll, if you've got a flash video, we'll take it in that form. But if you are sort of coming up with your own born digital file standards, there's some advice in there. And that's particularly within government agencies. That page is really designed for, it's almost a standard for other government agencies within the federal arrangement. We also have information standards and our digital preservation policy there as well. And more widely, some advice about outsourcing digital storage, if that's something your agency needs to look into, and cloud computing and information management. So I should stress that these resources are probably more aimed at other government agencies, right, within the Commonwealth, but there might be hopefully some nuggets in there for you to consider. They're pretty clear. They're not too long. There's some good brevity in there, but it's certainly worth having a look at. And in particular, I'd point you to those preservation digitisation standards, the top link, because that's really goes to the stuff we've been talking about today: video, audio, film. As for web and multimedia objects, I would probably refer you back to Jamison's presentation in terms of the tools you would use to deal with audio visual objects within that context. Because flash video and all of the weird and wonderful things that were going on in those days are best handled by something like Handbrake and FFmpeg. There's also a bunch of emulators that you can use to play back those files. I won't go into that space. I believe that James Thoig from the NAA did a whole presentation on emulators, and he's a good deal smarter than me in that space. So I won't double up on that ground, but there's some really useful tools out there like QEMU that you can use to emulate an old operating system, emulate some of these older environments if you are dealing with old CD-ROMs that someone thought were a good idea to do in Dreamweaver or one of those ancient formats. I did just want to also just put a few links in. Obviously, the NAA, we're not the lead agency within the Commonwealth on web archiving. That's the NLA. And they've really combined the three different arms of web archiving into the Australian Web Archiving. So that's, and I'm sure there'll be people here who are a lot more up on this than I am. That's obviously Pandora, AGWA, the Australian Government Web Archive, and the NLA's AU Web Domain Archive. So that's really all publicly available in Trove. And that Trove is the front end of that Australian Web Archive. But just looking under the hood a bit, they do use HT-Track, Heritrix, and some pretty cool little open source tools to create what are called WARC files. And WARC files are web archives. If you go to the International Internet Preservation Consortium page, that includes the NLA and a whole Library of Congress and a number of other institutions around the world in offering a single page with a lot of resources. So if you really want to get into this space, that page linked at the top there is the place to go. And it covers acquisition, replay, search. It also has a really nice comparison of the different web archiving tools and what you might want to look into if that's something you have to deal with as an agency. But before you do, I would definitely get in touch with the NLA and make sure you're not duplicating effort. The one thing I do want to say about web archiving, though, and it's an area which we're worried about at the NAA, is the fact that a lot of these tools leave the audio and video files behind. They're not designed, those web archives pick up all the text and they essentially flatten the website. They might keep some of the contextual links, but a lot of that audio video gets lost. So how we take that and preserve it and link it to its original context is a real challenge for us. We're finding it out in our archive. We've got Preservica who is able to manage the websites, but can't manage the media. MediaFlex can manage the media, audiovisual media, but can't manage the websites. So there's a proper challenge for James and his team to come up with an approach to deal with the websites that we get consigned. And I think it's one that really around the world, it's a bit of a Wild West, it seems to me, and there'd be people in this room with more expertise than me. But it's how do we manage that challenge of keeping those websites in their context and all the pieces that made up those websites. I would say the one thing, though, if we can influence websites being built now, try and minimize the amount of social media linkages in websites for your agency if you can, because it's one of those things that you think, any little embedded piece of content, when you go to archive that, that's gone. That little piece of the website is suddenly not there anymore. So it's just about those design decisions as well. If you can get to your agencies and have them think about how do the web stuff they're doing now, how's that going to work in 20 years when it needs to be archived? And if you haven't had a look at Open Wayback or the Wayback Engine, Link, there's such a cool thing. I mean, really great sort of trawl through the old internet. It's a wonderful, wonderful site. You can get very much lost on that particular rabbit hole. Lastly, and I guess this goes to my whole point right in the first presentation as well, we're not alone in this space of audiovisual archiving. I've linked here a number of really good associations and networks, which I'd encourage all of you to check out, particularly if you are embarking on a project. There's the, for film specifically, FIAF, the International Federation of Film Archives. I won't attempt French. So European based, but a global collective with a very much the focused motion picture film. AMIA, the Association of Moving Image Archivists, is a lot of universities involved in that. So I think it'd be quite relevant to a lot of the people here from the education and university sector. And they've got some really good Q&A and resource subs through their website. IASA, instrumental in developing the standards that we all use. I mentioned that before, TCO4, TCO6. If you haven't checked them out and you're getting into audiovisual archiving, you really should. CPAVAR, a really great kind of international network, but very much focused around our region. And I think they've got a great annual conference, and they also have most of those proceedings from that conference available online. So check them out, and it's a very inexpensive membership as well. Australasia Preserves is a community for DigiPres within Australia, New Zealand, and Australasia, and has some good stuff on their blog site. And last of all, and a bit biased here, ASRA, the Australian Sound Recordings Association, very much an audio-focused association, but there is published journal articles online, and I've been talking with Robin Gamble, who's the secretary currently of ASRA, and we're looking to do some similar sessions to this, but very much focused in the audio space, where Craig Field, our new Senior Audio Preservation Officer, possibly myself if you're unlucky, and others will get into to doing some preservations and some toolkits, very much presentations, I should say, and toolkits in that audio space, and specifically focused around things like oral history and some of the new technologies that are coming into the audio archiving. And that's it from me. Thank you. Any questions? I think we got a little over time this time, but just one question.
With archiving, I've noticed from my experience that this is a remark really about your comment about the limitations of these tools. Any dynamic feature of the website virtually is not captured. Even stuff so basic as JavaScript, which is client side, you might think is innocuous, basically doesn't get captured. And that's certainly a problem with archiving and playback machine. So your point's well made, and maybe we need more development of tools in that area.
Oh, I think so, definitely. And I think the WARC model of sort of zipping it up, taking everything and putting it into a single file has some benefits, but then it has a similar issue to a tar file, and that you can't play that. So again, what's the point of an archive if we can't access what's in it? We need discoverability and searchability. So yeah, it's a real problem. It's not far from my field of expertise, but I think over the next 5 years, I'm going to need to get up on it very quickly, because I feel like a large part of audiovisual archiving is going to be how do we get that stuff that was there in MySpace. So any other questions or yes?
I was wondering when you mentioned the preservation standards, does NAA or anyone have a standard in how to create the websites? Because when I've been doing our library website page, I always try to make sure I don't do things like click here for the PDF, because later on, that's not as I've done on other websites. If that website goes down, there's no way to find out what that view was actually called.
Yeah.
And if you knew what that file name was, you could discover it maybe on someone else's web page or something.
Yeah.
So the way that you link to an attachment also in a website seems to be a
Yeah.
problem, like.
I don't believe the NAA offers guidance per se, but I would say the IIPC has some good advice on there. And just trying to think where I saw it. James Doyle did share a good article with me. I'll forward it to Mark. And it was sort of 3-pager on some principles around, considerations when you are looking at web with a forward view was archiving that website. And that came out of a competency to Britain. So I'll try and get that into the resource kit as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else, Tom?
Thank you, everyone. I think we're a bit over time.
Yes, I am sorry. So we'll go for
No,
that. Yeah.
that's quite all right. For our next session, we have Ken Higgs and Meg Travers from Gaia Resources. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I've always told us to speak too quietly. Ken Higgs is the founder and CEO of Gaia Resources, a consultancy that responsibly delivers sustainable technology solutions to make the world a better place. Piers has a keen interest in archives and collections and has led the development of capability and capacity in this area within Gaia Resources for over 10 years. Gaia Resources provides services to leading archives and collecting organisations across Australia more and more all the time. Meg Travers is a musician, and I have permission to continue to call Meg a geek and digital preservation specialist. She has a passion for early electronic instruments and seeks to keep these artifacts accessible in place of technology obsolescence. You could talk to a few people here, Meg. She has worked in technology roles in arts and culture organisations, including the State Records Office of WA, State Library of WA, WA Museum, and the Perth International Arts Festival for over 15 years. She currently works on digital preservation and archiving software development projects, amongst other things, with Gaia Resources. And today we're leading with a presentation from Meg, who then has to go and do some other important things, and Q&A from Piers. I think Piers, your microphone.
I need to put something down. Sorry.
That is okay. We will need 2 hands. Welcome, Meg.
Thank you. Okay. Hi. It's always really difficult being the last speaker, I think, because everyone's thinking about a cup of coffee and going home. And it's always also difficult to be the last speaker because you've just watched all of the other presentations. So I was going to talk about that. Or that's a much better way of looking at it. So here we are. The good news is that it was actually really good to see a couple of things from the last 2 speakers. Both of them talked about having a number of tools, which they make use of for different things. And I think that's what I want to talk about with artificial intelligence as well. And I really like Jamison's mention about one piece of software, I'm pretty sure it was FFmpeg, that he trusted. And I think that's a key thing when we're talking about AI as well. So without further ado, this is a quote that Piers found. And I think this is really true because this is certainly not the first archives or GLAM get together that I've seen to talk about AI at all. But we're seeing very little people doing anything with it. And I think there's still a lot of nervousness about it, and fair enough, absolutely. Piers and I both sort of thought about how we view AI at this point, and this is what each of us came up with. So Piers was the first one. He thinks it's useful doing the grunt work, doing things faster, and again, that was touched on in the previous talks as well. So we've got time to do the more important stuff. And my comment was that, like people doing research on the internet, I'm sure you've all come across those people. AI is limited by its inputs, but as people who are working in the information profession, we can do something to improve those inputs. And in particular, we can improve the inputs for the AIs that we might use in our work. So what is artificial intelligence? We're very fond of the idea of the digital tsunami, the great digital wave that's coming for us. So here we have the tsunami of digital, and here we have some archivists riding that wave, courtesy of the DY Library. And we thought AI was quite a good surfboard for getting on top of that wave. Because even if you've got 300 printed emails or 300 letters that you need to sort through, or 300 emails or 300 terabytes of emails, or 7.5 years of the ABC's radio output to transcribe, the reality is these AI tools are going to actually help you to get that done faster. So to get on top of that digital tsunami that's there. What is AI? And it's stuff that you're probably all using already. So spam filtering is a big one. Again, your mileage might vary as to how good and how bad it is with different things, but on the whole, it's doing pretty well. It's learning. That's the key thing about what is an AI. Music and video recommendations. I don't know if many of you are using Spotify, Netflix, all of the various competitors to those, and it will recommend, oh, if you watch that movie, you might enjoy this. And I think I'm probably getting about 50-50 at this point as to whether it's right or not. But again, every time I say to it, no, I didn't enjoy that, or I did enjoy that, it learns a little bit more about me and the types of films to recommend. Google, Alexa, Siri, I kind of hesitate to put these in because whilst they, in themselves at this point, are not strictly speaking AIs, they're a voice assistant, they do what you ask, but they're learning for Google and for Amazon and for Apple, sorry, took me about, who does the last one? They're learning how to recognize speech in all the languages across the world, in all the different vocal inflections. So they're learning. They are AIs under the hood, but they're not working in that way for us just yet. It'll come out. Facial recognition. I'm sure many of you have got a phone that you need to look at to unlock. Language translation. Google Translate's been on the web for a long time. Again, that's another system that's still learning more and more too as well. Self-driving vehicles. I haven't been in one of those, but I believe they were trialled in South Perth, and I don't think anyone was killed by any of them anyway. So they're certainly around. And again, they learn from the situation they're in. They can apply a set of rules and then reapply it to a new situation that they haven't been in before. Medical imaging analysis, which is terrifying, but there you go. That is an area that is also getting used in at this point. Sorry.
I was already terrified.
Well, yeah, the terror is the question. This is the thing. So, you know, and look, online games, simple things like playing chess against a computer. Again, they get better as they play against you more and more. They learn. So, why is it useful? And as I said, it's about the massive speed you can achieve in processing vast amounts of digital information. It has to be digital information. It's not going to work on a piece of paper yet. Give it time. That can be information in your collection, or it could be information about your collection. It could be as simple as spotting popular topics that are coming up and then planning access strategies for things that are clearly bubbling up and becoming more relevant. Or it might do things like tracking media for you so you can see when something might actually be about to become topical and start getting your access copies into place already for that. It's also useful for spotting linkages within small details within an object, for example. There might be a reference to a Mr. So-and-so, and the AI might be able to pick up from the name, from the location that the letter was sent from, because it's read all the text, and go, oh, they're talking about this person over here, and put that linkage in, whereas you might miss it because it's just a small piece of text, in a letter that was neither to nor from that person. So there are interesting ways that it can actually be quite useful. What are the barriers? There's little use in the archives and GLAM sectors as yet. There is some. We're wondering if it's a lack of skills in the area for people to be able to put these things into place. And we think that there's a need to create trust, again, going back to Jamison's comment about trusting that piece of software. Create trust and a shared ethics between the creators of the records, the information, the records managers, the archivists, and then your researchers as well. So there's a whole chain that has to go through, and this is already done with the records that you're managing currently. But as soon as you bring in another even semi-sentient creature, for want of a better word, into the equation, there has to be a process of building trust within it for all of those parties as well. And a governance to understand how it is you're managing that new creature and how it's actually impacting the material that you have. So how does this impact archival practices? For archives, it's a case of, and this is to do with the fear thing, and we're going to have to deal with it. It's a bit like if 20 years ago people were still holding out on the internet's a fad. that ship has well and truly sailed, but there were a lot of people who were. Not just archivists by any stretch, but in a lot of businesses and industries. Where are we getting this from government? There's an awful lot of governance documents coming out, not just from archives, but more generally across government. government agencies are going to be using these systems to create and manage their information. So as archivists, we need to be ready to deal with that coming in and also see, why are they using it? Is this useful to me? How can I make use of this? So there's just a few examples there in government recently. For business, and you can spot my typo in this one, I realised this morning. For non-government archives, you'll be dealing the same with AI content and AI systems from businesses, not agencies, or from educational institutions. Many people are not even aware they're making use of those AI systems already, like we talked about, Netflix and what have you. You haven't really thought through. I hadn't really thought about it, to be honest. So like, how many ways am I actually using this already? But business is taking up AI far more quickly than government because they can see there's money to be saved. So for them, this is imperative. Okay, let me go back to university for a second here. Just going to check, is everyone here familiar with this records continuum model? Because I just want to check if I should explain it or we're all good. Excellent. You've probably all seen it more recently than I have, so that's good. We've got the 4 quadrants. First one being create. So when a record is created, clearly the use case here is that people are going to be using AI to create content. To me, this is the great horror, because as they've been saying, on Facebook for a while, I want AI to do my dishes, not to create my art. So to me, this is the horror, but this is what's actually happening. So step 1, it's there. The next step is capturing. When records are captured into a record keeping system, at this point, you can identify ephemeral or private records, for example, prior to capturing them into the record keeping system and leave them out. Records with personally identifying information can be identified, and I've forgotten the word. Sorry? Yes, with the black and redacted. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Redacted. Information that has a security component to it. Again, can be identified, that information redacted, or the whole record removed from being put into the record keeping system, or given a completely separate security rating. And the third quadrant, when you're organising them into an archive, the descriptions that you generate can actually be informed by the AI as well, which can actually read and to an extent understand, can contextualise to an extent the content. It can create linkages between agents, the example I gave before, locations, even series and items that you have, because it's read the metadata for your whole collection. It's not just about this document. This document is just now adding to its knowledge. You can match agents and locations. So as I said, the example for the letter. So you can start drawing together people in locations at times. And for your researchers, that's going to be quite amazing. Digitification, which is a kind of a bit of a non-glamorous, but nonetheless essential function. Very difficult to do by hand, but something that computers can do really very easily. Next quadrant, pluralizing, which I always think is an odd word for it. This is about getting more metadata into your records in your collection. So it's more available to the public. The usage expands into the public eye and your collection becomes more embedded with its community. Here you can look at linkages with external systems. So not just within your own collection, but perhaps other collections that your AI knows about as well. And that might be between, say, the State Archive here in WA and the NAA. They might have an agreement for their systems to get to know each other and start making linkages within. That's one example. Within different education institutions, say just within WA, but even across Australia, to be able to understand a student's journey across the educational system, that might be another example. There are lots of ways that it could actually be quite useful, those linkages. Go on to handwriting recognition. Again, to open up the metadata in your collection, because if you've got a lot of handwritten letters as this particular item, then if you can actually OCR that handwriting, make that available to search the item, that opens up all the content again. Transcriptions of audio and video, I think we've covered very well just previously. And interpreting old phraseology, and this is something that we would have at SRO from time to time, where the Colonial Secretary's Office would have a particular way of referring to something. We have a completely different way of talking about now. And effectively translating that so that people under the age of 20 know what it's about, that kind of thing. So those are the kinds of uses that, again, an AI can do very quickly with training. And this is the key thing. They all need some training to be able to perform. So just a tool. The model that doesn't really work funnily enough, despite the fact that these are digital materials, is the OAIS problem. There's not really a place in here for an AI to work, if you like. But there are places where it would be inserted. So at the start, the AI would actually do a transcription of the digital material, be that OCR of text or transcribing audio from video, transcribing text of an audio or video. You can identify the linkages and perform maintenance on those in the administration management section. And then that material can come out into the access part of the file. Might be a laser. I'm not sure. I won't stare in my eye and try it. So at the access end, you can use AI, the outputs of the AIs within your collection management system to enhance the accessibility of the collection for people. So they're able to make use of those transcriptions that you've had done or you've gotten the machine to do, so that people can then make use of them to find new connections in your collection that they wouldn't otherwise necessarily have found. Like I said, it's about the trust and the governance. And this is something that archivists are really good at. It's building that trust with their communities, building that trust with record managers and back to content creators. But like I said, because we're putting a new baby into the game, that needs to be rebuilt again. And it probably needs to start with the archivist for you to feel that you've got a tool that you can trust, because then you can sort of say, it's okay, we're using this, but we're comfortable, we're confident in the kind of output that it's going to give us, and the kind of security model it has, and the ways in which it can enhance things at the access end of things, but also at the input end as well. So in terms of getting your material described and into your system more quickly and out and accessible for your audience as well. But for the archivist to feel confident and comfortable in that tool is the really key thing that is needed, I think, to make that first step. So artificial intelligence can help archivists to undertake the grunt work of collection management, if you like, free you up for those governance and trusted interface kind of functions, if you like. I found this great quote from Prob's advice on AI in records. Sorry, he said, "Processes check and confirm the accuracy of records must be in place, overseen by an appropriately skilled human with the relevant authority, etc." And that's exactly right. And that's echoed a couple of slides in the recent advice from SRO as well. It's very much the same. Building trust in the public record for the NAA, I have cherry-picked a couple of comments from this, where they defined information that was well managed. These were three things that struck me as where AI was really actually going to help us all to achieve this. So one, it enables the Australian government to be transparent, responsive and accountable to community it serves. And I think the responsive is the key thing there, because we're going to be able to turn these things around more quickly. Foundation of the Australian Government's digital transformation agenda to improve government services to our community, which again, for a government archive, you're one of the government services. And that it is available as a resource for reuse by government and the community. And again, the sooner that we can make those things available for that reuse, the sooner it's actually going to hit those targets for the government. So it makes archives, particularly the government archives, more relevant. It stops us being a place that paper goes and disappears for 20 years and then comes out, perhaps after it might have been useful kind of thing. So, National Archives of the UK, in their digital archiving context is everything. We have opportunities to rethink how we establish intellectual control using modern technology. When we can accession records that are so much richer with information about how they've been created and used embedded in their very fabric. How they were created, how they were used, who's involved in this, what this is about, what locations this, everything actually woven together and then collected into that collection management system, and people can actually find it and start exploring from there. Right, this is the recent SRO advice. Sorry, pardon me. Again, very similar to the Prob's advice in terms of it needs to be overseen by somebody who is competent, but it's still going to take a lot of the drudge work out. Checking something is faster than actually doing the transcription, if you like, that kind of thing. So that is available on the SRO's website. There's that and a few other links through that presentation. And then how is AI being used in archives? So I didn't know about the ABC archive until about half an hour ago. So apart from that, having done a very quick scan, this is mostly what we found in the last few days. There's not a lot of it being done. AI, part of the problem is that AI is not a packaged solution. You can't just go and, we're here to buy an AI. It'll be Ford or Holden, sir. You know, it's not that simple. It's a bunch of different tools. There's not a one size fits all. And this is something Ben said as well. You need to know your collection and to use it, for starters, to know what kind of tools are going to be useful to you. So you need to know what tools will actually work on things you have in the collection. And you need to know what you want to get out of those tools as well, before you can start selecting. So look at audiovisual transcription, and this is very, very much a repeat of what's already been said. There's a whole bunch of tools. We just grabbed a few as examples. These ones are all cloud-based, which could present potential security issues, but that depends, again, on your particular security requirements. Some of them have different languages that they speak, and I mean languages in terms of English and French and Swahili. Some of them also have, these are trained with what we call LLMs, large language models. Some of them have particular training, for example, in medical terminology, if that makes you feel any better about medical imaging. Some of them have particular training in other areas. So again, you might want to pick one that has a particular specialty for your particular archive. That might be relevant, or you're prepared to put in the work to train it. So between the languages, the accuracy and the speed, and on here, this is a great methodology I found for assessing your AI transcription tool. Is what is it? Word error rate. So the number of words plus the number of word deletions and number of word insertions divided by, sorry, number of words substitutions, deletions, insertions divided by the words in the reference text will give you your word error rate. So the better number you can get there, the better that tool is for your use case. For another use case, another type of collection, that tool might be strict ahead of the others. But again, Whisper AI, and again, Jamison, heard you mention that too, is extremely highly rated. It's very, very highly rated. The other one that's possible with the AIs is entity recognition, and this one really freaks me out, sentiment analysis. So, sorry, let's click that. I've seen sentiment analysis used for public feedback. And you feed any emailed public feedback that you get through your sentiment analyzer. And it will come back after some period of time and say, 90% of your feedback people are very angry, for example. It can pick up on the tone in particular words. It can also do it off audio and video as well. So if you're getting feedback by the phone, if you can route that through your sentiment analyzer, you'll pick up more than just necessarily the text. You'll pick up a lot more than that. Like I said, that one kind of freaks me out, but it's a very, very popular growth area at the moment. Possibly not so much for us in archives, but I can see that places that get a lot of public feedback might well be. Telstra could probably use that, for example. They might not be surprised by what they get. There are other tools as well, mostly for OCR, are these ones here. These ones, again, are cloud-based ones with potential security issues. The Tesseract, I'm pretty sure you can install locally. Pretty sure I've seen it running locally, in fact, so yes. Some of them have support for handwriting, which is really important for a lot of archives, and also for formatted documents. So normally with OCR, it reads across the page. If you've got a document that is more modern and has been separated into a bunch of different cells, so put your name here and your address in this bit, and it's still just going to read it across. So some of the newer OCR tools can actually learn the formatting of documents as well. And they go, all right, I look here, that's a page, as it were, for name, a page here for address, etc. So we've been working with the Google one, so AWS Textract, not the Google one, AWS one, Textract. And we've actually built a system called Clio at this point, which you can upload your files, TIFFs and JPEGs of handwriting. That can be typed as well, but handwriting is a bit more exciting. We can feed it through that model. But again, we've been training a lot of archival documents with permission for a few archives around Australia. It's got a nice interface for the human to then be able to come and check how it's gone. So it's got the green to this one's fine. The machine is confident about the green words. The yellow words it's less confident about. And the red words it's got no idea. As you can see, we're doing fairly well here at this point. And this is on the documents we've managed to read through and how it's pointing up. You can see the lines here. So you can see how it's pulling apart the structure within that page and still able to pull out all of the OCR for those. So that is very different than just your bog standard up with a scanner and send it to OCR. We've got the text back kind of thing. This is again learning trainability in software. And telling the software, some documents might look like this, and then the software can go, I saw another document that looked like this, so I did the same thing as last time. So it's similar to automation, except it's automation that you don't need to explain all the edge cases to it. It will start making educated decisions of its own, hopefully good ones. So here we have how we're planning to work with Clio in digital preservation. We do quite a lot of digital preservation systems. So transcribe the images of the documents on ingest. Archivist reviews the transcriptions. They get stored along with the object that's in preservation. And they also get stored in the catalogue record with the object as free text, so it's searchable. So that all comes through there. But there's a lot more that will be done in the future with this kind of thing too. So starting to then say, well, that's a location, those type of references, that kind of thing, all goes together. Other Australian archives. So we looked around for some examples. Public Records Office of Victoria did an email appraisal proof of concept project of 28 petabytes of content. I don't know how they got on with this, to be honest. I confess I didn't go back and read this. Oh, right, okay. We don't want to talk about that one. Sorry. New South Wales again did some work classifying unstructured data against their R&D process. It was an extract of 42,000 files from an EDRMS. The National Archives of Australia have been working on disposal authorities for objects. Not sure if we should hand to Ben to talk about that one.
I don't do with disposal.
Fair enough. So these are the only ones we could find in Australia. None of these are in production. These are all tests. So yeah, hard to say how they're going. Overseas, however, the US National Archives is extracting data from forms, like we showed you there, AI redaction of information, and personalized visitor AI. So when you go to visit the National Archives in the UK, in the US, sorry, you can have a personalized AI that actually says, oh, you may be interested in also looking at this series here, which again is a little bit boggling because it's a little bit like Star Trek, to be honest. Pretty sure it was in card, in fact. There you go. UK National Archives are undertaking a review of the sensitivity of a lot of their historical records. So feeding those into an AI that's been specifically trained for keywords that might indicate sensitivity in a record. Britain and France are doing a joint project to identify sensitive images as well. I'm guessing there's probably a connection there. So, and Japan have been transcribing archival film footage for an exhibition that actually puts up their films with infographics of the text from films juxtaposed against it. So it's your part archiving, part art. It sounds very interesting. So in short, we think that applied in the right ways and with appropriate care, but with an eye to developing trust, because I don't think this is something we can go, it's going to go away. I think it can actually be really useful. It's going to find information about our collections that then people can use. It's going to find information about our collections that we can use. And like I said, it's going to spot that kind of rising news story that says, okay, right, get all those files and get them into the scanner right now. And as well as linkages within your collection out to other collections as well. And those kind of things for our audience are just going to be extraordinary. Make it such an amazing experience for them. I think I just summarized, but there we did. Trust, governance, and skills. And the skills is confidence. And the skills is knowing your collection and what you want to get out from the tools. That's it. That's us. This is the here's us an AI to a person in front of the whiteboard.
So then I'd say, you need to go. We have questions at the Q&A session after afternoon tea. How's your timeline?
I think I'm okay. My phone hasn't rung, so I have a system deploying from 3 o'clock. So, but no one has phones, so
So
it's good. I hope you take some questions.
Questions at Q&A after afternoon tea.
I think that's a great idea.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, everyone. We're just going to take a few moments on this already full day to have a bit of a Q&A. And I think for all of you, or for myself, and I hope for all of you, the themes that have come through today are definitely around don't be scared, give it a go. Make sure that you participate in these kind of opportunities for those networking so that when you are feeling scared, you've got someone to phone up and talk your experience through. And then, of course, those fabulous lists of professional organisations, standards, software that you recommend has just been a goldmine. So thank you very much. I just want to share with you, I was reading up about AI the other day, and they said AI should be treated like the enthusiastic work experience placement. That they will always have an answer very quickly. It may not just be right or not. So yeah, I thought that's a good thing for that project. So to get going, does anyone have a question for our panel, or would our panel, based on that, like to start with anything? Mark, thank you.
Mine's about AI. The significance of this for archivists is huge. And what we got through Meg was introduction to some areas of fairly obvious impact and significance. I'm interested in what the panel thinks about our contribution to the ethical debate regarding AI. For example, we're all about context and trustworthy records, but we're not demanding the stuff that's being generated with AI contain evidence and metadata of its AI authorship. And that's absolutely fundamental to being able to manage some of the externalities that go with AI and deepfakes in particular. So what's the position of the panel on this?
I just thought you look at me.
Hey, I got another man on the spot.
Can you hear me all right down the back?
Yeah.
Ross, can you hear me okay? All right, no, we'll do that. That's the problem that I see really heavily across the whole space. So an AI can only be as good as what you train it on. And all the ones that you're using, generally like ChatGPT, are trained on the entirety of the internet, which is a problem in itself, because if you've ever looked at the internet, there's a lot of stuff in there that's wrong, etc. So what we've been doing is taking the models and training them on our own data, data that we actually believe is correct, and then all that sort of stuff. So, for example, we took a ChatGPT model and we've trained it on our historical documents from 20 years of running the company. And boy, was it dumb. It didn't understand anything that was outside of that sphere, because it didn't have anything else to. It couldn't answer a question about what's the weather going to be tomorrow. It has no idea. So I think that bit, if I was an archivist going to employ an AI to answer questions to the general public, I would make sure it is only trained on things that I am aware of, I trust, I have put together in my collection.
Can I just ask a supplementary question then? When government does something with AI, in the interest of transparency and accountability, it shouldn't be the algorithm that's being used for that, be accessible and analysable to the community at large.
I don't know if the algorithm should be, because some of them are proprietary.
Why should it be if it's going to do potentially sensitive government information of us that's a taxpayer?
Well, you want to know, I wouldn't necessarily say that I should. So if I use a proprietary AI to do something, I can't give you that, because I entered into a relationship with the company that sold it to me. So that's protected by other laws, copyright, IP, those sorts of things. I think I should tell you which one I used. I can't give it to you, sorry, but here it is, and this is the one I used, and this is the data I trained it on, and that's what should be coming through. So part of the state records guidance, I think, starts to talk about you need to document the use of AI within government. To me, that documentation is exactly what you're saying. Should be.
It doesn't exactly say that, does it?
No,
It's
but that's
very
what-
high level,
It is.
and we know what happens when we have high level statements of that kind. At the granular detail level, the stuff gets lost.
But then I think it comes down to, as a community, we do the right thing. We document it the way we think it should happen.
Yeah.
It's what we try and do. Isn't it? Anyway, I'll stop talking now because there's lots of other.
I'd add to that as well. There's a lot of work being done with community organisations creating ethical models for AI training. So people who are using models that contain only data that was ethically sourced, which is an odd term for it, but provided by people willingly with their knowledge and knowingly containing material that will function correctly within the model. So this is still really early days, but there's initiatives out there to make sure that language models are ethically being trained. Essentially. Yeah. And those are ones I think that we should really be trying to champion in our industry, is promoting those ones that have strong permissions behind the usage.
Yeah, I would just, I guess I would just, to your question around the authorship, I guess, of AI and where archives stand in terms of that, should that be something that we're requiring within the metadata? I think there is a challenge there for archives when we talk about accessioning objects that come from AI. But I would say for that, it seems to me, and I'm no means a specialist in the space, but the best thing to detect AI is AI. So I think by embracing some of the tools that are there for us, we can actually help to give more transparency and better accessioning to our collections and provide those kinds of disclaimers when materials come in. You know, and something we're working with a lot at the moment is tags around certain objects, cultural tags, and secrecy tags have been in place for a long time. You know, perhaps an AI tag becomes another one. But, you know, we've analysed this collection and we can tell you that AI was in some way part of the creation of this object. It would be a pretty important thing, I think, in the future.
I think it would be.
Yeah.
And we have a kind of warrant for this because we're supposed to be about trustworthy information objects.
That's right.
That's
right. Yeah. And we certainly treat objects differently based on their provenance, based on the cultural tags, the secrecy tags, all of that. Why this is no different to me anyway. And certainly would be something you consider in terms of accessibility of certain objects in the collection as well, particularly if we suspect something's a deep fake. You may not publish that as a publicly accessible item. You might keep it because that's part of our remit. To say, you know, by publishing it, are we therefore saying this is truth? Yeah, I think there's a lot to get into in the space for sure.
Yeah. In the creative space, there's obviously pushes for companies like Adobe to start adding digital watermarks into AI generated material. So that's really been pushed hard in the visual arts and the music and etc. But obviously things like the non-artistic AI usage is really behind on that. I'm assuming that that's going to slowly creep into that area. So,
something that Meg mentioned in her presentation, and I just wanted to check if I understood it rightly. She was talking about AI taking like handwriting examples from, say, like the colonial secretaries. I'm not sure papers. I'm not sure if that was the exact example she used, but they would have perhaps language use that's different to what we use now. And it concerned me that, and this is where I may have misunderstood her, that she was saying AI could be great for us as archivists, records managers, librarians, because it would translate what we now say is an outdated way to refer to something and change it to our language to translate it to now. But aren't we then losing the historicity of that document? We're losing what we actually keep. One reason why we keep documents that sheds light on that time in history. And I quite frankly don't want to read an OCR version that's translated to my language. I want to read it, or otherwise I would actually prefer the handwriting for me to look at it and read it, because that's part of my fun too. But if AI is going to come in, can we make some way that it actually translates it as it is, and then you're encouraged to press a button to go to the glossary if you want to, rather than AI automatically doing that for you as well. That to me is a real worry that we'll just was Meg saying that AI is doing that, or was that?
We've seen people attempting it. Now, the big thing that we've always fought back on is the job is to preserve the original, not the translation. You can have that translation overlay. So we've always, whenever we've seen someone trying to do that, we've always said, great, it's over here. You still got the original as it was. It's like the original Mickey Mouse cartoons, you know, from Disney. You know, they still show them every now and then with a little thing that says, this is what we did in 1940 something. You know, it was fine for then, but don't look at it now. That's the sort of thing that you think, you know, it's probably the way that we approach that. I mean, we've not really just seen any interpretation happening in the archival sector, probably because of exactly that. But we've seen it happening in other areas where they're trying to automate interpretations.
That's where the scariness comes in for me.
If you lose the original, then what are we doing?
You're virtually almost having a lie in a sense, because it's not what was originally made.
That's not a danger of AI. That's a danger of unethical custodianship. That's, you know, almost that argument of it's guns don't kill people, people kill people. The AI itself is just a tool, and it's how you use the tool that it can be considered as.
It's all about inputs.
But when not to say to make every Joe Blow on the street corner can access AI, and it doesn't matter where they're at in their thinking. I'm not to say that I'm the moral code that everyone should follow, but it's just pretty scary to think what could come and overtake the world. So it's very scary.
Libraries, for example, I can only speak for libraries, we're digitising and we're keeping the copy original. And then it's not being manipulated. I think the people then come out and use that material for whatever they want, or they translate it or change it. But what we're actually doing is capturing the original and keeping the original. So I as Jamison said, it is a tool, and it's the individual using that tool to change it. But as a library, we are custodians of the original.
But then the people in charge, because I'm a librarian too, and the people in charge of our libraries want to give you less money. They'll support Recollect for 2 years once you start it, but then they won't support it ongoing. You know, like there's so many mitigating factors too, and then we're not training our kids to know how to research anymore. Like, so it feels like where's the intermediary in between? And people want to use AI as that intermediary to come in and sort of read the National Library's collection, read this, and then read the general internet. And, you know, how does the AI knowing what's right and what's wrong?
It's ugly. And I mean, that's the thing really, is it doesn't know anything, it knows what you've given it. If you've given it the wrong thing and asked it the unethical thing or the unethical answer or whatever, then welcome to society. But yeah, and I think I mean, I've heard a couple of stories today of it's a story I can't remember who told me, sorry, about students who'd used AI, but then you got them into the room the next day and said, now explain what it is that you wrote. You've got 5 minutes to explain that thing you handed in last night. And half of them couldn't because they didn't write it. Well, great, you failed. You've learnt a lesson here today. You know, you're here to learn, you're here to teach. And we're here to teach, you're here to learn, not just pump out assignments using AI and not learn anything. So I think that's going to come back. We're in that funny pioneering stage of the new technology where it's all going to shake out at some point, and you know, only believe in the good. And when you see it, call it.
Yeah, it's out of the box now. So it's about using those tools.
Maybe it was helpful when Meg said a while ago people were trying to avoid thinking, oh, the internet's going to take over. Now we've got it. So maybe this is what we're talking about.
Computers as well. I think
There's just a comment online from Nicole. Alternatively, would it not be a positive to increase accessibility for the layperson to find our resources if the AI uses language they understand?
Yeah, I mean, there's two sides to every point. And Nicole's right. Like that was one of the. I think that was the point Meg was really. When we were talking about this a few days ago, that was the point we were really trying to make. It could be useful to introduce people of a different generation to stuff that's come later in some form. But again, I wouldn't want it to replace the original. You always want to go back
another way of finding something.
That's right. That's right. It's an alternative. access copy in some way. So I was just mindful of, you know, in some ways to use a slightly stretched analogy, but something we touched on today, when we create access copies in audiovisual archives, we need to make some decisions around cropping. I was chatting to someone just before, I can't remember who now, about the problem we encountered at the ABC, where they had split tracks, but you could only grab one to put into your access file. So do you just take the one and potentially have bits of the content you can't even hear? No, you put it all together. It might sound a bit weird occasionally when someone's not reused the tape and there's some weird stuff, but you make that decision that the access file is not perfect. And I think that's, to me, AI OCR is sort of like that. If you're making those decisions to change the idiom of some of the language to make it more accessible or more searchable, and that's where I think the tool that Meg demonstrated would be particularly useful. It would make some of that archaic language a bit more searchable for researchers, but then say, but the real transcription, the original language is here in the preserved copy, and here's a preserved, and you could offer both those as access files.
Do you think it's very comparable to reading a Wikipedia article and then having to decide whether or not you're going to go to the sources that it's cited?
Yeah. Don't just trust the wiki. It's a good source of links, but
not your truth.
No, that's right.
We just mentioned with medical imaging, in Hungary, they use AI medical imaging for breast cancer screening, and they've had a very, it's been a very positively received.
Yes, I read about it.
But they get too many positive hits, and so they've had to adjust it. But then in those positive hits, they pick up people that a human hasn't been able to pick up. And I mean, when you have those types of scans, any type of medical scan, it's all based on our human interpretation. And humans have bad days and good days. And, there's different things that they have to get through a lot of images in a day. I've heard of that, to give reports on in a, that's a great benefit potentially. And it's not available in Western Australia at present. So, so interesting. So, I mean, I think there's a huge potential. It's going to be fantastic, pick up a lot more people and help them.
Absolutely.
I'm just wondering, I'd like to pass the panel to consider, just based on what we just discussed together, do you think there's a place in the digital preservation space for the future protection of digital objects from AI-based decisions? I'm mindful that in Meg's presentation, she had AI interacting in the process at certain points. By the end of the presentation, there was an extra point, and the mandate creep of AI is something that's evident. So when we preserve objects at high level where you are, is there a space for something to be added to the object at that point for its future protection from its removal from context, from its loss into the, into the AI world where it will be taken out of context and repurposed, and its meaning will be lost?
Yes. I think, like you were saying, there's a lot of specific AI models that are being generated off trusted data. I think also there should be the option of not having your data in there if you choose to. But there's a lot of things that throw that in the mix about the way we currently do business that's not ready. So, for example, when you write a paper and you get it published by an organization, they suddenly control that paper. Now, if you lose the rights to how that's going to be used and that they will sell it and do those sorts of things. So those sorts of models aren't ready for that. So there's a lot of models that would have to be changed to do that. But in an archive, I think it would be relatively simple to say, these are closed records and they're closed to AI. So you might have a closed record for some other purposes and maybe another category of closed records for AI of some form or whatever, depending on what you want us to do with it. But I think we're all trying to invent ways to keep that data safe. But at the same time, if AI is going to continue to be used, you also don't want it to be trained on, you don't want to hide all the stuff that's important from it. If it's going to be widely used and then half of the information that really makes a difference is not there and it gets swamped by the information off Reddit, It's not going to be a good position.
Metadata sets on the AI have and one that's.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
And we've done a similar thing to, there's now strong restrictions around opting in for cookies on all websites across the internet. And that took a long time to implement. So for a long time, it was a wild west of our data just being harvested without any permissions. And the same thing will happen with AI. Eventually, there'll be stronger international restrictions in place on opting in to your data being used. And of course, we'll all say that.
I would, yeah, just to your point there around that, I think, and coming back to something that Meg and Piers has alluded to as well, it's all about governance, and I don't think AI is new in that respect to me anyway. The information governance goes into the way we as archives use AI is no different to the decisions we've had to make already about certain types of data, certain metadata, certain parts of the collection. So, for example, there are IG requirements around the way we at the NAA treat top secret or secret records, even in the way they're stored, in the way that they're not on the same networks. We can't digitize certain records. So even that concept of digitizing, putting something into digital form is something we've already, from an IG perspective, had to make those decisions. The idea of throwing a record like that to AI, you're never going to, you can't, it's not digitized. So that's kind of, I suppose, yeah, to your point, I think a lot of these issues, it's not like we don't have the tools to tackle them, the ethics around AI. We just need to maybe get a bit more creative with those tools, it seems to me. Because the IG, the governance, the ethics exist within GLAM sector already. We know to a large extent the right thing is. I think it's just how we implement that, but also avail ourselves of some of the opportunities and the benefits of this technology and do that well.
It occurs to me that is well embedded in the preservation space. That's where it should go.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some good stuff. The DPC website that I linked in my preservation has some good stuff on this. If you do some reading there, you'll find a lot of interest. I think there was a question.
Yeah, I suppose it's fairly basic, but it's on my mind. Probably ask all of you, in terms of how you manage the workflows of capturing the digital information and ingesting it into collections and doing the check, something like that. Is there a place then for AI to automate that to some degree, that workflow? So it's checked at every stage, using that OAIS model.
I think this is where we need to be careful about what we call AI. Because, for example, if we're talking about OCRM software, that's been around for decades, long before we were using the term AI. So something such as automated fixity checks along the entire pipeline, that can be done with tools that we wouldn't consider to be AI. We would just call that, I would say, automation. I think I was talking with Piers and Ben about this before. AI is a big buzzword, and we need to be careful about what we classify as AI in our sector at the moment. I think we get very excited to call things that because it's flavor of the month. But there's very powerful tools that I would not call AI that do that work for us.
Automation tools.
Automation tools,
yeah.
That don't need a large language model or training data to do that task perfectly well. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I'd be using it then.
Well, yeah. So TerraCopy, the tool that Ben showed us, for instance, and demonstrated to us, that can be an automation tool for checking fixity completely from start to finish in your pipeline without using something called AI.
Yeah, that's right. I guess there's a distinction in AI that sets it apart from automation. But I think, as Jamison said in his presentation, a lot of the, in some ways AI in our workflows is just kind of a little bit of an extra layer of automation, really, particularly when it comes to things like transcription. And that's probably the one area where, to your question about where does it fit into our workflows, I think that's the space where it's probably come in the most, with my experience at the ABC, the work that Jamison does with Whisper, that's probably the easiest, the lowest hanging fruit for us to grab. And it does have risks. It does, you need to be careful with it, as
as that salutary tale around the around automated transcription tells. You need to check that, and so there's always space for the human. But I think that that's probably the quickest place I would suggest. The other one I would add is that we're finding certainly at the archives is in the born digital transfers that are coming to us. Yeah. So as we're getting more and more digital collections coming from agencies, I think it's inevitable. Essentially, we're going to have to start to access AI tools to help just to help sort that out. Yeah, and it would be a lot more efficient, and it would also free up our archivists for much more important work than sitting there going, right, that's a PDF, that's, you know. So just those sort of applying some very limited business rules around objects, some initial accessioning, some pre-populating of metadata fields. Yeah, I can really see AI coming into that space. But it wouldn't be the first time we've created a space, or if you like, we call them cafe laptops, or a sort of a DMZ, a demilitarized zone, where you bring materials in, you use some tools that you don't want running amok within your whole archival system, but you can bring them into a DMZ, virus scan, use some AI to get some initial metadata populated, and then bring that metadata into your system with the files. So yeah, I think it's inevitable personally. There's no way we can.
So we should be doing what I'm doing, setting one up. We should actually allow for that, like room for growth, like putting a big hem on a dress so that.
Yes, that's right. I will add one other thing, and I think Meg, just one thing about AI while we're talking about it as a tool, and it's a challenge I've certainly come across a lot, even in commercial sector. There is a fear of some, particularly people who own copyright on content, and I think the same in the GLAM sector, around putting content into cloud-based storage. But a lot of these AI tools require it to be in cloud, and Meg referenced that in her presentation. And that's one sort of hurdle that we'll need to tackle. Are we happy to put, even if it's just the access files, into an S3 or an Azure storage that Amazon or Microsoft own, and then be able to use these tools? Because a lot of them you can't really use on that hard drive or on that on-prem storage. So that's just another consideration that it's
more like before to do the ingest to get there rather than
that's right. So at the NAA we're working with Azure as a way, and we're starting to work with some agencies. Again, this is slightly outside my area, but Nathan Andrews, who some of you would know, is now moved to digital transfers, and he's working with Defence and some other agencies on bringing in material via Azure. And part of that is about having it there in cloud-based storage so we can do things with it before we then bring it into Preservica, MediaFlex, wherever, our archival storage. So yeah, it's sorry, Deb.
Digital quarantine.
Yeah.
As opposed to physical quarantine, physical records.
Yeah.
Just to make sure we don't have any sort of.
Yeah, that's right. But it does also offer that opportunity to do stuff you wouldn't necessarily want to do in your within your own archive.
Could we invent a new terminology to push back and, like, say, call it access intelligence or archives intelligence or something like that? To say, like,
change the A.
this is what it really means, like this is how it really should be used. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, archives are in the best position to generate really good use of AI.
I think it's coming down to what a lot of Jameson said, that I was thinking a lot of it is going to change things, but we can use it to automate our processes, and maybe we need to make that distinction clear on our websites or something, that we, when we use AI, we're not looking at it in this sense, we've used it as this way or something. I don't know, maybe to just educate people that of what AI really is. So it's not really Big Brother from George Orwell doing all this stuff. It's it could be that, but it can also be this.
I think it can also help us to derive new knowledge and understanding from archival materials which have been impenetrable to a particular point in time. And the case study that I'm thinking of is the burnt scrolls of Pompeii.
Yeah.
You might have noticed that recently from some of the media coverage. Well, 3D scanning with machine learning and AI has enabled us to recover the ancient or the Greek language that was used to create those documents. And we now have the equivalent of text, understandable text, for these burnt pieces of papyrus that could never be actually analysed before because of their damaged character. And as a consequence of that, we've actually learned where Plato was buried. It refers to a location which isn't called that anymore, which is rather baffling and rather disappointing.
Another mystery,
But
but
that's
still,
an inspiring example of what this technology can help us to do with 3D scanning and imaging.
Yeah.
And that capability would never have existed before.
Does anyone have concerns about the sustainability of AI and cloud? Because been coming across articles talking about just how much electricity these data centers use, and it's just astounding. And I know if you have stuff in the cloud, then you're not having to put it on tape and having to transcribe the tapes every few years and begging for funding to get transcription work done. But I do wonder a bit about the sustainability of the industry.
Yeah. Well, you want to ask the question that keeps me awake at 3 o'clock in the night. So when I started Gaia 20 years ago, it was all about everything we did was on premise. We could control it. We knew where it came from. We started measuring the environmental impact of what we did on premise. And we actually ended up working out about 6, 7, 8 years ago, whatever it was, that we were doing a much worse job of protecting the planet by having it on premise than we were if we moved to the cloud. So the per unit of cycle on the computers that are using, the amount of energy, the amount of water, the amount of environmental cost that was happening in a data center per cycle is less than on premise. It's just that there's a lot more of them. And what we're not tracking is people turning off the on-prem stuff as they move to the cloud. There is a growth factor there that is outstripping anything else that we've ever seen, and everyone wants more and more of it, and it's going faster and faster. And apparently, we live on a planet with infinite resources, so we can keep going forever. But that's a really big part of, our mission statement talks about sustainability, and it means exactly that. It's planet sustainability as well as solution sustainability. So we're looking at this all the time. I'm very concerned about those two things. All we can do is keep pushing back and say, we're turning those servers off when they're not in use. We're asking you to justify why what is the environmental cost of us using your service? We're working with carbon offset companies where we can't control those sorts of things to try and plant trees somewhere in a biodiverse planting that will make a difference. I think we can all try and do things like that. I mean, you're always going to get tripped up with the ethical and green super funds that are investing in weapons manufacturers. So there's always going to be something that doesn't work. But I think when we did our calculations, and we're probably due to redo them again next year, I think it is, that's a big part of what we need to all be looking at. What is the environmental cost of everything that we do? It's going to become more and more prevalent. So I, yes, definitely have concerns about this, certainly about IT generally. I run an environmental IT company, so I don't know how that works. But it's certainly the benefit and all the rest of it does, I think, outweigh other things and other ways of doing it. So, I mean, I liken the evolution of my company to go from on-prem to go to on-cloud was a massive undertaking for us to go through. We're doing that at the moment with AI and going through that whole evaluation of what that's going to do. We did it 15 years ago when Google Maps turned up and all of a sudden our spatial industry was dying. So you've just got to keep evolving, looking at it, and you've got to make decisions that are in good faith and in the right direction of where you want to go. And in my little company, that's what we do. So yeah, I think as long as we keep asking those questions, it would be good. So,
in economics, I guess the environment has been treated as its externality.
yes.
So not something that we factor in, but it is something that we should be a lot more conscious of now, particularly with climate change and having the hottest weather for however many years over the past year. Yeah, so I think even if you don't particularly care about environmental issues, sooner or later, we're going to have to start considering them.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. And I think there's a hope that some of the larger data center companies like NextDC in Sydney, where I used to work next to, are thinking about that as they develop new sites, and they're actually trying to, power those sites passively. All of that can come into it. I think that's definitely something that's on their radar. I read a good interview with the head of NextDC recently on this very issue, and he was projecting what they think it's going to get into in terms of our consumption of electricity. But I think Piers is absolutely right. To say, oh, that's increased so many %, you also have to look at perhaps what's been switched off as we made that migration to the cloud. Not that when I say we, not the NAA, we're all we're nowhere near the cloud yet.
It's interesting as well. I mean, like Queensland State Archives who we work with, entirely in the cloud.
Yeah,
a whole lot. So we have a backup in a government data center that's on premise in Brisbane. Everything else is cloud. So whole archive.
See, the cloud has to have environmental backups too, don't they? Because they're not God's cloud; they're 0 and 1.
No, it is.
So yeah, there was the hilarious discussions at the start of the project about, well, we need to come and audit your data centers. They're top secret facilities. I'm sorry, you can't go anywhere near them. We don't even know where they are. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in that space. But I think it's like, I mean, the cloud might be another one of those internets that's going to go away, tomorrow. Don't think it's going anywhere. So yeah.
Oh, we don't. Oh, one more.
I have a question, but maybe it's at the beginning of the discussion, but it's targeted to the digitisation centre. Listening to your presentation earlier, Deb, what I'm thinking about, and I'm new in archives, and you're particularly in Western Australia, so possibly this is something that's happened before. But the digitisation centre is in a really unique position in that your clients are coming from a huge variety of places across Western Australia that might not otherwise converge in the way that they converge with the digitisation centre. And I'm wondering if there's certain issues that are starting to emerge as commonalities between those clients. If you're able to let us know what they are.
Sorry. No, I laughed.
Talk about not sleeping.
A forum within Western Australia for those issues to be discussed and shared solutions, or solutions for some of them to be shared across maybe what we can broadly call the cultural heritage sector in Western Australia, but it's at such an interesting level of scalability that you're working. Would you mind speaking to that? And don't say yes, conservative services, because I've already spoken to Janet about that. And one of the things that we said was maybe we do need to come together across the sector and look at the lack of consultation. So I am aware that that's fine.
Yeah,
yes,
definitely. I'll let Jamison talk about some specifics, but I'm going to sort of talk more broadly and just reference back to that strategic workshop that the governance board had last week. Yeah, last week. The governance board is fully aware of both sort of the pre-digitisation and post-digitisation spaces and the issues that are there. So, I mean, in terms of pre-digitisation, obviously there's things like the conservation other issues. There's the metadata creation. There's just the collection management gaps that are there. I mean, just at UWA, we've got a fairly supportive environment at UWA in terms of managing the university's collections. But that doesn't stop the fact that the current curator of the music collection, I think, has lost her job now.
As of this week, yeah.
Yeah. And you know that, so there's those aspects of it, that where the lack of collection management resourcing. There's the conservation issue, the lack of skilled technicians in terms of both conservation, but also just in terms of metadata creation. That's the pre, and then there's the post, the whole digital preservation and provision of access. If you don't have the luxury of having a digital asset management system that you have access to. I'm very grateful that the UWA went out and acquired Recollect, but I'm fully aware that a lot of the custodians that we are working with at the centre don't have that. And it's absolutely, again, something that the centre is very aware of, and the governance board, as per those objectives, we are looking in that direction and trying to work out, well, how can we build that community of practice within WA to support the activity that the centre is supporting as well. Because yeah, it's all very well, but we can digitise that, great. Now what? It's a really important aspect of it. Why are we going to this effort to get this material digitised if we're not going to preserve it? So it's definitely something that the board is aware of, and it's definitely something that the centre is going to work towards fostering. That certainly in the first instance the discussion, but potentially towards actually actively support. Yeah, we're not quite there yet.
I think something that the Digitisation Centre has done, particularly for the university archive sector, WA, is I describe to people as it's forced us to fail forward in that we've set up this system. We're going to start digitising stuff. We've given ourselves a time frame that we're going to be doing it in. You as the universities need to start sending this centre collections. And it's suddenly shown a spotlight on all of the gaps in knowledge and infrastructure and systems that the universities have. To me, one of the prime examples is preservation standards that the universities are setting themselves for digital objects. So aside from a couple of exceptions, most of our partners have not set up standards that they have for their digital objects. So they essentially are deferring to us to give them something back that we guarantee them is of archival standard. So I think there's been a lot of sudden rush for universities to hire experts in that area, to start developing those standards, which is fantastic, because I don't think it would have happened unless we kind of suddenly kicked everyone off the butt and said, this is a problem. So it's been great, I think, building that literacy around digitisation really, really quickly in the sector. There's issues, but it's fantastic that we are able to identify those issues so vividly now. Yeah.
Well, thank you, everyone. We've come to the end of another professional development day. I want to thank you all for coming along. Again, I remind you to complete your feedback and evaluation forms, and also come along to the tracks where you can talk in a more relaxed fashion with our speakers. I hope you all feel better equipped to meet the challenges of and AI, but I'm not entirely sure of that because these challenges are of no small order. And these are one of the most difficult topics that was actually addressed, and we've compounded the level of difficulty by talking about AI as well. And that is a whole new ball game and a very complex one also. So keep on coming back and be committed to lifelong learning, because that's the only way of succeeding in these very new topic spaces. Now, there are a number of people I'd like to thank before we move to drinks who've made this excellent day, and I hope you'll make this excellent day possible. Firstly, I'd like to begin by thanking our speakers, particularly Ben Chesterman's come all the way from Sydney. And also Piers and Meg from Gaia Resources, who have been supporting the program for 3 years now and always providing us with some really useful content and guidance in the area of information technology and archives. Thank you, Piers. The Digitisation Centre of WA has also been erstwhile Now there's a record. There's a really good thank very much that I might have problems with. In its support of the Professional Development Day for the last 3 years. Thank you again, Jameson and Deborah, for supporting our day. Given all the sustainability issues that Piers is concerned about, he's decided to take his gift in the form of red wine following this particular the end of today's PD. But everyone else has a small token of our appreciation. Thank you. So please join us if you can, and thank you very much for coming along. One final word, I'd like to thank the ASAWA team, and in particular our chairs today, Annie Cameron, Jules Jones and Ross Moore. Thank you very much. Thanks so much to Rebecca. I mean, the Zoom ran really well today. Also to Wilson Smith for her help with the registration and also with other back office things today. And finally, she's not here, which is unusual when red wine comes out.
Vesna was lurking.
Is she lurking? Oh, okay, we'll have to come get her. But the support that National Archives gives this program every year is absolutely essential, and it really has helped us to achieve the kind of quality that we have achieved with Professional Development Day. So again, thank you so much, National Archives. That's it, folks. So we'll see you next week.
Thank you, Mark.